Well, I'm gonna assume that the stream is actually going now. I clicked it to start going like a minute or two ago, and it took its fucking sweet time. But it's fine. I'm not gonna get George Costanza upset on this one. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be just fine. Don't worry about it.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Turn the music up, turn me down. Guru, let's go get him again. This time is for the money, my nigga. Brooklyn, stand up. Never been a nigga this good for this long, this hood, or this pop, this hot, or this strong, with so many different flows. This one's for this song, the next one I switch up. This one will get bit up. These fucks too lazy to make up shit. They crazy, they don't paint pictures, they just trace me. You know what? Soon they forget where they pluck. They whole style from the try to reverse the outcome. I'm like, I'm not a biter, I'm a writer for myself and others. I say a big verse, I'm only bigging up my brother, bigging up my barrel. I'm big enough to do it, I'm that thorough. Plus I know my own flow is foolish. So the rings and things you sing about, bring them out. It's hard to yell when the barrel's in your mouth. I'm in new sneakers, dual seaters, few divas. What more can I tell you? Let me spell it for you. W-I-double-L-I-E. Nobody truer than H-O-V. And I'm back for more. New York's ambassador, prime minister, back to finish my business up. You already know what I'm about. Flying birds down south, moving wet off the step, purple rain in the drought. Stunting on hoes, brushing off my shirt, but ain't nothing on my clothes. Set my chain, my name, Young H.O. Pitch the yay faithful. Even if they patrol, I make payroll. Benz paid for, friends they roll. Private jets down to Turks and Caicos. Chris caseloads, I don't give a shit. Nigga, one life to live, I can't let a day go by without me being fly, fresh to death. Head to toes to the day I rest. And I don't wear jerseys, I'm 30 plus. Give me a crisp pair of jeans, nigga, button ups. S-dots on my feet, make my cycle complete. What more can I say, Guru? Play the beat, We gon' let this ride into the hook. I'ma snap my fingers on this. What more can I say to you? Get my grown man on. Let's go! What more can I say? Now you know your ass is Willie when they got you in the mag for like half a Billy, and your ass ain't Lily White. That mean that shit you write must be illy. Either that or your flow is silly. It's both. I don't mean to boast, but damn if I don't brag, them crackers gon' act like I ain't on their ass. The Martha Stewart that's far from Jewish, far from a Harvard student, just had the balls to do it. And no, I'm not through with it. In fact, I'm just previewing it. This ain't the show, I'm just EQing it. 1, 2, when I won't stop abusing it. The groupie girl, stop false accusing it. Back to the music, the Maybach roof is translucent. Niggas got a problem, Houston. What up, B? They can't shut up me. Shut down I, not even PE, I'm a ride. God forgive me for my brash delivery, but I remember vividly what these streets did to me. So picture me letting these clowns nitpick at me, paint me like a pickaninny. I would literally kiss TT in the forehead, tell her please forgive me, then squeeze into your forehead. I'm not the one to score points off. In fact, I got a joint to knock your points off. Young, over the guard, nigga, blasphemy. I'm at the Trump International, ask for me. I ain't never scared, I'm everywhere, you ain't never there. Nigga, why would I ever care? Pound for pound, I'm the best to ever come around here. Excluding nobody, look what I embody. The soul of a hustler, I really ran the street. A CEO's mind, that marketing plan was me. And no, I ain't get shot up a whole bunch of times, or make up shit in a whole bunch of lines. And I ain't animated like say a Busta Rhyme. But the real shit you get when you bust down my lines. Add that to the fact I went plat a bunch of times. Times that by my influence on pop culture. I'm supposed to be #1 on everybody's list. We'll see what happens when I no longer exist. Fuck this. What more can I say?
Now, I want to say they don't make them like they used to, but I mean, the Forever Story came out last year, so they still do. They still do. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. It's early, somewhat early. You know, I've done earlier recently. I have been enjoying the early streams. Probably gonna go for a while today if I have my way, or maybe we'll do an early one and then another one later. I have a Halo thing to do tomorrow, so that's gonna be fun. Maybe we'll even stream Halo again, because that was a good time the last time we did it, and the last few Halo nights have been pretty enjoyable. I haven't even had to tell anybody to get AIDS, so it's been great. It's been a good time. Yeah, we're doing this again. Control-Alt-Delete, and I don't know. I woke up and I'm like, well, I had another idea for a stream, but I have a potential guest that I'd like to maybe have on board for that if I do that. It's a person that I covered years ago, and they deleted all of their videos at some point, but they're back now, and I don't know. I think it might be a time to do a little revisit into a certain person. I thought about doing that this morning. But yeah, no, I have a potential guest in mind I might like to do that with. Potentially, you know. So I decided not to do that one. And I was doing a bunch of Seinfeld video editing this morning. And so, you know, I could have just powered through and kept doing that for a while, but I was like, no, you know what I really need to invigorate me in the day is Control-Alt-Delete. There was a really good chat message earlier from the fucking Soy Jack Party guy from like a few streams ago who was being annoying. Who was like, no, he's got to get his donos and super chats somehow. Which is, I mean, I suppose that's true, but frankly, I love the people that come in and they think they know stuff about like YouTube. And they're like, oh, he's just so lazy. He doesn't relist his stream. It's like, you don't understand. If I wanted the donations, I would probably do this in the fucking evening. I do this in the morning because I enjoy streaming in the morning. And because frankly, I don't know. I've been on a good streak lately. This is like 7 days, 7 streams. They've all been pretty long. Well, I mean, unless this one ends abruptly and my computer explodes, which is very likely after yesterday's. But they've all been pretty long. You know, they've all been decently lengthed. And we've done a nice assortment of things. And I've been saying it's time to come back to Control-Alt-Delete. And thankfully, today, I think I have... This might be one of the best Control-Alt-Delete streams yet. Because I went and I specifically searched. And I found the part of Control-Alt-Delete where it starts to get real fucking wacky. It starts to get real wacky. I mean, Control-Alt-Delete, you might think, oh, I mean, I guess if you're not familiar, this is the Loss meme comic. I've done a few streams where we've read it recently, and it's been basically more and more insufferable each time. I think the second stream was the one where I started on the Loss meme, which, yeah, randomly, Ethan and Layla, is his name Ethan? I think it's Ethan. They're having a kid. Or they're pregnant, baby is on the way. And randomly all of a sudden in one, you know, from one comic it was just a regular Control-Alt-Delete comic. Next week it was a wordless miscarriage comic that went down in infamy. And I'm sure you've seen it at some point or seen a meme referencing it. In fact, do I have my Lostica anywhere? I think I might have my Lostica. Where's the... Okay, it's over on the browser. But... Where is it? Where is it? Lostica. Yeah. Yeah, it's... Oh, it was right on there, too. It was on there the whole time. There's the Lostica. And it's not a swastika, but it's definitely what you think it is. But yeah, no, the miscarriage thing happened, and it was Tim Buckley's attempt at being, like, you know, deep or whatever, trying to make his comic, like, you know, more for... it was an attempt to try to make his comic more more, you know, intellectual, I guess. Make it. He wanted to be taken more seriously. He wanted to diversify his comic from something like Penny Arcade, I guess, which is understandable because Penny Arcade is also miserably unfunny. So it's fair that he wanted to change from that, and, you know, being himself the author of a miserably unfunny webcomic about video games, and two bros talking about video games specifically. It's understandable that he might have wanted to change it up a little bit, but it wasn't handled well. It was very out of left field. People have, like, we read through, not the whole arc or anything, because it goes on for a while after that with, you know, unpacking how they all feel about it. And it really does come down to a lot of just how he feels about it, how bad he feels about how his fiancée miscarried, and it was this very, very present through line of like, wow, you just, I mean, you know, there's some lip service of like, oh, she must be feeling so bad, but I'm feeling really bad too, and I don't know, it's you know, in that scenario where it's something that's very, you know, her problem. It's also his problem too, but he definitely made it more his problem, in a way that maybe it shouldn't have been. So yeah, it wasn't handled well, but the comic continued, and the last one that we did, the last stream that we did, looking at Control-Alt-Delete, was just the worst. It was just the worst. It was there, nothing happened. I mean, nothing happened. It was following him and fucking his wife, and there was just, like, stupid soap opera drama happening with, like, her ex came into town, and he owns the fucking store that, like, Ethan works at or something. It was just garbage. It was just awful, and it was insufferable, and I was literally falling asleep at a certain point. It was so boring and dull that I was having another Rush moment. But this time I've made sure, and I know everybody's like, wow, I came for this great stream where it was so boring and dull. That sounds great. Don't worry. I made sure that we've got the best fighting chance at this point of this being interesting. Because I went out of my way to find the part. I knew, and I've mentioned before, that there's a part in this fucking series where Tim Buckley just decides to turn it into like a drama, like a weird sci-fi action drama. And I'm not gonna obviously get the whole rundown of every part of this arc and what led up to it, so we're jumping in a little bit blind. But we're jumping in, like, you know, a month or so before that starts to happen. I want to try to get a little of the lead up. I was going month by month on the archive and like, okay, this is all stupid shit. And then I get to 1 month where the Xbox robot Zeke is holding Layla up by the throat. And I'm like, yeah, that's the month. And then I go back 1 month, and I'm like, here we go. It's time to get started. Yeah, it was around 2012. It was like toward the latter half of 2012. He just decided to make his series a drama again. Not even just for like the short time of, you know, the miscarriage, but it was like a full-on edgy reboot. Basically, it was wild. So we're gonna get into that. Let's see here. If we go to the browser. So, August 2012. And you can see here what I mean. Where a lot of these are like skits. You've got like Team Fortress 2 skit. You got the players 1 through 4 that he likes to do. You got a lot of these just like stupid one single panel, like this Darth Vader thing. T-shirt idea. It's actually not, you know, I wouldn't say that's a bad t-shirt idea. I wouldn't wear it, but I would, you know, Darth Vader beer with like a beer keg and fucking Palpatine. Yeah, it seems like something you'd see in Walmart. I'd say it's a good shirt idea. You got one about sleeping dogs here. I love this one. Love this game. What the I thought it said limited edition. Sleeping Dogs literal edition. Oh, we got comments on this one. To be fair, the actual game wasn't that much better in my opinion. I found the hand-to-hand combat controls unresponsive. I clearly hit the button several times and I wouldn't block so many enemies at you. You get your ass kicked and you only can hit five times before death, unlike other games where a certain character died. I didn't feel anything. It's just a generic sandbox game. If you want a good sandbox game, play Grand Theft Auto, Borderlands, or Saints Row. Borderlands. I mean, leaving aside the fact that that is not a sandbox game, and not at all the same genre, outside of having guns. Saying that that's a good game is also wildly generic, or wildly generous, rather. Wildly generous. This is Chris, doting fan of fucking Control-Alt-Delete over here. We've got just like a whole like discussion about this happening. There are better options like Saints Row 2, Mafia 2, or GTA 4. And what I love is these are from like recent too. This is from 2012. But this is from 3 years ago, and then Raiden decided to comment that the Omni King Raiden decided to comment 11 months ago. Speaking of which, I got a fucking friend request recently on Discord from Magical Mario Films. Like, Omni King Braden. I'm probably not interested in interviewing him necessarily. You know, but, I don't know, I was like, man, I've made it. This is the big time. Finally, finally Omni King Braden wants to sit at my table. I'm the cool kid. But yeah, no, this is from 11 months ago. And it's, referencing games that all came out around the time of this release, is what's confusing about it. I'm wondering if this is like an archived comment, but why would it have been from 11 months ago and not like 3 years ago, like this one? I don't know, like when that archive would have started. Why this guy is from like this year potentially, or last November 2022, talking about like Saints Row 2 and Mafia 2 and GTA 4. All good games, but they're all very, you know, this era more than anything. It's fun. It's just fun. It's just funny. It's appropriate, you know. But yeah, this is before the big shift, and I noted that because I'm like, oh, this is all just a bunch of crap. More than anything, this month of Control-Alt-Delete was just like skit, nothing, skit, actual first, like, set, it's fucking, wait, 17, oh, this is backwards. Okay, this is actually backwards. Oh, this is backwards? Oh, okay. So this is August 1st, right. Okay, so, skit, actual thing, potentially, with the two main characters. Well, no, it's not actually anything to do with the story, it's just a skit with the two characters. Then you've got the player characters doing a skit. And then, is this something? A little bit of smoking, just a little bit of cancer, like Walter White. This one's called Derping Bad, everyone. And they're making Heisenberg jokes. I'm gonna be the next Hindenburg. Very good. So that's another skit. I think this entire month is not related to the overall story of Control-Alt-Delete. This whole month is just a non sequitur. And then you go to... I was gonna read, like, something leading up to it, but it's all skits. This is like a Dragonborn thing. Fosro, do your fucking homework. And kicks him out of the house. See, there's an obvious joke here about the new Skyrim DLC will allow players to build a house and raise children, and then the children are annoying. And then there's a joke about how it still doesn't allow you to kill the children. Like, come on, Tim. Come on. But, August 2012, September 2012 is, I think, where it begins. No, okay, I was, like, a couple months back, yeah. This is where it begins, and I think we get into the actual story again. We got Zeke and Ethan over here. And again, I don't really know what exactly is happening, but I think maybe this isn't related. It's just Ethan. This crowdfunding thing is out of control. Look at this. People give this guy $100,000, just like that. He must have a pretty good project. It's a board game about farts. Ooh, what are the backer incentives? Fuck it, I'm making a Kickstarter account. I have ideas. People should be giving me money to make them a reality. You'd probably get more money by offering to not make your ideas a reality. Maybe I'll seek funding to publish a book about life with a robot asshole. Yeah, you can call it How I Learned to Type This Book with My Face After a Robot Tore My Arms Off. That's good. That's a great... What's the joke? Like, I always have to say this, but, you know, my history with this comic is the classic LOL threads on 4chan. It was usually on V was the weird thing. Because there was a board for comics and cartoons, and you'd think that... I think they talked about them too. But because it was game-related, you just get, like, this week's latest Control-Alt-Delete with somebody, and it would be in spoilers. And you knew what it was, but you'd still hover over it, and it would just be all caps LOL. And then the whole thread would be people saying, where the fuck is the joke, Buckley? What's the joke? The funny banter between these two? It's not that funny. This is September 10th, 2012. Is this September 7th? Okay. Because the other thing is backwards, but this one we go forwards. Kickstarter is a place where dreams are made, Lucas. I have dreams. I want them made. Since people are so eager to give money away, I've decided to stick my hand out. I've emailed you a link to my campaign. I'm new to this, so I figured I'd start small. Your generous pledge would be greatly appreciated to get me going. Generous, eh? You're trying to raise $10 billion so you can become Batman? The first person to pledge $1 billion gets to be my Alfred, so you'll want to act fast. Ugh. It's like I put in the effort to read them in a voice, and then it just doesn't even feel fucking worth it when it's done. It's all said and done, and it's like, I read this in a voice. Is there not even gonna be a fucking real punchline? Was that the punchline? What a shame. What a shame. 2 comments on this one. If you ask me, it's best to just stop reading now. Things just suddenly go bad after this comic, and it just ends in a depressing way. If you love this comic, just say they all lived happily ever after, the end. Well, it's good for you, Will, that I absolutely hate this comic, so I'm very excited for this. Thank you for the warning. Him says, if you ask me, the depressing section does begin right here, but after you get past it, the story becomes nice and non-depressing. Given the type of plot hook, it isn't particularly sudden, but it is a brief, dramatic shift in plot. Things go really downhill for Ethan. But don't worry, the writing as a whole doesn't worsen for any period of time. Yeah, no, I don't think it's possible for it to get worse. Don't worry, it's just different. It's not worse, it's different. It's differently bad. It's just a different subject matter for this section. If you really want to, skip ahead to November. My name is a link to the comic right after this story arc. So we've got like 2 months. We've got like what, 2 months of great stories here, and hopefully it doesn't go back to being that much worse after this terrible story arc is over. Because you got to keep in mind, this is all reversed when people are like, oh, if you like it, no. I want the terrible story arc, and I don't want it to go back to normal. I would like it to stay that way. I liked Will's doomsaying of just, no, it just ends. It never goes back to good. I like that. I prefer that read. So, Kickstarter here. How's this going to lead to the apocalypse? A lot of people said that back when Kickstarter was new, and, it still hasn't happened yet, so. Well, my project wasn't funded. We came up a little bit short. How short? $10 billion and $10. You lost money? I had to buy some Batman pajamas to show proof of concept. It doesn't matter, though. I have another idea. People on Kickstarter love indie video game projects, and as it just so happens, you and I have already started work on the best video game of all time. Nuh-uh, I'm not getting involved with that project again. It didn't go well last time. You don't have to. We just need to get the game funded, and with the millions and millions of dollars, we can pay other people to finish it. I just need to know where you put all of the design documents. Well, any of our old stuff that survived the apartment fire would probably be somewhere in the basement. We have a basement?! I don't know, that's kind of close to a joke. There's a common thread with these where, like, usually the best you'll get out of a Control-Alt-Delete comic is something where I'm like, yeah, I could see that being, like, a quick laugh in a Futurama episode or something like early Family Guy, or something like that. Like, it's not like it deserves to have a whole fucking comic around it, you know what I mean? But, like, I could see, it's, like the most you get out of a Control-Alt-Delete comic is, like, when fucking you cut to Farnsworth and he goes, but I am already in my pajamas. And it makes you go like, huh. And that's it. And that's like the best that you get out of one of these comics, usually. Sometimes you get an exception here and there. Stopped reading back in 2011 because of boot camp, blah, blah, blah. And Dingle Bloopy Noop says, and to think this is the true beginning of the end. Wow, is it their video game project that fucking tanks the whole thing? Damn. Damn. Okay, so we go down into the fucking basement here. Yeah, low-tier Futurama joke. Maybe a Comedy Central era Futurama joke, Not even like a particularly good one, yeah. Hello.
Hello? Any strange deformed people living under our stairs waiting to inflict murder on anyone that comes down there? I'll trade you waffles in exchange for not being murdered upon Whoa, look at all this stuff. It's like that warehouse at the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark. Hey, my old RoboCop
You guys like references? Do you guys ever read Ready Player One? That's a pretty good book. I heard they made a movie about it. It's a pretty good movie, too. Wow. RoboCop and Indiana Jones. That's crazy. Everybody knows your reference game is on point, Tim. Wow.
Hey, my old RoboCop gear! I'm glad we still have this! You never know when you might get shot 100 times and need your mangled body rebuilt into a cyborg police officer!
And then we get Ethan's stupid crap box 23A, failed game stuff. I'm surprised there isn't like a you know, because I joke about like Futurama. I'm obviously just doing a fucking Fry voice for this idiot. But, you know, like, if this was a better thing, you would have, like, a little visual gag or something on some of the other boxes. You'd have something here other than just... I don't know, there's something down here, but it looks like it just says the same thing here. This one. Well, it's got slightly different text, but it's not like a joke or anything. I don't know. I guess we were supposed to already be doubled over laughing from seeing a RoboCop thing and pointing and going, I recognize that. No comments on this one. Top men.
You see, that's because that's what they say in the Indiana Jones movie when they're in the warehouse, because it actually ties into what he said about the warehouse, so it makes sense actually.
Top men. That's really funny. That's really funny. Control Alt Delete. Open is the name of this one. Tim Buckley, Ethan, is leaving his basement, and box falls off of the thing. It knocks over some waffles. Why were there waffles? Did he put down... Oh, yeah, he put down a thing of waffles. Okay. Right, he put a thing of waffles on a box. And this box fell, and then it hit the waffles. And then the waffles... Butter melted into the... The super machine, okay. And, open, and, the end of Ethan is nigh, everyone. Stop with the fucking spoilers! Oh my god! I seem to remember something about a future Ethan warning a past Ethan about death or destruction of some kind, but what was it? It must not have been important. So I guess this was set up to some extent. But, you know, it was set up to the same extent that, like, hey, Layla was pregnant, so therefore miscarriage. Like, yeah, I guess it's set up, but it's still fucking... it still doesn't necessarily fit from what I've heard and seen of the future of this comic.
Is this game even... This game is even better than I remember it! We're going to be rich! All I need is a good backer incentive. Pledge $10, we'll send you an instructional email on how to add another 0 to that number so your pledge doesn't suck. Other incentives... I wonder, am I legally allowed to give away other planets? Nobody technically already owns them, right? If we... And he gets attacked. He gets attacked. No, I don't know what that is. Is it like a stun... It looks like a stun baton. It's a shocky stick. He got shocky sticked. This is called Jump Starter is the name of it. So it's a good... This pun of this title of this comic is better than most of the jokes in these fucking comics. I'll give him that. Oh, my head is pounding.
Futile is this one.
Huh? What the... Where am I? Lila? Hello?
I, of all people, know how futile this is. But is there any chance you can remain calm for the next few minutes?
Future Ethan is here, everybody. He's come to tell us all about the secrets and all of that. I've got a bad feeling about this, and, yeah. Deep breaths.
Uh-oh. I know that face. That's my brain feels like I sat on it too long and now it's waking up with pins and needles face. Don't do it! Don't you do it! The first rule of the future is... Ah!
And then he gets shocked again.
You have to stay quiet!
Okay. Okay. Fine, I won't scream about how much I hate this. I guess it's fine so far. It's not so bad yet. You know, it's fine. It's fine.
Welcome back. I'm sorry for the restraints, but they hear sound better than we do. It's too dangerous to be making a lot of noise here. I just need you to listen to what I have to say, and then you can go home, I promise. If I untie you, can I trust you not to scream again? I know what you're thinking, but this isn't a trick. I'm you, and the year is 2018. 2018, the future space year! I brought you here because it was the only way to convince you, and I need you to believe, because you're my only hope of saving the world. Save the... What? Why me? Because we destroyed it.
I don't have a dun 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 on the soundboard. I really should. That feels like a missed opportunity. Where's the,
Nani?
We destroyed it! This is the beginning of every Fist of the North Star, when you see that, like, tanker ship through the fucking building or whatever. This is just that. That's because of Ethan. That all happened because of him.
Boston and New York were the first to go. By the time the rest of the country realized what was happening, it was too late. Shit! That was nearly 5 years ago. By now, I would imagine that the entire world looks like this. This one's called Responsible. It's hard to tell. All broadcasts went down shortly after they attacked.
Wait, what's hard to tell? Oh, yeah, the rest of the world. Okay.
But you said we caused this. Who's they? Wait, did our sea monkeys finally hatch? I knew I was inviting disaster by growing an army in my bedroom. No, I mean, yes, they hatched, and it was just as glorious as you imagined. But they didn't do this. It was Zeke!
Nani?
How could this happen?
Zeke! He made his mistakes! He was an Xbox robot! So that's kind of cringe by default!
So yeah, this isn't entirely terrible yet, it's not so bad. The Sea Monkey line is a little bit funny. Again, very low tier, like Futurama kind of throwaway joke that might make you go like, huh, and that's about it. That's kind of the vibe. Whenever I have to praise it at all, it's like, yeah, I could see this being done by something better, I guess, in a way that, but it's setting up this whole thing. Zeke is and this is a real plot twist, I guess. I don't know, people probably didn't see this coming. They never saw it coming, because Zeke is, he's a long-time character. I don't know if I've communicated that necessarily through, reading the bits of the comic that I have. But at some point, they created an Xbox robot. Like, they made a robot out of their Xbox somehow. And they named it Zeke. And I don't know if this is before or after the period where Zeke was a black guy, and they made jokes about black guys being loud at theaters. And, I remember that. I remember that. But I don't know. I think that might have been before this, because, yeah, this is the big twist. Zeke is bad. Zeke's evil. Zeke is evil. We really should have seen that coming when he was an Xbox robot, but,
What? No! Zeke would never— Are we talking about the same Zeke here? You are partially right, though. This didn't happen in a vacuum. In 2013, look at all these fucking words! In 2013, I stumbled across an algorithm that would solve the replicating memory malfunction that Embla suffered from. I kept my promise to Zeke and fixed her. It worked, technically, but her programming was corrupted in some way. She grew increasingly angry as time went on, became more hostile. She refused to accept that humans and robots could coexist. She hated humans. I didn't realize how much until she tried to murder us late one night. Fortunately, GTA 5 had just came out, so I wasn't asleep. I did the only thing I could. I destroyed her.
GTA 6 is coming out soon? Well, not soon, but they're, like, announcing it soon. It's crazy. It's finally happening. It's probably going to be at the Game Awards, if I had to guess. They're also making a fucking live-action Zelda movie. This is completely unrelated, but, like, I wake up this morning, and I hear fucking GTA 6 is finally coming out, and they're making a Zelda movie. And it's made by Sony Pictures, which is funny, because Nintendo and Sony, but it's being produced by Avi Arad, so I'm really excited to see how he shoves Venom into this fucking Zelda movie. It's going to be great for the Venom franchise, I'm sure, having Venom appear in his first Nintendo film. That's going to be really great. I know Avi Arad really feels closely tied to the Venom character as a marketing piece of merchandise, so I'm sure that Venom will make his stunning appearance in the Zelda movie. It's going to be great. Anyways.
It was too late, though. She'd infected Zeke with her poisonous data. He was beginning to agree with her. He wouldn't listen to reason. He wasn't himself. He blamed me, convinced that I destroyed Embla out of jealousy. He took off before I could fix it. It was nearly a year before I saw him again. Okay, but he came back? Oh, yeah, he came back, with an army of robots behind him.
And no comments on this one, but it is called Where It All Went Wrong, so we're on the right track here. And now we have the flashbacks here. The Where the End Began. Motherfucker.
The military wasn't prepared to fight an enemy like that. Our defenses were controlled by computers, and the robots could access it all. And it didn't matter how many we destroyed. They were always building more. They weren't fully sentient, not like Zeke. He still hasn't managed that. But his army was intelligent enough, and relentless. They killed millions, took thousands into slavery, payback for the years of machine servitude, they said. They're machines. They can do complex equations in seconds, but they force humans to do math for them. For fun. What's the rush when you're immortal, right? Most of our species are slaves now. The rest of us hide.
Fun comic about video games, by the way.
There are small pockets of resistance, trying to fight back, but the robots are constantly hunting us down. A few months ago, they got Lucas. I haven't seen him since. Oh no! Lila? Did they take Lila too? The day the fighting started, Zeke came for me. He said he didn't want me dead, but that he had broadcast to the world that I was the one that created him, that I had brought this upon them. He wanted me to know what it was like to be truly alone in the world, like him. And then he made me watch as he killed Lila right in front of me.
NANI?
So Lila's dead, I guess. And I do remember that this was an exploitable for some period of time, just the PNG of this Ethan looking terrified. But, you know, you just attach this to anything and, you know, I'm sure it would make it better. Maybe we need him for the stream, actually. Just a little terrified looking Ethan, distraught as his wife dies. You know, just have that would be like a Jesus crying type of image. You know, I think that would work pretty well. And, yeah. Let me take a brief break here on this dramatic moment here. And take a look at chat. He is the dude! Something, the future is bad and only we can fix it. Yeah, obviously. Obviously, these fucking idiots are going to be the ones to save the day. I could see them ruining the future, or, you know, ruining the world, but, yeah, this is the prep for the reboot. We're heading to it. We're heading to it. They're shoveling Morbius into the Zelda movie. Yeah, it's Lost too. Who reads this shit? I don't know, but this is the one. This is the one. I remember people asking the same question when this was new. I remember like the specific LOL thread on V where when this was new, and people were just like I remember it. I think it was like. They posted this comic where she dies and it's this whole, like, slavery uprising. And if I remember correctly, it was somebody... I mean, there was probably multiple, but the one I saw, if I remember correctly, it was somebody going, like, lol? Very unsure, and everybody in the thread was like, what is going on? Is this where is the joke, Buckley? What is this? People were just very unsure of what to even make of this, which I think is fair. Let me see here. We got $2 from Hunter Moore. Why do you do streams when I'm going to class? Oh, I'm sorry. We're doing the morning streams at this point. I might do another one later, too. You know, I enjoy the morning streams. I get a lot out of the morning streams. I get to feel like I'm productive, and then I have the whole rest of the day to just be asleep and, like, go for a fucking walk or whatever. You know, make a curry or something like that, you know? So I'm enjoying the morning streams, you know. If I'm like, cause the thing is, and I've explained this before, it's like if I do the streams and it's the afternoon or it's the evening, you know, it's technically better. There's usually more people that show up, and like people are, you know, they're off of work and everything, and people aren't always confused about why I'm so early. But I'm usually tired by that fucking point, and then I'm like, and then it's more easy for me to go, yeah, okay, maybe I'll just do one tomorrow, whatever. I've been doing these in the morning recently because the reason I've been consistent with it is because, like, yeah, I'm doing them early now, and I do them, like, fairly early, and then when I'm done, I'm sleepy, and I take my fucking old man nap or whatever, but, like, no, it's good. This is a better thing overall, I think. Maybe I should do them a little later, like 10 or something. But I don't know, I was just very anxious to get this wonderful news out to you, that Lila's dead, everyone, and Zeke is the killer, so everybody needed to know. Everybody needed to be aware of that as soon as possible. $5 from 3 Woody. Thanks for the early morning stream. All my homies love early morning streams. I don't think everyone loves them, but I'm enjoying them. You're welcome. $5 from Brendan SRT. Got to cover 670 miles today. Let's go trash! Well, you know, this one's gonna... I don't know how long. We're gonna start with Control-Alt-Delete. But we might switch over to something else in a little while. As I say, I might just stop the stream, you know, 2 hours, 3 hours in or something, and maybe we do another one this evening or something. I don't really have too much else planned at this point in time. So, you know, maybe something like that might be a good option. But I do have... There's the one thing I really want to do. I don't know. I said that I wanted to do it with a guest. There's a specific guest I was thinking of. Because he has spoken of certain things relating to this person, but I might just do it anyway and just like, fuck it, we'll talk about him twice this month, that kind of thing. Because it's been a while, and yeah, we might pivot over to another individual at a certain point. Yeah, no, we're doing this now. I'm enjoying the early morning stream. I'm enjoying this is a pivotal moment in Control-Alt-Delete lore too. So it's this is where we gotta at least get through this arc, and then maybe see, because again, I've also mentioned before that there is a recent comic from the last couple of years. You need to understand that this is like what we're seeing in this comic, where this fucking robot character murders Ethan's wife. What we're seeing in this comic is not exclusive to this time. This is the fucking Lost Part 2. Well, Lost Part 3, at least, I assume, maybe it happened again between the two, but recently, in the last couple of years, I've mentioned that there was a comic, and I don't remember if somebody posted it specifically, or if it was just a random one that we stumbled upon at one point, that was like the newest one at that time, but there was a comic, and it was about, like, it was something about, that kid opened fire in his school and shouted, "Fortnite rules, last man standing wins." And it was like a serious comic about like school shootings and shit. And I think I need to jump ahead at a certain point to when that happens. I don't know if I want to spoil it, you know. I don't know if I want to spoil it. But you know, maybe we'll get to that in a few streams or something. Maybe I don't know if we want to do that today, you know. 2 months membership from Ulfies with 2 eyes. Bruh. That's 2 bros for 2 months. Gotta watch for a bit while I'm waiting for my friend to come back from lunch to watch One Piece with him. I'm on episode 26 now. Love it so far. Well, you know, I would say that's cool. I would say it's really unfortunate that people assume that One Piece is just an anime, though, or like they assume that the premier way to do it is to watch it. And it really, even if you get the shortened, quickened One Piece version, even if you get that, it's still like you could read a fucking chapter of it. I enjoy the One Piece one sometimes when I don't want to read and I just want to lay in bed and just watch some action happen, you know? But it's still like it's a lot easier to get through it if you read like the colorized version of the manga. You get through it quicker. And there's just less weird reaction shots and shit like that. The anime is good too, but it's like, man, the length that it takes, like, you're on episode 26 and I'm over here just doing the math in my head, like, what is that, like, fucking Syrup Village or something? That's, like, so ridiculously short of a time into One Piece, like, episode 26, that I'm just like, man, there's gotta be a better way. At the very least, look for One Pace, because it makes it more, like, accurate to the pacing of the manga. It cuts out filler, because the thing about the One Piece anime is that they have filler in the middle of the fucking like episode that's not filler. They'll just have like some other shit happen, or they'll have a character fucking mug at the camera for 10 seconds or something. So One Piece just makes it more like the, you know, the actual thing. So I would give you that recommendation a little bit. I was getting back into it back when the live action came out. I read a few 50 chapters or something. I got through. I got firmly into the time skip era, you know, Fishman Island or whatever. I got into all of that, and I was enjoying that, but I kind of drifted off as fucking Baldur's Gate happened or whatever, and new things took my attention. But I'll get back to it at some point. Hopefully you're enjoying it though. Well, you say loving it so far. Hopefully you continue to love it. $20 from Brendan SRT. Love in the morning streams. Keep them up. Keep them coming, Claw. Well, that's the thing. If I do them in the morning, it's easier to get them done. Like, get at least one stream, you know, per day. One, like, hour or 2 hours, something. Something easy. We can do some editing or something if I don't feel... But, like, you know, it's a good way to, like, get some work done, right? Like, I did that one editing stream, like, a week ago, right? And I was like, yeah, this is a great thing to do at fucking... you know, 5 in the morning, because otherwise, and I've been better about it lately. I've been editing in the week since, like, you know, somewhat diligently, like for an hour or two at a time, you know, and I'll have like a comedy special going or something while I'm doing it. But, you know, I have a lot of trouble focusing when I do that, so it's good to feel productive and be like, yes, I'm forced to be here sitting at this desk live. I can't just like go live for 20 minutes and then be like, no, never mind, I don't feel like it. You know, it's in the title of the thing. I guess I could change the title and be like, never mind, we're just gonna watch an old Best of the Worst right now. That's what I feel like doing, you know, and just get distracted. But, you know, no, it's more, it's easier to get stuff done, whether it's like just doing a regular stream or doing some editing or something. I really got to do some gaming soon. I was thinking about doing a game thing last night, but then I opened up the Kodi program that has the Internet Archive game library, where I don't know if you've ever heard of this. I've talked about it on stream before, but it's just this thing. It's kind of difficult to set up, but it allows you to essentially just download games from any system, tons of weird systems, and just has emulators set up. So it's like it's kind of like a streaming service for games, but all of my settings got fucked. So that's an easy way to do a gaming stream. But I have to like re-fuck with things and update things too. Let me see. $5 from Raz Putin. Can we all agree because Tim did Loss because he went, what do I do with a baby? That's probably a good point. I've never actually thought about that. Like, what do you do with the baby in this dynamic? Because I don't know, Tim. I don't know if he was a dad at that point. I think he is now. But I would assume that. Yeah, there was maybe like, what do I do? I don't know how to write being a parent. Well, I know that it was something that happened to like him and a woman that he was with at some point. That's one thing. So it is like a true experience that, you know, he went through, but yeah, I think there is an element that's like, I don't know, what were they going to do, you know, what they like the audience of funny gamers is not really necessarily going to want to deal with like the webcomic equivalent of looking at cute pictures of your friend's baby or whatever. I don't think you know, maybe he realized that, but then his fucking audience reads Control-Alt-Delete, so, you know, maybe they don't have much taste anyways. $2 from Dolores Ted. CAD is basically Riverdale for gamers. It's a little less winding and twisting, but yeah, more or less. Three months membership from Sticky Wiki.
NANI? Bruh.
And yeah, you get the full combo right there. Do you think we should show this to Chris? Maybe we can get Lost put into Sonichu 14 or whichever one we're waiting for. I'm telling you. Okay, I'm putting this out here. I've said this before. Sonichu is just back, right? Like, I don't know if we're like, has he said that we're doing Sonichu 14? Is that coming? I don't know if he said anything, but my interpretation is just that Sonichu is just now a mixed media franchise, and we don't have to wait for a real next comic, because Sonichu is just like an ongoing real life fiction that Chris is now just Sonichu, right? Like I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, the Sonichu fucking storyline is continuing. You know, it's different, but yeah. Let me see. But yeah, no, I think that would be good if we got some. If we get Chris to throw a miscarriage into something he's making, I'm sure Chris would handle it no worse than Tim probably. $20 from Oofies with 2 eyes. As someone who works the graveyard shift every night, it's miserable, and I totally get why you'd feel better switching to morning. Waking up so late in the day for me is horrible, and I just feel slimy and icky all the time. Yeah, you know, I mean, it's been a little easier for me. Like, I usually have trouble with, like, staying awake or whatever. I'll be like, I want to do a stream, but I'm too tired at noon because I've been up since 5. So I'll take a nap, and then I wake up, and it's 5 again, and I'm like, well, now I feel, like you say, slimy and icky, and it's like, oh, I wasted my whole fucking day. I'm a piece of shit. I don't want to fucking stream now. Fuck this. But I will say, it is nice to be living, you know, not in a fucking, like, shitty apartment building with a guy pounding on the ceiling every time I walk, you know. It's nice to have the freedom to be like, you know what, it's midnight and I could just start streaming a game if I wanted to. I usually don't, but I could. I sure could. And then $10 from Adorkable Nerd. Hey, Claw, been a fan for like 2 years now. Thank you for the morning streams. You make my days a lot more enjoyable. See, that you're welcome. Thank you for saying that. That's nice to hear. But that's what I'm saying is like there's there's a whole other sect of people, and there's like Europeans and stuff who, you know, there's people, you know, different times a day they're working and everything. And yeah, no, it's great to change it up a little bit. So we're getting back into it now. Lila is fucking dead, everyone. Lila's fucking dead. He made me watch as he killed Lila right in front of me. And for anybody who's just joined while we were doing some super chats or whatever, yeah, this all started because Ethan here fucking left a plate of buttery waffles on a box next to a machine, and then a box fell on the plate, and then the butter from the waffles seeped into the machine, and the next thing we know, we're in the future, and the world has ended, and Tim Buckley, Ethan's robot named Zeke, who was made from an Xbox, has now killed a longtime series love interest and loss interest, Lila. She's now dead. Voiced by Rosemary from MGS2 in the animated series, but you know, probably not anymore.
I couldn't save her, but I can now. We can now. Listen to me. You have to go back and never fix Embla. It's the only way to prevent this. So why didn't you just show up while I was building her and tell me to knock it off? You could have saved me quite a few headaches. It doesn't work like that. You can't just go anywhere. The time machine can only connect to itself in the past. It's like a phone made out of a string and 2 cans. It can't go forward because the future doesn't exist yet. It's complicated, and the machine was only active twice prior to Zeke's war. And we weren't particularly receptive to messages from ourself, if you'll recall. And again, when it turned on in the basement... So this is the last chance I have to set things right. That's why I brought you through, to make sure you'd believe me.
I believe you. So, you notice how we've changed the format, by the way? For, like, it's like probably not the first time ever, but it feels like this is the first time in the series that it's not been a 4-panel comic. It isn't, and it's done this stuff like this before. But just all of a sudden, it feels like everything has changed, even the fucking format of the comic itself.
I believe you, so... As long as I never reactivate Embla, she won't infect Zeke, and none of this will happen? None of it will happen for you. This future has already occurred. It can't be altered. But as soon as I traveled backwards and changed something, we created a new timeline, an alternate branch off of this one. It's up to you to make sure it doesn't end up like this one. But I thought you said your Lila is gone. There's nothing I can do to change that. Knowing for sure that somewhere, in some other dimension, she's safe, that she's happy, that's all I have left to hold on to now. It's all that matters to me. We got one comment here. God damn, if future version of Ethan forces the past Ethan to stay in the future while future Ethan returns to the past. I am new to this comic, so god damn if this is prediction. Well, +1 on this one, so maybe 20 level Liam is correct. He might be correct there. I like that there are people though who are like new to this as of 2 years. Who the fuck made it a quarantine goal to like get into Control Alt Delete, you know? That seems like a bad option. I don't know. No, I didn't anticipate having to wait for you to wake up twice, so the time machine is running low on fuel. It has enough to maintain the connection to your timeline, but I'll need to prepare more before we can open the portal again.
No period there. So the sentence doesn't end.
Before we can open the portal again shouldn't take too long. Milk? You'd rather I go ask our friendly neighborhood robot overlords if they could spare a cup of butter? Even getting my hands on this was incredibly difficult. This is all that I have left, but it should be plenty. Once you're through the portal, I'll destroy the machine, so... Oh no! Not now! They're here! This is the part where you tell me that you're the world's fastest butter churner, right?
It's old-fashioned because he's going to churn some butter, obviously. No comments on this one.
If they knew we were here, we'd already be captured. Or worse. It's gotta just be a regular patrol with shitty timing. Either way, we can't be here. We're just leaving? What about the machine? They're looking for humans, not dairy-powered time travel devices. If they catch us, though, things will go from bad to worse. We'll get out and wait for them to move on. How? We're on the second story. I know we're old pros at jumping and or falling out of windows, but you can't cry when you hit the ground, understand? Bleeding and peeing yourself are still okay, though.
No comments. Quiet is the name of this one. It's a real quiet place. You know, at least there's an attempt at making jokes here. It hasn't gone completely grimdark, bitter, 100%. There's elements of that, but they are still trying a little bit to be funny, and I mean, I would say that, you know, they're as successful as they fucking ever are in this series. I've made references to Futurama, and, you know, obviously, again, the voice I'm doing for him is more or less just a Fry voice, but because he reminds me of Fry as being just a useless, incompetent character that's worthless, but, you know, Fry's likable. But Futurama's also likable, you know, and Futurama will have plots in it that are somewhat serious, you know, not like serious, but like, you take them seriously. There's stakes for the characters and stuff like that. Kind of like this. But it actually fits within the fucking world, and, you know, again, the jokes don't feel, well, they're better. I don't know, I would say, you know, it's just, maybe just because I've been watching Futurama lately, but this reminds me in some ways, not just in the terms of, like, you know, I said, like, occasionally it'll remind me of, like, a throwaway Futurama gag when it's funny, you know, as funny as it is, but, no, this whole thing of, like, sci-fi, comedy, time travel kind of cartoon thing, it's like, this feels like a Futurama kind of plot. You know, like, this would be some stupid invention that Farnsworth made that, like, Fry fucks up and, you know, something like that. And they kill Leela or something. I could totally see that happening. But, again, I don't know. It's Tim Buckley, and none of this is handled particularly well. So, yeah, it's that classic thing where it's like, I could definitely see something like this being done by a better thing. If this had better, more talented people behind it, I think it could have been a better product, which is, you know, I think, pretty obvious to say, but, yeah. No comments on this one. This one's from bad to worse.
Are you alright? I think I tweaked my ankle a bit. We'll get through this, I promise. The safest thing to do now is lay low and not give them any reason to suspect that there are humans in the area.
Now, see, a good joke here would have been to have the past Ethan, or I don't know. I guess it wouldn't be past Ethan. A good joke here would have been to pick up on the fact that lay low sounds similar to Lila. Just have him have like a flashback, like he makes himself upset. We need to lay low here. Lay low, Lila. I don't know, something like, you could work with that.
Okay, should we tell them that? Shit, resistance soldiers. I need to call takesies backsies on that promise I just made.
It just so happens that the Resistance only exist in 2 cities. These cities are the only ones that are still in shambles because no one ever got around to rebuilding them. The other cities that were part of Zeke's reign are powerful metropolises that have Wi-Fi. The end result of the entire war was 8% of the military force worldwide and about 80% of the population of the east coast of the US, as well as the aforementioned military soldiers. Thank you, Somewhere, from 5 years ago. The fucking... Is this, like, real lore? I can't tell if this is someone being an asshole and like, just being a fucking, actually. That's the thing you pick up on. The reason I'm reading the comments here is, like, a lot of the comments on his comic are very, actually. Like, you get the sense that that's the type of person who read Control-Alt-Delete and maybe continues to. I don't know. It just feels like frequently when I see a comment on one of these, it has a bit of an actually feeling. This isn't necessarily, I mean, it is a little, I think it might be a joke, I don't know, but I don't know, I'm not sure. Preparations.
Let's go, before we're the messy filling in an Oreo cookie of violence. Ooh, Oreos. Man, if I knew I was going to be spending my day in the dismal future, I'd have packed a snack. Hey, speaking of the future, those guys back there, they were all wearing regular clothes. So why are you dressed like a Jetson? Is that a special material that lets you travel through the time portal without getting dick cancer? Huh? Oh. No, I thought it was bullshit that I finally got to make a "trust me, I'm from the future" speech, but Zeke had ruined the planet before the future got cool. So I had to find this old Halloween costume before I could come back for you. Ah, does that mean there's no hoverboards that I could take back with me either?
This is great. That's really funny. You could have just made the people in the future have the same costume, but I guess the joke was that Halloween costume. We got 3 comments on this one. There's not hoverboards in our 2018 either. Grumble. Yeah, not 2021 either. There's hoverboards, but they are awful and don't hover. Also, the robot overlords takeover is such a tired trope. Yawn. This fucking guy from 11 months ago critiquing. Well, look at what I'm doing. Never mind. It is. I suppose it is. I don't think that's the problem here, though. Like, you know, tired trope in this sense is like, oh, okay. It's just a time travel. It's like, you know, it's an homage to this type of story, in a way. More than it is actually being this story. It's kind of, well, at least that's how I interpret it. Again, that's how a Futurama episode like this would probably be, is like, it's less of like an actual fucking like Old West movie or whatever, but it's more just like, you know, this is kind of based on that. It's an homage to that. It's like a little style throwback to it or something. So I don't think that I don't think the datedness of the robot trope is necessarily a huge problem. But future Ethan here,
I think we should hold up in that building over there for a bit. So, since we have some time to kill, can you tell me about the future before it all went to shit? Or is that a time travel no-no? Like, what about E3 2013? What awesome games were announced? Did Microsoft ever show anything about the new Xbox?
And then he gets put in a trap. There's a thwip because it's Spider-Man. I don't remember if E3 2013 was a particularly good one, but I can tell him that it all went downhill after that. No comments on here mentioning that. That's funny. You'd think there would be somebody now who's like, yeah, it's the future now, and I'm actually, E3 is no longer a thing. Oh, there'd be like 5 likes on it. I'm surprised one of the comments on this fucking comic hasn't just been like, just the Doki Doki Panic guy. Did you know that Mario 2, like, that is the type of person who I feel like reads Control-Alt-Delete, or at least did back in the day.
No! 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 Get me down from here! Oh god, this is a resistance trap to capture Zeke's enforcers. It's steel wire. I'm sorry. What? I can't risk us both getting caught. It raises too many questions. If the time machine fell into the wrong hands, and if nobody goes back, then Lila will think you just left her. No, I can't let her down again. I won't. What? What the fuck? Where are you going? Hey, get back here. Get me out. Don't you fucking... I'm so sorry. I promise I won't let this future happen again. I promise Lila will be safe. He left. I just left myself. What an asshole.
Well, you know, I did read this as every time AVGN goes, wow, what an asshole. So, I mean, I guess that lands a little bit as a joke. You think that this would be like some self-reflection for Ethan? Like, wow, am I that type of guy that would leave myself in this situation? Huh, how about that? But, no, probably not. But yeah, he's in this net, and I guess he's abandoned here by Future Lad. He's trying to get out. He's wiggling.
I don't fucking believe it. The traitor to humanity himself, Ethan McManus.
This guy has a fucking last name. His name was McManus this whole time? McManus? The fuck kind of name is that? I mean, I guess it's Scottish, but McManus. Oh, fiddle-dee-dee! Ethan McManus! Okay, I see how you might have made that mistake. Is that like Lucas there? I don't know.
Are you sure it's him? I heard he was dead. I heard the robots turned him into a machine. Of course it's him. His face was all over TV before the networks went down. 5 years of war and death because of him. I say we kill him on tape, send it to the other camps. It'll boost morale. We can't! What he might know about the bots is too valuable. The skipper will decide what to do with them when he gets back. I'd like to cast my vote in the don't kill him column as well. Everyone in this room has lost something because of you. Because of one of those things you created. No matter what they say, not a single one wouldn't enjoy watching you die. So keep your mouth shut. Again, I feel the need to point out that we have the wrong Ethan McManus, that you're an innocent version of you from before all of this happened, and that you came here through a time travel machine, and now the future you is planning to travel back to the past and take your place. Sure, we heard you. Yeah, you're right, it's totally absurd. Please, don't let me distract you from fighting an army of angry robots in your post-apocalyptic future. Skeptical over here. Yeah, I love when they lampshade how silly the whole comic has become. Like does the whole punchline of this is, wow, this sure is quirky now, isn't it? Boy, things are weird. That's the punchline of the comic, everyone. Conversation over here of what's become of enemies. So, you're from the past, huh? Look, if you just came over here to make fun of me, relax, just making conversation. That's all. We got a report of an enforcer patrol a few blocks away. Everyone else went out to intercept them before they got too close to our camp here. So it's just you and me for a little while. Uh-oh. No comments on this one. People are at the edge of their seat. They're too captivated to say anything. Please don't! Settle down. It's just a precaution. There are deadly robots out there, and I'm in here with a guy who claims to be a time traveler. Who knows how many screws you have loose? But they will, won't they? Kill me, I mean. Eventually. If you are who you say you are, if you started all of this, I won't lie to you, it would make a lot of people happy. At least for a little while. Are you crying? I'm fucked up! I'm so fucked up! I fucked up before! Whenever like this, I can't! I'm going to see my wife again. I didn't get to tell her that I loved her today. I tried to tell her every day, but she was running errands when I woke up. I didn't see her. I didn't get to... I'm gonna die here, and it's my own fault. I mean, I literally fucking did this to my husband. So the joke here is that Ethan's a whiny cunt. Deeply and Truly is the name of it. We do have a comment. Shit, dude. Oh. This is from a month ago. Somebody was fucking reading this stupid shit a month ago. From John C. Ad. John Cad. John Control-Alt-Delete Space Marine. That's his name. Yeah, the joke here is, I guess the punchline. Is there a joke? That's the great thing about Control-Alt-Delete is that sometimes you get an issue, you get a comic where, you know, you get, I guess, a page specifically is what you'd say. Sometimes you get a page, you know, and there's not supposed to be a joke, but it's it's confusing because most of the time when there is, it's not funny anyway. So it really, there is a whole moment that you have to spend being like, oh, I don't even think this one's trying to be funny, actually. I think I'm not expected to laugh at this one. As opposed to all the ones I don't laugh at that I am expected to. God, there's so many fucking words. Hey, you know what? I didn't get to tell my parents I loved them one last time either. Or my brother. I didn't get to say goodbye. I was 14 when the robots attacked. I didn't get a prom. I didn't get to go to college. Not once in the past 5 years have I gone to sleep without wondering if robots would find us in the night and murder us. Or worse. I'm sorry about your wife, but this is the world that you made. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Tell me, if you're really from the past, from before the world went to shit, Why come here in the first place? Are you admiring your handiwork, or are you gonna try to tell me you're here to save us all?
I can't! They're different timelines! It's complicated! I can't, this future can't be changed! Ah! But my timeline still has a chance. A timeline where your family doesn't need to die. I could learn from this, make things better. But the other Ethan stole that from me. I shouldn't have to pay for mistakes I haven't made yet. So just show us the time machine. Point us to this other you. If you aren't full of shit, that'll clear this whole thing right up. Oh, there's no point. He's probably already gone. By now I'll have churned the butter and activated... Butter? Yeah, it's what powers the time machine. Never mind. Good call. Better stop before your story starts to sound ridiculous. A little bit, yeah, just a little bit more ridiculous. It's also, you know, it's a good thing to point out now that this is a Tim Buckley comic. This is a Control-Alt-Delete comic, and I'm sure that the art got somewhat better with time. I say that, but then I'm looking at the stuff on the side here, and it, you know, very marginally, if anything. But the thing is just the classic, one of the classic things about Control-Alt-Delete was always the just copy and pasted fucking, like, template faces. The famous meme with Control-Alt-Delete, I'm going to type it into chat here. I'm going to type it into chat. The famous meme, you might have seen this before, is that. The B is the eyes, the little up arrow is the nose, and then the U is every time they make this stupid fucking mouth. This stupid fucking mouth. It's the Tim Buckley smiley face. That's what it is. And if you haven't noticed it yet, you will quickly pick up on the fact that, you know, yeah, there's some slight variation in the poses sometimes, but I don't know, it's more formulaic than like a Family Guy art style. It's very, it gets to be a little annoying after a while. I just, you know, it's worth mentioning that, as, you know, I haven't pointed out how a big element of people's criticisms with Tim Buckley was how lazy a lot of his art was. And this was after he supposedly improved. We remember the old era where there wasn't even any shading or anything.
Let me give you a little bit of advice. Your lifespan is now directly connected to your usefulness. If I were you, I'd ditch the whole time travel yarn and start sharing what you know. Did you hear that? Something's here. Something? Perhaps you called your metal friends somehow. Not my people! We have signals for coming and going. I told you! I'm not working with the— Shh! Wait! Please! You can't just leave me trapped here! And she can't. She can't. She's not like future him. She throws him the keys. If I'm not back in 5 minutes, it's because I'm dead, and you have my permission to use those. No human deserves to die in a cage. Not even you.
I like that this character is like the most likable character in this entire comic. This, like, character who shows up for like two or three issues. Just random blonde resistance lady whose family died or whatever. She didn't get a prom. I like her more than Ethan. You know, which isn't saying a lot because Ethan is very much unlikable, but I like her more than Ethan. Already. I like her more than Lucas and fucking Lila too. Shit. Why isn't this just her comic? This is a little generic, but it's better than these fucking people. So she throws him the keys.
1,000, 2, 1,000, 3. Okay, close enough!
Ugh. You know, this is why I say I hate Ethan, right? Like, this is a moment where she's like, she might be going out to die. We're taking this story seriously for a second, right? She might be going out to die. She might be going out to die horribly in, like, a metal monster with fucking gun arms or whatever. And she's like trusting him a little bit and goes, if I'm not back in 5 minutes, you have my permission to use those. And Ethan is just such a prick. Ethan is such an unlikable fucking prick that he just immediately takes them and gets himself out. I swear to God, it's unbelievable. This is the moment when you expect this fucking character to, like, do, you know, again, what I said before, oh, my future self would just leave me like that? Oh, maybe I am a huge piece of shit. And maybe, because every other time we've looked at this fucking comic, we've been, like, floored by how annoying and awful fucking Ethan is. And I'm still amazed. I'm just still amazed That at this point in time, he isn't even considering, like, he isn't even stopping for a second and trying to, like, I don't know, be a slightly better, slightly more decent person. You know, no, just immediately take those fucking keys, buddy. You do it. You go for it. This is your story, after all. Fuck that woman. Whatever. She's probably dead or something. Who cares? This is you're the protagonist, so you've got to get away.
Okay, this looks kind of familiar. I just gotta find my way and hope that beyond hope that...
Oh, there's a GameStop.
Future games? No, Ethan, focus!
And the future games appear to be GTA 5, Metal Gear Rising, BioShock Infinite, and... what is that, like Splinter Cells? Blacklist or something? I mean, you couldn't even put in real future games. I remember there was this Newgrounds animation when I was a kid that I saw that was like, games in the future, and it was like Final Fantasy XXXXX, that kind of thing. You know, Super Mario 2025 or whatever. He couldn't even do that. He just has fucking GTA 5 poster. Yeah, real future games. Future games that came out 2 months before this comic did. Fucking GTA 5. Amazing. God, I hate this. 2 posts, 2 comments. And Kingdom Hearts 3 is still not out in 2018. Oh! That's so funny, that's so funny! This chapter would be amazing to be updated, especially the frame with GameStop, with some actual future game posters on Windows. Yeah, that would really save it, frankly. So, the portal opens. Space Tim Buckley is there, and he's about to jump in, and then past Ethan Tim Buckley is there, and he opens the door. Ethan! But how? And then Ethan beats him in the face with a crack! Oh! Big stuff, big stuff! Reunions is the name of this one. You fucking left me! You left me to die in your place! I did what I had to do! There's more just at stake here than you and me! Someone had to go back for Lila! And if it couldn't be you... Wait, how did you get away? They were distracted. I saw an opportunity to escape, and I ran. What matters is that I'm here now, and you're going to tell me how to go through this portal. I'm going to go back, and I'm going to prevent this nightmare from happening. And if it's not too late, prevent myself from becoming like you. Well, that's not gonna happen.
And if you try to stop me, or if you steal my life or my future again, I will kill you where you stand, and figure out if that counts as suicide later.
You know what? I'm gonna give him this much. I'm gonna say that this is not a terrible page. You know, this part here, I don't hate this. He gets back to his guy, his future guy, and he punches him. It's probably, you know, it's fairly satisfying, even though I don't like the character. It's like, yeah, hit him, yeah. Because I also don't like the character, and he's hitting himself, so that works. And yeah, it's just it's a kind of a good line at the end. I'll even give him that. I'll kill you where you stand and find out if it counts as suicide later. It's a little bit funny. I'll give him that. Didn't make me laugh, but it's a good line. It's a good, it's a good action line. I want to be a little fair here and there. Hell yeah! Hit him again, past Ethan. Yeah. I want to be a little fair here and there. It's not the worst. I don't want to just completely dump on it all the time. This part's fine. This part's okay.
Get off me! And stop being so fucking melodramatic! If my plan had been to take your place in the past, you'd have woken up next to a broken time machine with me long gone. You'd never even have seen it coming.
You never see it coming.
I already told you. I just want to know that the people I love are safe. If I have that, then I can accept living out the rest of my days alone in this wasteland. It's the least I've deserved for the mistakes I've made. So just relax. The past is all yours. We'll have you home in a few minutes. The portal is just about ready. Now when you climb through, it's going to feel a little tingly. Just make sure you... Oh my god. You are telling the truth?
NANI?
Whoa!
Well, she's actually back. She didn't die in the robots. Can she just be new Ethan? Can she, like, go into the portal? She kind of looks like Ethan, insofar as every character just looks the same, pretty much. You know, when you get right down to the facial features in his comics, they all kind of have the same facial features. But she could just rule 63 into, like, past Ethan. It's a time travel mishap. They both go into the portal, and only she comes out, and it's Ethan. And he's Ethan, but he's likable now, and he's not a complete prick. You know, maybe that's the story. No posts on this one. Let's see.
Ethan, what have you done? You didn't escape! They let you go! And you led them right to us! No, that's not how it is. We knew you wouldn't talk to us. We thought if we let you run, you might lead us back to... I don't know! Not this! I need to think a moment. Both of you, step away from the machine.
So we got the plot twist here. We got the plot twist, and oh, she's dead. Future Ethan takes his gun and shoots her. So the only character I've ever found to be remotely likable in this entire series is now dead. So that's great. Love that for me. Love that for me continuing to read this. That's awesome. You know, maybe in the next 25 years he'll have another one that shows up for 2 issues and then dies. I don't know. She wasn't anything too special, but she was likable to some extent. I like this twist too. They knew he was a piece of shit. They fucking knew Ethan sucks. And they knew that he was just gonna immediately run away. I love the lack of awareness from Tim Buckley. Like, he knows that his character sucks, but he thinks that he's on the path to redemption or something. And he's not. He really isn't. To the point where it's written into the story that the other characters know that he sucks and that he wasn't going to just stay there and wait for them. And now this lady's dead. Good job, Ethan. You are the best, Ethan. Moment to think is this one.
What? Why did you do that? I didn't get this far just to give up now. She was just a scout. The rest won't be far behind. We don't have much time. We need to hurry up and get you through the portal so I can destroy the machine before they get here. How could you? Hey! That's on my conscience, not yours. This isn't the time for this. I need you to focus now. Get it together. Hey, are you fucking listening to me? What the hell are you... Fuck my life.
And I guess the time machine is being teleported. Did he accidentally teleport the time machine back in time? Is that what happened? They are so dumb that they put their time machine back in time. You know what? Fuck it, I'll give you that. That's a little funny. If that's what actually happened here, that they were too busy fighting and being stupid, that their fucking time machine traveled back in time without them, you know, that's pretty funny. I'll give you that one too. I'll give you that. Is that what happened? Oh, the machine is all fucked up. It's unstable. I thought it just went back in time. That's a shame. I thought it was just a quick, like, oh, it teleported away from us. No.
You had to start shooting, and now the machine's all fucked up. It's unstable. I told you. Shut up. We have a bigger problem here. The portal is expanding. It's not a tunnel anymore. It's a vortex. Oh, gods. Once it gets big enough, it will smash our 2 timelines together. What does that mean? Well, if I had to wager a guess, I'd say the complete and utter annihilation of both timelines and everyone in them, or ever was. Or everyone in them that ever was, is, or will be. But obviously the end of all existence is not an area I have a lot of first-hand experience with. We have to shut it down.
So now we get to the part of the comic which is just that one Avengers comic by Jonathan Hickman, if it was, like, really bad.
Shut it down! Wait, I'll go through, and then I can close it from the other side! Stop! You can't! It isn't like stepping through a doorway. Time doesn't work like normal in the in-between. It's like swimming through peanut butter. It's disorienting. It took me nearly a half an hour to get through the first time, and it felt like days.
You know, and you got the good option here for Ethan to say, well, shows what you remember about me. I swam through peanut butter one time, or something like that. I don't know. That feels like something that could maybe work here. There's a little joke about swimming through peanut butter.
You'll never get to the other side before everything implodes. We'll lose everything. If we shut it down, I can fix it. Trust me. I just have to unplug. Seriously? Great. Now what? With the portal that large, it must be drawing auxiliary power from the other machine on the other side. I have to close the connection to the time core manually. Wait, the portal is too big. The machine is inside the threshold now. If you're there when it closes, you'll be...
I know.
God. I can't believe he would sacrifice for us. What a great person. What a great character. Noble sacrifice. Great, awesome character here. The words are covering up the fucking title here. I just wanted to try and make everything right, and I've just fucked it all up. I made it way worse, but I could do this one last thing. Ethan, I love this. I love this. I love that. This is such a good panel. I just wanted to make everything right, and I fucked it all up and made it worse. But I can still make it even worse! All I've done so far has made things worse, and everything that I try to do makes things bad. But I can do one last thing to fuck it up real good. Just get one in there. Ethan, I don't know what happens after I shut down the machine, and I'm sorry for that. I'm so sorry for all of this. I shouldn't have brought you here. It was supposed to be so simple. I wish... Blam! 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 And then future Ethan is dead. Shock value. Bullet right through the eyes. Yeah. Now, hang on a second. When this lady dies... Okay, he just shoots her like normal through the chest or whatever. It's not like a super cool action movie shot through the face thing. Why? Do you know what you've done? You fucked us all! No, we were... we were already fucked. Now, all this suffering will finally be over. Oh gods! No! 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 This can't be happening! This isn't happening! I can't! Please! I can't! I can't! Lila! Oh, my beautiful Lila! Please forgive me! You are my world! My best friend! The love of my life! I promised I would never hurt you, that I would never leave you. I have to break that promise. I'm so sorry. Lila, I love you. Will. And, what was the previous one called? Everything that can go wrong, ... Yeah, it's Will. We got 17 comments on this one, everybody. Right in the feelings. I read Tim's blurb about going another direction with the comics years ago and decided that, yeah, I'll get around to finishing it later. 6 years later, I get fucking wrecked. The heartache-fueled rage is almost unexplainable. Bring back Ethan. Really. So this was a fan of Control-Alt-Delete who was a lapsed fan, and then this was what brought him back. Everyone, once in a while having a snack and hitting random comics, I land on this story arc, and every freaking time, I'm an emotional wreck when I finish this page. Every time he randomly scrolls through Control-Alt-Delete comics for a good time. Man, put that on your Tinder. The likes and dislikes. Well, I'm a real big fan of sorting through every random Control-Alt-Delete comic and laughing my ass off at how funny they all are. You know, that's the great thing about Control-Alt-Delete. As you know, you just have to click a random comic and they'll probably be really funny. You know, just any random... It's like watching a random episode of Seinfeld. Anyone's probably a classic, you know? Any of them. Joystick here. Well, now we have a better universe to fill the void. Nothing could replace this, but A&D is still pretty cool. 6 years after this comic was posted, I'm still disappointed Tim ended it like this. The comics never have been the same since. Quite frankly, for the best. He went in a completely different direction, and I honestly think it's for the better. If you look at Least I Could Do and Looking for Group, especially the latter, both comics jumped the shark so badly that they've lost track of their plot. Yeah, this one hasn't, though. In the case of the latter, they finished the main story about 1,000 pages in, and now they're about 1,000 pages after it, and only about 100 of those pages had any meaningful plot, and now is going through a science fiction cyberpunk plot said, oh, fuck. So, yeah, there was a big reboot, I guess. I don't even really know exactly what happens after this, because I didn't follow it, obviously. I'm not a fucking fan of this series. I don't know what happened after this, but I did remember when this was happening, for sure. Physical collection, yada yada. I read this 6 years ago, and I knew this was coming, but still hurts. Plenty of brain candy and ends with acid tears. Brain candy? Brain candy? What, like, this made you think? Even if this is your first science fiction, or anything, like, what do you mean brain candy? Holy shit. I'm sorry. I'm glad you enjoyed a thing and had fun, but Jesus Christ, you're simple. Holy shit. Finally read this again. So many bittersweet feelings. I love the original comics, but it was for the best. Why didn't he just press Control-Alt-Delete, though? Would have been better. Shake my head. Yeah, that would have actually been a good way to end this comic. That's, you know... I have to cancel out of the program the only way I know how! This ended on a Control-Alt-Delete and, like, a black screen. Coming back after many years, not only has the site changed, but while going through everything, I noticed she was missing. I'm probably just going to start from the beginning and read up to this point because I need closure. How did it come to this when they were so happy? I feel like I walked into my best friend's house and found him dead on the floor. But I guess that's what the creator was going for. After I read up, I'll say my final goodbye to this site as well. Well, I love the people being like, how did it get to this? Yeah, I don't know either. And I mean, yes, I did just skip past a whole bunch of it, obviously. But I skipped to a part where this wasn't happening and everything was normal and fine. And then all of a sudden this shit started happening. And it's like, there wasn't really much of a lead up. There was as much of a lead up as, like, the Flash movie was led up to with that fucking stupid scene where Batman has the dream or whatever in that Batman Superman movie. Like, yeah, that was a great lead up. Just like a little hint that something might happen later, I guess. But it's not really leading up the plot in any way. We just kind of... I mean, you can use the term shelved, I guess, would be the right term. Like, Lila doesn't have any fucking point at all in this plot. Like, it's so emotional and, oh, Lila, I love you, and you're the love of my life, blah, 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 but it's all about Ethan. It's all about Ethan, and she's not involved in this. She just is dead. She just gets fucking killed basically off screen in the past or something. Like, she's unrelated to fucking any of this. So, I don't know, the people that are, I don't know, acting like this is... Oh, how did it lead up to this? Well, it fucking didn't. You know, it just didn't. Sean is floored. I remember this guy left some kind of really funny comment before about, like, I don't know, I think he said something about wokeness. I don't remember. But, this is some Doctor Who level stuff. Amazing. Yeah, there's definitely been some bad seasons of Doctor Who. Okay, I know I'm late to the party here, but what the actual heck? Whoa, careful with that heck bomb. You don't want your mom to get angry. Meh, cliche. Fears for Life is over here. This was the guy who was critiquing the whole thing before. Yeah, it's very cliche. I'm not impressed. I mean, I guess neither am I, but, you know, still. Tarek got a pie. I haven't read this since it originally happened. This was right after my first child, daughter, was born. Was that her name? You named her daughter? And I was emotionally charged anyway. Almost 11 years later, 2 more kids, son and nephew. And still happily married to my wife. Woman. This really still hits hard. Honestly, really depressing, but Lila's face on panel 16. Yeah, so a lot of people, mostly people enjoyed this. Most of the fucking Control-Alt-Delete people, I guess, enjoyed this. It's somewhat emotional, I guess, but it just doesn't really deserve a lot of the emotion that is going into this. It seems a little overwrought for what's actually happening. Now, what is the next comic? Let me see here. This is November 23rd, 2012. If I go back several comics here, where it all went wrong, Jumpstarter, Incentives, Control-Alt-Delete Archives. And we go back to November of 2012. So I just want to see what the immediate next slate of comics looks like here. Well, it continues. It's not a full reboot. We have at least this, and then there's 3 stupid skit comics for a little change of pace, for a little palate cleanser, much like why they're in there to begin with, I assume. For a little palate cleanser, we'll actually read some of these. I've been skipping over a lot of the random little funny comics, you know, based on, like, a current topical game or whatever. But we'll do a couple of those, you know, because, you know, it's such an emotional, heavy-hitting moment. But we do have this here. endings and beginnings. And it's Lucas and Lila are freaking out because, yeah, Ethan, I guess, got fucking vaporized in some kind of horrible, like, green laser death, I guess. And she's struggling, and he's struggling, and Zeke's struggling, and black guy Zeke is struggling, even though he's not being allowed at the theater this time. Sentient Robot Exists says, I'm just trying to find my place in the world. Wow, look at that! Wow, I love this! This is actually genuinely a great ending for all of the wrong reasons. And can you tell why? Can anybody in class explain why this is great? Why this is a good ending? Because gamers never lose. Yeah. Well, it's death by Ecto Cooler, yeah. Everyone, that's right! That's right! Ding, ding, ding! Everyone's life is better without Ethan! That's right! The moment Ethan fucking dies, the robot becomes a good guy, fucking this guy has a kid, fucking she winds up happier, there's a church of gaming, and it says the end. And we've got 82 comments on this one. And I'm certainly not reading through all of these. Thank you for the beautiful story. Say goodbye to Ethan for me, please. Shut the darn up! Hey, guess what? Screw you! That's right, the human holocaust. Phoenix, rereading the whole comic for years, I admit I actually got tears in my eyes when I saw these last two comics for the first time years ago. I've read a lot of webcomics over the years, and a lot of them have had bad things happen to the characters. But this one was the only one with that effect. With mainly... Wait, what? That effect. What? Mainly Ethan's last thoughts. Kind of lost interest in the rest of this comic after this part first time. It just wasn't the same. So there is a follow-up, apparently. A full 12 pages of what is effectively epilogue. Oh, that's great. I'm looking forward to it. Wait, there is... Oh, no! Tim hasn't released it to the public? What do you mean? What do you mean? Why would you just not finish your story, you fuck? What's that follow-up? I never heard of it. Tim did a follow-up as part of the collection of the first 10... Oh, you have to buy it for $15. Holy shit. Eat fucking shit. Let's go, Brandon, over here. I'm sad. I just spent the past 5 days reading this, and now it's over. You are sad. That's very sad. Adam Adkinson. I have to say, Tim, I loved your writing more than I can even convey, but I've struggled to keep reading the comic. It's great, but this type of comic you had built with its roller coaster ups and downs was absolutely fantastic. Your fans miss it, and I'm sorry you didn't want it to go this route, because I think it was the right where it needed to be. Yeah, if only it had continued down this route, really, it would have been a lot better. The end, if the Ethan and Lucas saga was a bit... The Ethan and Lucas saga. Yeah, it's not like the main part of all of this is Lila. Wow, the continued fucking just shoving her aside is just really... I don't know if I'm just being left-wing dork and I'm like, you know, super fucking male feminist over here, but I'm like... The fucking miscarriage was barely about her. Her dying was barely about her. Fucking the whole... And then the fans come along like, yeah, I sure love this touching story about Ethan and Lucas and that other bitch, whatever her name was. This is like Stephanie or something? I don't know. Ethan and Lucas saga. I read the comic strip daily through high school and college. I still check in a few days a week to keep up with the comic, but some of the magic is gone. Wow, nobody really likes this future. Nobody really likes the future of fucking Control-Alt-Delete. Man, I just am amazed by how many people are like, oh, it's so sad that Ethan's gone, bro. I think it's possible Tim Buckley realized that his character was awful. Just a horrible, horrible, unlikable piece of shit. And he wanted to get past that. And everybody's life is better without him. And all these fucking people are like, oh, Ethan, oh... Man, if you fucking relate to Ethan, then you are a real piece of work. You are a real penis if you relate to fucking Ethan. The end of the Ethan... Okay, I've gone through all the archives. None of the other comics are anywhere as near as good to me as the Ethan story. Wow, that's really damning someone with faint praise. I even looked at some of the newer comics and wondered if some of the guys depicted are supposed to be Ethan, but I realize now they are not. I may still come back to CAD for some of the other comics. I'm not sure yet, But for now, when I open CAD and realize Ethan is no longer a part of it, well, it's just too sad. I really hope it all is going well for you. Oh my god. Oh my god. So wait, you're... Okay, hang on. You mean to tell me that this character is not fucking Wait. I'm sorry. Hold on. Because people are saying A and D is apparently analog and D-pad. But he's just back. What are these idiot fucking users even talking about when they're like, Ethan is dead, Ethan's gone forever? No, he isn't. No, he literally isn't. He's back. He's just here now. Analog and D-pad, 1 to 5. I guess it's only 5 of them. Oh wait, 3 original issues from 2006. Okay, so these are old. But no, ongoing Ethan and Lucas storyline. The brand new. What the fuck? And then yeah, you can see it's just Ethan. I mean, he's here again. Kind of looks like he has a fucking mustache here. But supposedly that's newer and people are not giving it the time of day because it doesn't have Ethan, but it does. But anyways, yeah, then we have some skit comics that are, like, completely unrelated. We got some ponies.
Yay, friendship! Best day ever!
And then, a finger comes down, and it's this guy tapping on his pony game, and they're dead. That's funny, because... vigorous poking and courage. That's funny, because it's a... Because touch screens, you know, you touch things. That's funny. That's really funny. Number 2 over here. How come you get a controller with a screen in it and I get stuck with 2006's penis joke? We only have one Wii U pad and I'm first player. Suck it up. Wait, where are you going? Hey! And he takes the TV. Mine's Bigger is the name of it. Imagine fighting over the Wii U gamepad. That's a real timeless problem. Yeah, and then there's this one with some Assassin's Creed. Be at peace. Oh god, I don't want to die! Relax, it's not so bad. It's quiet and blue. I do this thing with a feather. You... Dude. Oh, somebody's, like, teabagging him? What? Drop in, drop out. Oh, I guess this was when they... Is this like when they announced the fucking... The one with the multiplayer or whatever? Was that Unity? Is that what this is? It's really funny. Dip potato chip. From Dingle Shits McDangly Bits. Uh-huh. This is a real high caliber of people that read this comic. So that would be the end of November for 2012. The end of that whole the month of the crazy arc. I guess October was also the month of it too. But as we continue here into December of 2012, yeah, there is just no follow-up. It's a shame. There's apparently like a whole epilogue to the fucking Ethan storyline. He lives forever, his spirit carried on the wind. There's like a follow-up to that. And then, yeah, basically the whole entire next month of this comic is just this. Like, this stupid player 1 to 4 thing. I mentioned before how weird it is that player 4 is just the 4chan mascot, the Yotsuba girl. I know she's not really the 4chan mascot, but, well, that's what she is to most people. Did you try the DMC demo? I don't play Devil May Cry games anymore. Why not? Me and that franchise have an understanding. Oh, and it's because he's bad. Easy mode unlocked. Very easy mode. Cry yourself to sleep in the bathroom and forget this game ever happened. Well, bro, it's DMC Devil May Cry. Don't worry. You don't need easy mode. I'm sure you'll be fine. Seven comics on this. 2 comics with no one getting killed? Preposterous. Is 4 drinking mustard? She is. That's so wacky and quirky. It looks like she already finished the mayo. Isn't it the first Cerberus fight in the last panel? What is it? Oh yeah. Well, no. This guy's being a big dick over here. Average survival horror enjoyer. He's being a big dick over here, but the first Cerberus fight is like the first kind of roadblock for people in DMC3, so I don't know, I guess that's fair, but I mean, But I mean, actually, yeah. To be fair, even then, I mean, really, third easy mode on that on the. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We continue, and yeah, it's just more like this, more stupid, fun little, really cool skits. Okay, Dragon, I paid my money to Microsoft, and now I get to ride you. And they have sex. So that was nice. I'll call you. And he gets her shout, word of power, learned booty call. God. Like, you know, what I will say is this format of the players 1 through 4, find it kind of annoying because it's explicitly trying to be funny and there's no ironic value of, you know, the comic trying to be taken seriously. I find this kind of, you know, it's annoying for that reason, but the actual premise of this is like, it's probably the best that this has ever been for a gaming themed webcomic, you know, because the normal Control-Alt-Delete, you know, Ethan and Lucas, was basically just fucking, it was more or less just Penny Arcade, and I don't know which one started first, but, you know, one of them was at least funny maybe once a year, or the other one was Control-Alt-Delete. So it was very formulaic, 2 guys talking about video games, modern video game or whatever. But this is at least something kind of a little more interesting. It kind of reminds me of the V Mansion stuff, from V back in the day, just like these 4 people that hate each other but all live under the same house. So there's maybe a premise here, but again, the consistently just not very funny writing of these is not helping. And then, you know, the other half of this comic at this point is these just really unfunny, like dated, funny epic gaming jokes from back then. There was not even an attempt to, you know, make this kind of like timeless in any way. No attempt to, like, I don't know. Because, like, yeah, I guess people still play Skyrim now, but, I mean, you wouldn't have known that back then, and even still, it's not... Even still, it's kind of just a... It's kind of not funny. It's just, like, it's as funny as fucking Arrow to the Knee or something. It's not funny just because Skyrim is still kind of relevant, but, you know, a lot of the stuff that they'll make jokes about here. I remember... One of the first streams we did looking at Control-Alt-Delete, he kept making fucking references to some MMO from like 2005 or something called Asheron's Call 2. Which, like, upon reading it, I was like, yeah, I guess I remember that name, but like, I don't know, you couldn't have just made it WoW, you couldn't have just made it, like, something, make it your own in-universe game that, like, something evergreen, rather than some shit that's so dated, like, this is a game that's still relevant to some extent, and this is still fucking dated. Worst case scenario. More like this, and yeah, this is the whole thing. And so remember Far Cry 3? That game came out in 2012 also. What is this? Face Smashery. Freemium. Oh, it's a phone thing. Okay. Alright, well, I think that's fine. I think I'm good on fucking Control-Alt-Delete now. I don't think we need more of that at this point in time. $5 from Jamble Squawk. Thank you. From an hour ago, and we will continue here, though. I think I'm good on Control-Alt-Delete. I will continue for a little while longer doing some other stuff, though. I mean... Wait, what the fuck? Is the stream... Wait, is the stream looking okay? Oh god, is it looking okay? Is everything looking okay? Because fucking YouTube's saying that the bitrate is too low? Apparently the bitrate is low. And that's great. No, apparently it's fine from here. That's cool. The bitrate is low. I'll have to work on that, I guess. That'll be something I work on myself and work on making my bitrate better. You know, I gotta self-improvement, make my bitrate better. I don't know what that's about. But we're gonna continue. And yeah, you know, this was a Control-Alt-Delete stream. However, I don't think we need more Control-Alt-Delete at this point. I think... Alright, I set this up earlier, and I'll just say now, I don't think he's here now, but... Well, it was earlier I was saying there is a person I'd like to look at on stream again. And I'm going to look at him on stream again. But I said I'd like to do this with with perhaps a guest. The guest is not here. The guest is not here. But the guest was just the idea because it's because the person is Cinematic Venom, and the guest idea was just Cat Icarus, who's been around recently in the stream chats. But I know he mentioned Cinematic Venom in a super chat a little while ago, and that was what got me thinking about, oh yeah, that guy, because I remember he deleted a lot of his videos. But I looked up this morning, and they are, at least a lot of them are back. If you don't remember, this guy had one of the most infamously bad reviews of a movie ever. He was a kind of a nostalgia critic dick rider, like he really wanted to be part of Channel Awesome. And then his first really big video was talking about the Change the Channel document when that happened. But it was also kind of bungled. I remember he had a second version of the video, which was just the same video, but with less loud background music. Which, like, I don't know, you could have just re-uploaded the first one, but no. But anyways, yeah, he's a reviewer type of person, and he's this British guy, and he made this like multi-hour long review of Lord of the Rings, the series, the book series, the film series Lord of the Rings, specifically Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, and saying that it was awful and he hated it, and it was essentially just a very long self-own where he explained how he doesn't understand the story, and doesn't have much in the way of like, you know, media comprehension, media literacy. It didn't even come down to like, oh, it's just my opinion that I don't like. It was a lot of stuff where he was trying to be very critical, and it was like, well, okay, that's just actually wrong. Actually, you're like, he would say things about it and not. He would say things, and not only would it be stuff that's like, oh, well, actually, you've misinterpreted this, but there would also be like, oh, no, that's just a completely wrong fact. He just said something that wasn't true. He said that, like, oh, this, and they don't even do a scene like this, and they totally did, or something like that. So not a very good review. Infamous classic review. I did say I'd like to maybe do this with a guest. If at some point Cat Icarus would maybe like to join and we could look at more of this, I think that would be a good idea. But I am very fascinated to do more today because I didn't realize the guy was back. I knew there were, like, archives, but it looks like he actually has his full channel. I mean, I don't know if it's all of the old videos, but it appears to be him doing it, you know? And so I'm going to change the thing here. Cinematic Venom returns. And I don't know what I have in the way of a fucking thumbnail for Cinematic Venom, though. I don't think I have a fucking Cinematic Venom thumbnail. Cinematic Venom. TV program. Wow. Oh, I love this. I love the Cinematic Venom TV program. Oh, wait, wrong thing. Wrong thing. Wrong thing. Wrong thing. The Cinematic Venom TV program, which is what you get when you look up Cinematic Venom on Google. It's a 5.5 out of 10 on IMDb, but it has its cast listed, so that's cool. So I need some kind of thumbnail. Oh man, somebody made a video called Defending CV. Defending my friend Cinematic Venom. Oh dear. Well, that's not necessary, really. That's not entirely necessary. Oh, this is perfect, actually. So this is the second time. I don't think this is actually the second time we've looked at him on stream. This will be maybe the third. The other famous video from this guy was him, it was like another 2-hour something video where he, it was like a fucking it was like an autobiography, like, documentary video about himself. It was an auto-documentary. We're back with a terrible reviewer. It was an auto-documentary. where he essentially goes through his childhood and all of his relationships and all of his music, his weird rap music that he made that was like, well, variously not good. But anyways, yeah, this is the thumbnail we're using here. Because it's perfect. Because it's just perfect. It's just him holding up holding up two fingers, you know, like a two. You know, so we got, oh yeah, get it up here. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, like I say, I was thinking about maybe doing this with Caddy or something. I haven't even floated the idea. Maybe he would be interested. I don't know, but I just know that he mentioned this on a thing recently, and I was like, oh yeah, Cinematic Venom fucking exists. I forgot that guy was real. I forgot he was real. Yeah, no, we've looked at him in the past. He's definitely a character. And at some point, like a year or two ago, he he deleted all of his videos. He made a big thing about like, I'm no longer gonna be on the internet, everybody. And then I looked him up today, and he's been just like an hour earlier, he had re-uploaded some shit. Like an hour before that, he had re-uploaded some old video of his. So we're going to look through a few of his things here. Again, if you've seen him before, you might be excited. If you've seen me talk about him before, you might be excited. EFAP has discussed this guy too. Did we not change the fucking... Oh, good. We didn't change the thumbnail. Wow. That's so cool. That's so cool. He's one of the famous fake Slim Shadys, yeah. He's one of the ones that shouldn't stand up. Yeah, the thumbnail is still fucking Control-Alt-Delete. What is this penis? What is this? What is this shit? The thumbnail is... I've changed it. It has been changed. I can't even change it again. Aw, fuck YouTube, man. No, this is fucking shit. Control-Alt-Delete to start off the day. Alright, on my thing, it's still Cinematic Venom Returns. It's got the right picture. Yeah, so we're back into this here. Let me see. What is this? Oh, what are you mad about? What are you mad about? I feel like whenever... Oh, never mind. I saw a video here that is almost kind of related, I thought. It was this one, Mr. Sunday Movies Rants. I thought it was talking about the channel Mr. Sunday Movies, another reviewer, and him, like, a 4-hour rant about him. Them, it's two guys. But no, it's just a collection of their rants, I guess. So that's fine. No. Cinematic Venom is who we're after. And yeah, I won't be showing the Lord of the Rings video. I won't be showing the like 2-hour fucking auto documentary that he made about himself and his life and all of that. I won't be showing any of that. That's not necessary. But we do have Cinematic Venom's saved videos over here. A bunch of people saved them. Then his channel also has a bunch of them saved. Oh god. He's got Nostalgia Critic responses. Well, I guess I should go to his actual channel here. Well, you know what would be great? You know what would be great, actually? You know what would be perfect? So Cinematic Venom, I don't know him as a person. I don't know who this guy is as a person. Maybe he's a very nice guy. But one of the things that was immediately noteworthy when he made, again, the, like, 2-hour documentary about his own life and all of the, like, his ex-wives or something, and, like, just really stuff that nobody asked to know. Just drama that he offered out there, you know? And, like, talking about how he would make, like, hate music, hate rap, and about some woman he was with, and he was like, oh, I just wanted her to be like my Kim! Because he's like, a huge Eminem fan. And so, like, one of the things we noted with that was, wow, you really made this whole fucking video that was, like, this ridiculous thing all about yourself. Like, nobody asked. Nobody wanted to know. And so, on that note, here's a cool video that he offered that nobody, I guess, at least some people probably wanted to know about this. What happened to Cinematic Venom? I guess we're gonna find out. He made it himself here. And I guess this is probably explaining where he went to, or something. There's the thumbnail. God damn it. Oops. There you go.
world is changing.
That was 2020, wasn't it?
The planet's heating up.
That wasn't 2019, was it?
What the fuck is going on?
That couldn't have been 2019. That was fucking a pandemic-related special. Wasn't that like 2021 or something? Why is he playing this in... What?
Rearranging. It's like everything happened all at once. What the fuck is going...
Yeah, so, the Bo Burnham song here. Yeah, and, I don't know, people, you know, talking about him and everything. I wanted people to know about the type of person Cinematic Venom is, as I used to be a fan, but stop after some of his behavior, and now he's acting like he cares so much about the victims. The guy who made the documentary. So right, this is such a rabbit hole, damn, I'm trying to, like, recombobulate myself to this.
Happened all at once. What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, I don't know why this is... Can anybody confirm when this fucking came out? Yeah, he's a stan, he is. Can anybody confirm when the Bo Burnham Inside special came out? Because the time code for this was 2019, and I swear it was like a 2020, 21 thing. Because it was COVID related, so it wasn't 2019. But he's got that song playing while he's in his car. So it's kind of like if you saw a movie that was set in the 70s and it had like a 90s song playing. Like...
The people rising in the streets, the war, the drought.
He really made this all about himself. Oh, God.
The more I look, the more I see nothing to joke.
I mean, like, I don't even feel comfortable doing a fucking, like, best of video, you know? I look at some streams and I'm like, yeah, I could probably make, like, a thing. But then I'm like, well, hold on there, Hotshot. Yeah, I don't know. You're gonna put together your own best moments, are you? Is that, you're gonna curate your own best moments? That appears to be what he's done.
About is comedy over?
Yeah, this was 2021.
Should I leave you alone?
No, he didn't add the laugh track. That's in the song that he's using.
Really, who's gonna go for choking
at a time like this? Should I be Cinematic Venom at a time like this?
I wanna help to
leave this website better than I found it. And my channel's a bunch of bullshit, so I better get out of it.
And they won't ever tell
I guess we're done with that now? Okay. Now we're on to a different song? Cool.
you, but they hate to see you make it. And as soon as you get something for yourself, they want to take it.
There was a really good flow in this one. We went directly from one song into another. You know, that's the avant-garde Cinematic Venom style that I'm here for.
Go on, you can have it. I'll look away while you grab it. Boy, I don't need no stacks and I don't need no baller status. Ain't no power in...
Why? You know, it's people like him, it's people like this that make me think white people shouldn't listen to rap. I actually...
The dollar, but the power's in the...
It sounds like a white rapper, too. That's what makes it even worse.
People, 'cause our wallets ain't...
Maybe it isn't, I don't know. But I know he likes Eminem.
I mean, we ain't created equal. I don't need for you to clap. I don't need for you to cheer. I just hope that when I speak that there's some...
It's like, man, the world doesn't revolve around this guy. I don't know. Like, maybe people were mean to him or whatever, to some extent. But, like, he's a fairly small channel, and the people that he's shown, like, the big drama in his life was stuff that he... Like, people wouldn't have even known about a lot of the stuff that, you know, he's apparently, like, people are... You know, he's talking about, like, oh, the victims. Like, I don't think people would have even known if he didn't make that weird documentary thing. And then the only other real big thing that happened that was, like, out of his hands, in a way, was EFAP found... his Lord of the Rings video, amongst other things, I think. They found that, and then I found it, and, you know, like, people made fun of some of his videos, but he's acting like this is... I don't know, he's so put like, hard done by this, like, put upon, in a way. Like, oh, I'm finally coming back! You guys were waiting for me, and I'm finally doing it! Nobody cares!
I wanna show you how I'm growing as a person, but first I feel I must address the lyrics from the previous verse.
I really like Bo Burnham, and I think that he's funny, but I don't have any talent, and I don't have any money.
hide behind my childhood, and that's not okay. My actions are my own, I won't explain them away.
So, yeah, what the fuck? Oh, so this was on the r/channel awesome thing. Yeah, that's another element of this. I mean, welcome back to No Nostalgia Critic November. Again, one of the big videos this guy made that kind of got him any kind of... Like, he's been making videos, according to his like, documentary thing. He'd been making videos since, like, 2006 or something, since, like, the start of YouTube. And basically nothing worked at all for him until the video that he made about the Change the Channel, like, Channel Awesome document. The allegations and all that. And so I guess, somebody... Fucking hell. I guess somebody posted about that on r/channel awesome. Like, that includes passing the blame onto because he wronged. I think we should spread this video around and pass this video to the Walkers, Michaud, and anyone else involved with Channel Awesome to show them how to deal with owning up to... Okay, so this is actually in support of him. It's saying how he actually owns up for the bad things on his... Well, I guess that's fair, but it's also like, again, this is just some guy's life, I guess. It's not really like... He's not some celebrity. Like, this is acting as if Cinematic Venom is like... I don't know, fucking PewDiePie or some shit. Like, wow, I can't believe he has skeletons in his closet. Like, yeah, he's just some fucking guy. But he's the one who decided to, like, owns up for his No. He's the one who just decided to go out there and be like, yeah, as it turns out, unsolicited and unfucking related to anything, I'm actually a weirdo. And he just made a 2-hour video about what a strange man he is and what a strange past he has, like, unsolicited. Like, unforced error type shit. I don't know if that's really owning up to it. It really just seems like ego, which is, again, it's compounded now as we look at him screen capping a post saying how great he is for owning up to things. Or something.
Life and totally awful, because it is chock full of stuff that is vaguely shitty. All of it was perfectly lawful, just not
God damn it, I'm gonna get copyright claimed. I love this song.
thoughtful at all, and just
And I'm really fucking sorry. Yeah, I mean, and he's ruining it. He's frankly ruining it a little bit. Him screen cap is what that probably was his alt account. I fucking clicked off the video. God damn it. It probably was. Where were we? It was the Reddit thing. Yeah, it was.
my childhood.
Yeah, okay.
At all, and just and I'm really fucking sorry.
So, and now we just again cut to a complete. There's not even any real editing here. Like, this is so strange. Why did you make it this way? You could have just kept it that. You're already gonna get copyright fucked for using the amount of fucking problematic that you did there, or the other Bo Burnham song, or the other fucking song from that the rapper guy from before. You're already gonna get in trouble for copyright, so that's not it. So just fucking play the goddamn song if you're. What the fuck?
So long.
This is another fucking Inside song. Holy shit, we get it.
Goodbye.
It's great, great. We really feel sorry for you, Cinematic Venom, for making a weird video that made a bunch of people go, this guy's strange, and then leaving for like a year, and then coming back, and now you're just making videos again. I don't even think it was a year. I think it was like a year ago or something that he disappeared and deleted his videos. This video's from 10 months ago. So... was this just like was this like when Neggy Springfield left my fucking server and it was like, I'm back no wait, no, he wasn't the one. It was that Pixel guy. It was the Pixel guy who was acting weird. People were didn't even get in trouble really, but people were just like, but you're acting a little weird, buddy. And then he left, and 5 minutes later he came back and he was like, I have redeemed myself, I'm different now, I've really learned a lot over this time. Like, wow, great, thank you for coming back.
Do I really have to finish? Do returns always diminish? Did I say that right?
Why are you ruining this Cinematic Venom Redemption Arc announcement reaction? What? What the fuck? What the fuck? How can you be up your own ass this much? I mean, I'm up my own ass to some extent, but come on!
Anybody want to joke when no one's laughing?
Why does he have a death note?
In the
I do not trust this guy with a death note.
background? So this
Oh, he's cinematic Venom on the death note there. That I see.
is how it ends.
Well, it isn't how it ends, you fucking fop. You're back making a new video. This is quite literally, this is how it begins. This is the beginning of this video, so fuck off.
I promise to never go outside again.
Maybe it was 2019 that he like disappeared. No, because it was like it wasn't until like 2020 or something that I actually fucking found his channel myself.
Am I going crazy? Would I even know? Am I right back where I started 14
And I love the you know, I'm already gonna get copyright claimed by fucking Jay-Z, so whatever.
years ago? Wanna guess the ending if it ever does? I swear to God that all I've ever wanted was a little bit of everything all of the time.
God, okay, I know it does suck, Attention Seeker, it does, but the thing is, at least we have, I mean, he's kind of ruining it, but it's reminding me of how much this is just a really excellent album, like, overall. I'm really sick of the fucking people that showed up that were like, actually, Inside isn't that good, he's just a white guy who's being a whiny, and it's like, holy shit, shut up, it's a good album, fuck you. That's the one saving grace of this fucking thing, is that's good, it's good music, it's good. The whole, I mean, I'm just, like, literally I'm watching this and I'm remembering the actual special and like, oh yeah, that was way better than this. Yeah, you know, speaking of which, that's funny. That's actually funny because Bo Burnham's Inside has been considered something that's like overly egotistical and some guy just kind of up his own ass about his own, like, problems or whatever. Which, you know, to an extent it is, but it's also artistic and interesting and funny and has a lot going for it that this just fucking doesn't. So it's a very interesting choice to use these songs in particular for this. The only thing that would be better would maybe be The Wall, I guess, yeah.
A bit of everything all of the time. Apathy's a tragedy and boredom is a crime. I'm finished playing and I'm staying inside. I can sit here and pretend like
we're just doing more of the. Is this like not? This doesn't even sound like this is Inside anymore. What is this?
Problems are Pringle cans and burritos.
Oh, maybe it is. It might be like the cut songs. I didn't hear the cut stuff from it.
The truth is my biggest.
Why do we just have a 5-minute fucking music video of this? What the fuck?
I want to please you, but I want to stay true to myself. I want to give you the night out that you deserve, but I want to say what I think.
This is like me, like, oh, you know, I feel really strongly about this thing, so I'm gonna start this stream with this song that makes this statement about fucking society or whatever. But instead of doing that, it's literally just like if alright everybody, before we get to the video, I'm just gonna sit in front of the camera and I'm gonna mouth along to this Opeth song. And you're just gonna listen to that, and it's gonna be really deep and meaningful, everybody. And it really says a lot about the human condition.
I don't care what you think about it. A part of me loves you. Part of me hates you. Part of me needs you.
Disco Elysium ripoff. I would often go there to the tiny church there. Down by the reeds there.
I don't think that I can handle this right now.
I really can't, Bo. I can't handle
this right now. I don't think that I can handle this right now. Handle this right now. I don't think that I can handle.
Jesus Christ, can we get on with it? Holy fuck. I mean, like, even over and above just like how up his own ass it is, but over and above like the ego element, you know. Over and above that, this is almost 5 minutes now. We get it. You left for a little bit. You're back. Holy shit. Holy shit. You were fucking gone for less time than this intro.
This right. I
I don't think that I can handle this right. I look at them, they're just staring at me like, come and watch the skinny kid with a steadily declining mental health, and laugh as he attempts to give you what he cannot give himself.
So, you know, Cinematic Venom, here's the thing. I think your mental health has already declined pretty far, buddy, so if it's still declining, that's a problem. If this is not the whole song, or like if this turns out to be the whole video, if this turns out, because at this point we're like almost a quarter of the way into this fucking 23-minute video, if this turns out to be the whole video, would anybody really be surprised? It's already too long. Why not just make this just be the entire thing, frankly? Just do it.
But they don't even know the herb of this, right? But they don't even know the herb of it. But I know I'm not a doctor. I'm a pussy. I put on a silly show. I should probably just shut up and do my job. So here I...
Right, 2022. Is he still doing...
white guy.
Oh, God.
I self-reflected and I wanna be an agent of change. So I am gonna use my privilege for the good. And I wanna help to leave.
Okay, we don't even get the whole of that song. You're awkwardly cutting around in it. Why? Why would you do this to a song you claim to like? You aren't even fading them out or ending these songs at any point in the song that feels like a good fucking spot for it to end. You're just like awkwardly shutting the song off to a different one. Or fucking cutting a chunk out of it or something.
This world's better than I found it, and I fear that comedy won't help, and the fear is not unfounded.
Is this fucking Vote Saxon? What the fuck?
I know what I gotta do, healing the world with comedy.
I mean, would you really... Okay, so this is a song where Bo Burnham makes a joke about, yeah, this is what I'm gonna do. Me as a special kind of fucking white guy out on Twitter, my thoughts and prayers for all the affected. I'm gonna make a real difference by, you know, being funny or whatever. There's a joke there. That's fine. This feels like it's unaware of that, even that element of like irony of like, I don't know, do you really think you are making the world like a significantly better place with your fucking like videos? I mean, yeah, comedy helps people, and it's nice that people say like, oh, you cheered me up by streaming or whatever, and I'm like, oh, thank you, and that makes me feel good, but it's like, I'm not fucking, I don't know, I feel like he actually believes these lyrics, and the thing is, we've seen him be funny before, too. Like, the clips that he's showing are him doing his epic funny skits, which were like, just insufferable. I mean, I don't know, man. If you want to talk about healing the world with comedy, maybe you could look at your fucking Lord of the Rings video. That was pretty funny.
Making a literal difference metaphorically. I swore I'd never be back, and now I'm back on my feet.
So this is actually his inside, then. That's what we're getting out of this. This is actually his inside. Cinematic Venom's inside, because that's what this is all about. It's... I swore I'd never be back, and now here I am. I'm back, everybody. It's me. I'm back. Except the difference is people wanted Bo Burnham to come back.
And I'm healing the world with comedy.
Is it over? I think it's over. Oh my god. We are nearly 6 minutes in. This is like over a quarter of this video, and it was just a fucking horrible montage of Bo Burnham songs, as well as one... Maybe the one rap song was also Bo Burnham? I don't know. I really am not that familiar with him outside of the Inside special, so I don't know if maybe that was like an earlier song from him, or maybe it was one of the cut ones from Inside. I don't know, but there was just kind of a random rap song in there that didn't fit with the rest of it. But anyway, that's now all over, thankfully. Thank God.
We're at the end of 2022, if you can believe that. It's
And fucking turn it up now, I
been
guess.
nearly a year since I brought back the Cinematic Venom channel and brand, and
Wait, what?
I brought back.
It's been nearly a year since you brought it back. So you aren't even... This isn't even him returning to YouTube. I don't think. This is like he's already been back. How long were you actually gone for? Holy shit! Because I remember he like disappeared and there was like a big thing like, I'm getting rid of all of my videos in like 3 days. And even at the time I was like, this seems like a weird publicity stunt. Just get rid of them all, I guess. If you want to do that. But no, you want people specifically to archive them and like talk about you or whatever. And then like what? Within like a week or something he must have fucking come back. And he's saying like, oh, it's the end of 22. I can't believe I've been back for like a whole year. Bro, I didn't even know you were gone. Like for that long. Holy, like...
The Cinematic Venom channel.
What is the fucking point?
And...
4 weeks?
Never really an explanation to you guys about deleting it. I feel like that was unfair. And that you're definitely overdue one. I've been doing videos since I was 15 years old.
Yeah, I don't know. Because Cat Icarus is the one who reminded me this guy exists a little while ago. And somebody earlier was like, this is low T, Catty. I guess I could see it. I don't think he's got like exactly the same kind of, like the same region of accent. I wouldn't know. But it does seem, you know, probably somewhere nearby, I guess, at the very least.
It started as my escape because I didn't have friends and I got bullied. It was a distraction. And that formed this obsession with the internet, but it also helped me find something that, in my opinion, is the only thing I'm actually good at. And with that led to an incredibly strong passion and obsession. But when...
Man. Just... You know, there was a video that I made once after like a year of being on YouTube. It was a year anniversary of me doing the Ashtar video. And I made a video, it was called like 1 year on YouTube and why this site is important to me or something. And I kind of talked about why I got into it and why I think it's important for people to be able to just, you know, make videos from their fucking bedroom or whatever, just be themselves and you know, attract an audience of people that enjoys their content just, you know, as just a person. Doesn't have to be a whole thing, you know, like most of the people I watch, it's the same kind of thing. And even that, you know, even that at the time was this feeling of like, I don't know, who really cares, you know? I don't know, like this guy acting like he's on, like this is not, again, this is not the first time he's done this. Once again, he has like a 2.5 hour fucking video about his whole life and his decisions and everything that he's ever done in his life and all of the women he's been with and all of the songs that were like Eminem that he made for them and all of this stuff that he made. And he made this video and he was like, look everyone, look how fucked up I am and tortured I am and all this stuff. This is not even the fucking first time he's pulled this shit like anybody gives a fuck. Like, I'm sorry, man. You're not fucking Coppola. Nobody cares about your process. Nobody cares about why you decided to do this. You're not John Waters. You're not Hideo Kojima. Nobody needs your life story. Nobody needs to know your fucking thought process that got you to this point. There are countless YouTubers that I love who I wouldn't even really want to listen to them talk about that. Because it's like, what is it? Oh, I don't know. I just fucking decided to make videos because I like fucking watching YouTube, I guess. That's probably most people's fucking story. And like, I was an outcast or whatever. This guy says he was bullied. Fine, sure, whatever. Most fucking YouTubers are losers. Get fucking... This whole fucking thing, nobody cares. You know, the audience of people that might care, I don't know, maybe I'm being too harsh because the actual fucking like ratio is positive on this. Everything I'm saying, I guess if people are actually a fan of him and happy that he came back. Turn back down the speed. We have to suffer through this at normal speed.
When I started, people didn't watch me. So I could say and do whatever I wanted. I was young and I didn't really give a shit. Naturally in
I'm sure I will watch the other Bo Burnham specials. I've been watching other stuff. You know, I've been watching a lot of comedy specials on Netflix lately. Some of them are good. A lot of them are not so good. I watched one this morning that was really hard to sit through. For some of it, it got better toward the end. But it was surprisingly, it was a very big name. It was Fred Armisen. And it was Stand Up for Drummers. And I mean, I'm not a drummer, but I am a musician. And so like there was music related jokes and I was like, oh, this is kind of fun. But then they were like, he would start telling a joke and then just kind of stop. And I'm like, what? Oh, we're done? We're done with that one? Oh, okay. And it was just really unfocused and not great. And I don't know. But then he brought out the drummer from Warpaint, so it was fine, actually. It was a 10 out of 10 special. But, yeah, no, I gotta probably watch some more of the Bo Burnham stuff, yes, I would agree.
2019, I do the initial video, the Channel Awesome documentary, and it blows up way more than I ever expected. Going from having no viewers to hundreds of thousands coming onto the internet, and at first agreeing with me and praising me. There was so...
Hundreds of thousands. This is so narcissistic in a way, like, just hundreds of thousands of people. This reminds me of when Ethan Ralph went, "Thousands love me." Yeah, hundreds of thousands of people praising you. I don't know, man. I saw some of his video about what he's talking about specifically. It's not like his channel grew to popularity. Let's make that clear. For anybody who's new to this fellow, it's not like he rose like a fucking YouTuber and like, oh, you know, he got popular and then something happened. No, it was that he had nothing but like failure for like 15 years or something, which, hey, that happens. I'm not even shitting on him. That's just the way it is sometimes. Yeah. Nothing but just unfortunate lack of success with the algorithm, you know? And then he had one thing, which was piggybacking on the fucking change the channel document. And he's acting as if anybody fucking came to that video for him? I'm sorry, dude, they didn't. Any more than they come to my video for my Chris Chan video for me. They come here for, in that specific case, they were coming here for what you were talking about. Hundreds of thousands of fucking people weren't lining up around the door for you, you know, to carry you fucking through the city to get your key or whatever. That wasn't quite it. He had like one spike in viewers, and then the next spike was from like EFAP and later me and probably a lot of other people finding his fucking like Lord of the Rings, his embarrassing Lord of the Rings video. And like that is the story of Cinematic Venom, is that he's acting as if, oh yeah, my fall from grace. Like, bitch, you had like one video and then everything else that you did was just kind of a joke for people. I'm sorry, it's not a bully stream, but like, come on, man, this is fucking stupid.
Much pressure, but also added frustration. I was trying to help a particular movement that didn't really reciprocate the admiration that I had for them at the time, and it went.
So he's talking, I think, about Channel Awesome again, and yeah, like that's another element of this. Of course, he's a film reviewer, everybody, so keep that in mind when I say that the other big thing with Cinematic Venom, I said it earlier, but he was like a nostalgia critic dick rider for several years. A lot of his videos from like the early era at least appear to be like responses to nostalgia critic videos and like a defense of something that nostalgia critic didn't like. So I think what he's saying here, like there's an element of this, because especially now, you know, we just did the nostalgia critic. We looked at the Wall video, and I mentioned even in that, like the Almighty Lowly series that he did about the movies that got me to want to rewatch them earlier this year. I've mentioned it countless times every time I talk about Doug, because it put it all in another light where he was just talking about that document, and he was like, I don't know, did anybody really stop and think about how realistic all of this actually sounds? Because it doesn't. A lot of it doesn't sound realistic. And so, yeah, in the light of the fact that a lot of that document kind of comes off as bullshit now, looking at it and clearer eyes or whatever, and not even just like, oh, it sounds bullshit, but like there's people that have come out and said, yeah, that wasn't what happened. Or other stuff that's unrelated that's like, yeah, Obscurus Lupa was like a crazy woman who tried to get me and my baby daughter evicted from our building because fucking, well, I don't think it was the mom who did it, but it was somebody there on when To Boldly Flee was being filmed who was like, yeah, there was like a baby that was crying and somewhere in the building, and she wanted to get this woman like evicted from the building because she was interfering with Lupa's moment. Or something like that. And, you know, like, yeah, there's a lot of questions that can maybe be directed at that whole document. And so there's an element now where I'm looking at this like, yeah, this guy was really like he says it himself, he was trying really hard to get in with a group of people that didn't reciprocate his involvement. Maybe he was just really jealous of, you know, like, oh, I'm never gonna get into Channel Awesome, but now I can talk shit about them with this document. And who really cares if it's true or not, you know? I don't know, because his was one of the big videos that came out, I believe, you know, toward the beginning of that thing. You know, credit where it's due, he did have one of the, I think, one of the first relatively successful videos that was talking about it. And I never really watched the whole thing. Yeah, no, I mean, it does reframe it a little bit. It reminds me of, like, the stuff with the Vinny accusations a couple years ago, where very quickly it was like, oh, GPM liked this tweet. Whomst woulda thoomst. You know, like, oh, this guy might just have a bit of a problem with Channel Awesome at this point. He might just be a little upset with Channel Awesome for not letting him into their fucking Cool Kids Club. And maybe that's why he made the video talking about it, whatever. It's just interesting that he, like, acknowledges that directly.
I was trying to help a particular movement.
Help a movement. Maybe he's saying he was trying to help the anti-Channel Awesome movement and they didn't reciprocate then. But I don't know. It's still, I'm like, yeah, but you were a huge Channel Awesome guy, and it now just feels like there's like a bitterness here. And that might be part of this whole thing.
Didn't really reciprocate the admiration that I had for them at the time.
I was so admiring of Channel Awesome. I drove out to their warehouse and thought that they would let me be part of their group, but Rich Evans just told me to leave.
It went down.
Wait, that was a different guy.
So I had this huge surge of viewers, and then it was seemingly taken away from me by my own actions. It's no one's fault but my own, but that messed with my head to go from having hundreds of thousands of people telling me how great I was to then suddenly hating me.
This is just ridiculous. Nobody hated you. Like, that's the other side of this coin, you know. I'm like, nobody loved you. You didn't have 100,000 fucking people telling you how much they loved you. You probably had some comments that were like, this is a good video. But it wasn't, again, they weren't there for you as much as they were there for the information you were providing. It wasn't like they were huge, huge fans of you. But on the flip side of that, nobody was like at this fucking guy's door with pitchforks. all of the cancelable stuff that kind of came out was stuff that it seemed like he just put out there in his weird little documentary about himself. And before that, it was just your videos are kind of bad and people were making fun of them. It wasn't like everybody hates you and the world is against you and you're here for your redemption arc close-up. It was that everybody had kind of no real opinion of you other than occasionally he's funny and maybe he made a weird video and maybe some of his videos are bad and whatever. But wow, he has taken this so far.
Really took a huge blow to my mental health. You can't put videos on the internet without the expectation of receiving criticism and hate. It's going to happen. But at the time, I really, really struggled with it. I was trying to do the right thing. After that, I tried desperately to repair the channel, but it was so frustrating, and I took it out on you guys. There's some of you who have been watching me for over 10 years, which is incredible, and I could never thank you enough for that. The frustration grew, and I had anger and resentment towards you people. It was my own brain and my own illogical thinking. I was trying to do what made me happy, but then also tried to make you happy. But it seemed to be impossible to do both, you know.
I guess I can relate to, you know, that to some extent, but it's like, I don't know, again, like, what is he even talking about? Like, oh, I took it out on you guys. Oh, I was trying to make everyone happy. Well, you were making people happy. Your Lord of the Rings video was really funny and bad. Everybody loved it, bro. Everybody loved it.
I wanted to make comedy videos, but no one was interested. They just wanted movie reviews. Then the...
No, that's not accurate. You were trying to make movie reviews that had comedy in them, and nobody was interested in the comedy because it wasn't funny. Let's get it straight here.
Channel blew up with the Channel Awesome stuff. People only wanted drama. I tried bringing back movie reviews and nobody cared.
You people, yeah.
After the Channel Awesome stuff died down, I fell into complete obscurity.
In other words, I made one video that got me any kind of attention. And, you know, I mean, I do feel for him to an extent because I think what he's grappling with very poorly here is the fact that, yes, people didn't come here for him. He made one video about a hot button subject. People came for that. And then he had to realize, like, nobody really actually wants to, you know, wants my channel to be in their sub feed kind of thing. Like, I think that's what he's dealing with, is realizing that people weren't here for him. They were here for... But now, you know, he's transformed that into, like, super hardcore ultra denial and acting like he's, you know, super... He's Johnny Ego over here.
And irrelevancy. My 15 minutes of fame were over, and was it worth it? I attempted to defame this massive company, which my stance on that whole movement has drastically changed. And
is that because they didn't like you? I'm guessing that's what he was meaning before, was that was the movement he was trying to be part of. But yeah, I mean, he's directly saying here, I mean, at least if he's willing to admit that he kind of, you know, was doing this for his own reasons, less than the actual, you know, Channel Awesome document being something he was really passionate about, and oh, that's really bad stuff. No, it was more just, I wish that I was part of Channel Awesome, and you guys are gonna regret not inviting me to your cool parties. So he seems to be kind of acknowledging that a little bit.
Because of my actions back then...
Oh, there's no need for a stream on, like, Vinny stuff. That's not necessary. That's all gone and buried. I will say Red Bard had a new video recently, which I didn't watch, but I kept seeing it pop up on my thing and like, oh, that's very funny. And well, wow, I'm sitting over here playing with my vape charger, the USB thing that plugs into it, and just every now and then just a little, oh fuck, yeah, and so that's good for the sound. But yeah, no, I don't think that's necessary.
It's now severed like any possibilities of working with certain people, which in turn damages a lot of
brother, you were not going to work with Nostalgia Critic anyway, don't worry.
Possible opportunities on YouTube in general. EFAP
I'm never going to be in a Linkara video now because of my actions.
Covered the Lord of the Rings video. I always felt like I was untouchable because I didn't have many viewers, so I didn't have people to say, hey, this was wrong, hey, this was bad. So I just kept making content and I didn't have that feedback to say, work on this. To have hundreds of thousands of people roast me, turn me into a meme, I thought it was all...
But again, consistently he is overblowing this. Probably, yeah, that stream probably got like 100,000 views or something. I know I watched. It's one of the only EFAP streams I watched. Because there's enough people involved with that I find kind of insufferable. There's enough people that are very cool in EFAP that it's kind of a shame, but it's like, yeah. That was the one that I watched that I was, yeah. I didn't even watch the whole thing because their videos are very, very, very long, but I did watch, you know, a good amount of it. I think after, maybe before I talked about them. I think it was after. But, Yeah, no, that was a popular video, definitely. People still like that video. It's a good stream that they did. But he's acting like he's like, oh, I became a meme. Yeah, I remember when Obama was on, you know, fucking, he was on Vanity Fair talking about his favorite memes of the year, and he brought up Cinematic Venom Lord of the Rings video. I don't know, man. It's just like, settle down. Some people made some jokes about you. You can chill.
Malicious, just for the sake of a video, and
Pac-Man moment.
It really damaged my mental health. It was my own actions and me not being able to handle taking responsibility for them. You can't make a review as bad as that and then expect people to not take the piss out of it. Months go by and I realised this just wasn't for me. Cinematic Venom wasn't for me anymore. I wasn't enjoying it. Every other week, people were coming out to try and cancel me. I'm not a victim.
What are you talking about? What do you mean? What does that mean? Every other week, people... Well, you must have done some real shit, I guess, if that's the case. For people to have been that desperate to cancel you over, like, one video getting slightly popular with a relatively, all things considered, EFAP is not like a huge channel. Again, it's not like he's got a chair that has the Sidemen on the back. Yeah, the fucking Sidemen didn't look at his review. PewDiePie didn't. Markiplier didn't. Nobody of any huge name. This wasn't on the H3 podcast. It didn't get passed around to Bill Burr and fucking Joe Rogan. Like, what do you mean? People were coming left and right to cancel. What are you talking about? You must be like a fucking serial killer for that to be the case. What must you have done that was that bad for you, like, within, like, days of some fucking mid-tier channel coming out and making fun of you? Like, oh yeah, I've got the scoop on Cinematic Venom! Really? I don't know. I mean, even with Tamatoa Gaming Die, it took a little longer. Shit.
And I can defend myself when needed, but a lot of these were unjustified. And even if I've been a prick, which I have a lot, it's not justified to call me things like an abuser, which I'm not. It's not justified.
Okay, well, it's probably, maybe not, but... I mean, all I know is I remember your fucking video. Like, I don't... This is the thing. I love this, like, it's like I guess it's like the reverse of the Streisand effect or something. I don't know, but it's just this thing where people are like, yeah, you know, I'm sick of all these people saying these things about me. And then it's like, well, no, it's like the Patricia Taxon video about, like, being a dog. Like, when she gets into the thing about, like, yeah, you know, all these people call me a zoophile, and it's so silly, and it's so dumb, and it's based on nothing. And then I'm like, yeah, but based on literally just watching you say you're not in this throughout the course of this video, it kind of made me think that you were. Like, I didn't see anybody cancel Cinematic Venom. I saw his own weird documentary about himself, where he went into too much detail about, like, songs that he made a decade earlier about fucking some lady that like he had a kid with her and something happened and yada yada, and he was like, I wanted to make her like my Kim, like I was Eminem and she was Kim, and it's like, that's what I remember. I mean, I don't know, I didn't see anybody calling you anything. I remember your own words that were weird. I remember your own entire video that was strange and made me think you might have, you know, some stuff going on, you know? It's not about what other people said. It's about what you have said. It's about the things that you have said yourself on your channel. I don't think I ever called. Maybe I did call him an abuser. I don't remember exactly what was in that video. Right? So, like, maybe it got really bad. I do remember him saying some really mean things. And not even really artfully mean at all. Just like, you're a fucking bitch and you're a slut and you suck! And that was like his rap song. His diss track to his baby mama or whatever. You know, like, that was something that was like an eyebrow raise, a red alert a little, red flag a little, you know, I don't know. But most specifically, it wasn't even that he made that, because it's like, oh, whatever, you made that, you were feeling a certain way, you made that, sure, fine. It was that, like, fucking 5-10 years later, however long it was, he made this ridiculous documentary that used clips from the songs and, like, interviewed his fucking exes and all this shit that he made and he chose to put out there as if anyone cared. No, the only one who canceled yourself was you, Cinematic Venom. This weird behavior you've been doing.
It's not justified.
I mean, even in this video, there's stuff that I'm like, yeah, this seems like a strange man. The 5-minute self-indulgent intro where you just play somebody else's music about the problems that they are going through and stuff and pretend that that's relevant to you. Like, that, like, even unrelated to anything, just in the course of this video alone, you've already proven that you're a bit of a strange person.
To call me things
this
like an
user,
which I'm not. It's not justified.
This abuser
in my entire career, because of things that make me a bit of a dick, but not an abuser. People were coming out of the woodworks, and I just thought, fuck it. A lot of it was my own actions in the past.
It's not. Oh,
racist things I've said.
Oh, was there racism too? I wasn't aware of that. Thank you for letting us also know that.
Defending those racist things, trying to
even better.
Justify homophobic or transphobic things.
Oh yeah, the whole thing about Frodo's gay, right? That whole thing where most of your commentary on Lord of the Rings was that Frodo is gay, and that's bad.
My awful actions that I was constantly trying to defend, rather...
I mean, I don't know about the abuser thing, but again, you're just talking about stuff, like, right now that's like... You just don't see... Because again, we watched that whole intro, I don't know that you've learned much. I don't know that you've learned that much in that whole long intro you did. You didn't stop to think this might be a little bit egotistical and self-indulgent. Just a little. You didn't stop to think that. At all. So, you know, I don't know, when he talks about, like, oh, I'm better now, I'm not homophobic anymore, well, I think you're probably less consciously homophobic, you know, that's, you got your wrist slapped a little bit when you were being homophobic, and now you know that you should hide that better, I guess, is probably more accurate, like, I think that's probably it.
Than just make amends for, and I realised, I'm done. If somebody wanted to work with me, all they would have to do is Google Cinematic Venom. And at that point...
then they would see that you have a 5.5 on IMDb and they wouldn't want to work with you.
All that would come up is the racist stuff, the homophobic stuff, the transphobic stuff. All the things that I'm not, and all the things that are in the past and stupid actions I did that I did.
Well, yeah, and that's an unfortunate element of things, but I mean, again, that would not necessarily be the situation at all, even if you hadn't acted a certain way, like not even like, oh, things in the past, but again, when he made the video that was like, look at me, look at my life, look at my problems, look at me, and you made that after all of this, like,
deeply regret. I realized.
You deeply regret, like, do you deeply regret that embarrassing video, and then you still made this the 5-minute intro of Bo Burnham songs? Is that right?
There's no going back from this. There's no recovering from this. The Channel Awesome stuff, I said stuff to certain people that they can never forgive me over, which I completely understand. There's people involved in that are no longer with us, that I wish I could have made amends with.
Oh, did he spend like 15 minutes calling Jew Wario a rapist or something? Is that what he's talking about? People who aren't with us? I can only think of one.
Beforehand, and now unable to. Is all these awful actions that, with someone who has depression and anxiety, you overthink them and you replay them in your head day after day after day.
Well, yeah, I mean, I suppose that's true, but I don't know. I mean, again, I haven't seen... Maybe I should watch his video about the document. I think that might be the thing we watch next, because that's his big video, and I've never seen it. I saw some of it long enough to be like, oh, this is kind of annoying, and then I turned it off. Like, without knowing anything about him, I think I watched it. I remember having seen, like... Because I remember when we did finally watch this guy on stream, I was like, oh yeah, I watched some of this guy's video at some point. the one big video that he did. And yeah, it was a reaction of like, oh, this is kind of annoying, and then just turning it off, like 10 seconds in. So maybe that would be the next thing we need to watch, because he seems to be he seems to be regretful of that. It's the main thing that he's regretful right now of. It seems to be that he said mean things to Doug Walker or something. I don't know.
You need to learn to let it go. There's nothing you can do. It is done. It is in the past. But in that same respect, I was just constantly apologizing to people. There are people that I've done wrong, people I don't talk to anymore, people who I've reached out to privately. But because I haven't done it publicly, people think I'm in the wrong. Not everything.
Well, no, I mean, depression and anxiety can be a reason that people do, you know, stupid things, but it's also just like when... I don't know. I would be inclined to maybe believe that was... It's not even that I don't believe it, it's that I just don't... I would be inclined to care more if it wasn't for the 5-minute intro of Bo Burnham songs. You know what I mean? Like, if he wasn't still demonstrating that he's kind of just wasting people's time and he's like a really egotistical guy that cares mostly about himself and his, you know, like, look at me, I'm... Oh, fucking hell! Look at me, I love the Bo Burnham, and it's just like me for real. And, like, that's... I mean... That's like, that is the same from the moment one in this video. You were demonstrating the same type of behavior that made me not like you to begin with. And like the depression and anxiety, sure, I'm sure it's not easy being, you know, this way. I'm not suggesting that it isn't, or that he's lying about that or anything. Like, I think that's probably an element of it. But it's just that, again, I just don't think you've demonstrated a whole great deal of like growth in the sense that you're still just, you know, out here like wasting people's time with this stupid shit that's all about you. You know, I don't know. It's a very specific situation where it's like, it's not even anything specific, like it's just the way that he's acting is like a certain type of thing where I'm like, yeah, you just seem slimy. I don't know. I'm not inclined to like care necessarily, particularly, like, because I don't know, it just doesn't...
Needs to be content, and I need to realize that now, because there have been many times where I wanted to...
Like, because again, he, like, left for the internet for good for, like, 2 weeks or something. Someone earlier said it was 4 weeks. So maybe, like, a month at most, he was gone. And, like, again, it just reminds me of the guy I had on my server who... Everybody made fun of him for saying... I think it was some stupid thing about trans people or something, and everybody made fun of him. And we didn't even, like, take any action or whatever. It was just a comment. He was like, I'm sorry, everyone, and he left. And then, like, literally within 5 minutes, he came back and he was like, I've done a lot of thinking, and I'm better now. And it's like, really, are you? I don't know. You were gone for, like, a month, and I don't know. Again, I made the joke earlier, but, like, it feels like the intro of this video was longer than the period that you were actually not around on YouTube for.
Reach out to someone in a public forum and make it this big thing, and maybe make a huge song and music video. And I'm like, no.
No.
These are
no, this is a real situation. I have to make it a 5-minute montage of Bo Burnham music with me singing along with sad footage of the good old days to, like, remind people of all the moments when I wasn't, you know, calling Frodo gay or whatever. Yeah, no, wow, this is great.
Wanted to... Oh, not everything needs to be content, and I need to realize...
Not everything needs to be content, says the man with the 5-minute Bo Burnham intro.
Now, because there have been many times where I wanted to reach out to someone in a public forum and make it this big thing, and maybe make a huge song and music video, and I'm like, no. These are real people.
No, see, that's bullshit, because he's still doing the thing that he did back then with, like... He's just gotten, like, slightly more whatever about it. He's still doing the thing he did back then with, like, making a diss track about fucking the woman that had his kid. You know, he's still doing that, but instead of making a diss track, he just plays 5 minutes of Bo Burnham music that says what he's feeling. In, like, an awkward way that, like, chops a bunch of shit up and gets rid of stuff that doesn't fit the narrative he's trying to push, kind of. Like, he's claiming one thing while talking out the other side of his mouth and just literally doing that thing in this video. but, you know, doing it in a way that's like moderately, slightly more subtle than him literally just saying, like, verbatim in a rap that you're a stupid bitch and you're full of shit and you're dumb and I hate you and you're stupid and fuck you and you're a whore. Like, because that was like his old music, I guess. But now instead of that, he's gonna, like, do an awkward subtweet with a series of Bo Burnham songs. Like, you're still doing it, bro.
Real lives, do it privately. If they don't want to make amends, drop it. That's what it took.
Well, I guess this video is for him.
Saying sorry.
He made amends with the people behind the scenes, and now this video's all for him. I guess that's it.
Sorry doesn't make it okay. They don't have to forgive you. Say you're sorry and move on. I feel like me apologizing has just been a constant on YouTube. Just say it and then move on. I tried to rebrand the channel. I changed my name. It's now my partner's name. Because my name has just been tainted, as well as certain issues with my biological family.
Cinematic Venom. Is your partner named Cinematic Venom? You loved yourself that much, huh? You're gonna call your partner your hand. Wow.
That I really want to...
Maybe this is, like, past stuff. I don't know. He's changed his channel's name to... What the fuck is he talking about?
I really want to get away from. And I tried making a channel with vlogs, gaming, just anything else. And it didn't really work. We get to 2021, I was beyond irrelevant. I still had the Cinematic Venom channel. I was posting videos on it, but they weren't reviews. I was trying desperately to rebrand. And then I started to redeem myself. I was on podcasts with EFAP associates, and I
started to redeem myself, guys. Good, we were all waiting. We were all really rooting for you, buddy.
I have to say, considering I felt like EFAP were bullying and targeting and harassing me, their fan base is actually one of the most wholesome I have encountered. They have genuinely been so nice.
Oh, that's nice.
And so supportive. I'm in Mauler's Discord, I'm on their Reddit, and the fans are so nice.
I just got to talk to Mauler. He left a 47,000 paragraph post about me, and said it was part 1. So I think we're off to a good start.
And the guys, I was on Southpaw's podcast, and they were just so friendly. People were warming to me again. Mauler did actually invite me onto EFAP. But I was going through hell with some things that I'd found out about my family, and I ignored him. By the time I did reply, I'm guessing it just got lost. I came back with that one Lord of the Rings review, and everyone thought I was back doing monthly reviews, and then randomly I just closed the channel. It felt like nothing I could do could save or salvage my own past.
And I mean, like, okay, you know, there's an element where I watch this and I'm like, I think about the videos I've seen from people that have been like, yeah, no video this month because I'm burnt out, you know, creator burnout kind of thing. And like, I don't know, it's like, yeah, there are struggles that people have in this kind of line of work that are kind of unique to content creators or whatever, that kind of thing. Like, there's definitely, I don't know, it's definitely something that is different than what you expect and what I think a lot of people expect, and it's a feeling that's different. And so, like, yeah, I guess I understand a little bit of, like, that element. But again, he's not a very tremendously big channel. And I really feel like he's overblowing to us how big of a deal this was. Maybe he interpreted it as a very big deal for him, but, like, I don't know. I can't imagine that you were getting, like, so much pushback constant. Like, you can't even, oh, your name is, oh, I had to change my name and all this, like, shit. Like, really? I don't know. I mean, for the guy who made the Lord of the Rings video, I just don't, I just feel like that's, like, you're not, I feel like that's a bit over dramatic. I don't know if I believe. It's like whenever some game comes out that's bad, and then immediately the fucking lead actor claims that they got death threats or something. Like, all right, everybody, shut up! Stop saying the game's bad. The actor got death threats. That's not okay, gamers. I knew gamers were bad. Gamers are so toxic. Gamers suck. I can't believe that's not acceptable. Like, nobody really, like, come on now. Come on now. Just, you got, like, some egg account saying, I'm gonna find you, or whatever, on Twitter. Like, fuck off. I'm sorry. I'm sure you were hard done by, and there's like people out there that don't like you, and I'm sure of that, but it's like you're just a very, very small channel, and I just have difficulty buying that this was like such a giant fucking thing in your life. Like you had to change cities or something because of this. I don't know, man. Maybe if this happened to Mauler or like some, you know, I mean, even him, I don't know. Like this is a lot for somebody who made the Lord of the Rings video.
My obsession with the past has always been my downfall, and that's the fucking problem. My biggest problem as well is realize that nobody cares. Not in a negative way. That's the thing with anxiety and depression.
Nobody cares, and yet I made this whole video with 5 minutes of intro. I mean, I will say it's confidence. It shows confidence that he knew we would sit through his 5-minute intro of bullshit before getting to the actual core of the video. So good for him.
You think, oh, no one cares, but you need to change that mindset to think, no one cares. When you're anxious, you know, I can't go there, they're going to make fun of me. But in reality...
Oh yeah, we're going to have to do the new Sonic Sega Gamer. I did see that recommended to me earlier. Like, I woke up and I saw Sonic Sega Gamer rant about some new user. I don't know, there was a new user. The Star Wars Episode 17, the new user. Yeah, that might be something to look at too, yes. But this is also kind of unhinged.
They don't give a fuck. They're not going to make fun of you because they don't care. They've got their own stuff going on. I would make these big budget, or to me, big budget videos.
I mean, I don't want to be like bullying and harassing this guy. Like, you know, I'm not out here trying to do that. I'm just talking like a certain degree of realism, I guess. Like, I'm just sorry. Like, a lot of this is kind of just comes off as like a little bit much for the situation you're in, and knowing the videos of yours that I've seen, like, I don't know, man. I'm not like, directly, you know, to this guy. I'm not trying to fucking bully you or anything. I'm just, this is, you need to understand, as clearly a lot of people need to understand and learn that there's just a thing sometimes when people see something, you know, we're not really, people are not necessarily obligated to just be like, you know, they don't have to be nice. You know, this isn't preschool. So, like, when I see your video and it's kind of full of shit and I'm, like, annoyed by it consistently, I have no reason not to say that, you know? And that's just a reaction that people have. I see a lot of people say, like, oh, you bullied this person. Well, I'm sorry that you feel that telling somebody how I feel the way that I feel is, like, fucking bullying. I'm sorry that that's the way people feel. You know, just going, you know, watching a video and you know, I make jokes and stuff, but I try to be fair where I can. I was being fair to Control-Alt-Delete earlier. I was saying that there were even decent jokes. There was even a character I thought wasn't so bad, you know? So, I mean, like, I try. But, man, I'm not trying to fucking bully this guy and ruin his, like, redemption arc or something. But I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know. You know, my whole channel is I'm just the man on the street, you know? I always say I'm the guy who walks into the party with the pizzas and the whole place is on fire. I'm Donald Glover in that scene. I'm just generic man opinion to thing. You know? I'm just saying what I'm thinking. And I'm not out here trying to, like, spin a narrative about fucking cinematic Venom. I'm just saying, like, oh, this seems weird, you know, along with this, and oh, this whole thing gives off this kind of feeling, and oh, man, and, like, I'm sorry, I'm just really annoyed watching this. I'm 16 minutes into this fucking video. It's not over yet. You're still just kind of whining, and most of what you're talking about just sounds like it's, like, a little bit of a... like, a little bit overblown for the situation you're in. I don't know. I guess I can't really be sure of that. But again, it's just hard for me to imagine, like, somebody with, like, I think he had, like, 10,000 subs or less or something like that. It was not a huge... It was, like, a decent, like, you know, it's not nothing, because he's been doing it for 10 years, but it's not, like, giant channel. And I can't really imagine, like, you know, a fucking... like a group of people sitting around in a fucking Discord trying to like track down his fucking family name or whatever. Like, for the guy who made the Lord of the Rings video? Really? I don't know. No, I don't know. Not for that guy. Probably not for that guy. That's just my opinion, man. I mean, again, I'm not trying to fucking bully the dude. I would love to be fair to him. We're gonna watch some of the Change the Channel video after this. I would love to be fair to him and say, hey, this is a pretty good video. And I thought that this was right and blah, blah, blah. We'll watch something newer from him, too, maybe. I would love to see something from him that's good. It's just that I'm not obligated to pretend that any of this is good. And, like, what am I supposed to do, right? Like watch the videos and just like, oh, that's fine. And then just move on. I guess I do that sometimes. There's things that I watch where I'm like, yeah, if you want to watch more of that, check it out, whatever. I guess I could do that. But, like, no, it's like, you're a reviewer. You should understand that, like, people are going to say things. You review films. I review YouTube channels. And other fucking shit, sometimes. And, like, yeah, sometimes I'm a little hyperbolic, but so are you. So what are you talking about? Like, oh, they're bullying me. Well, you're making fucking content and media on the internet, so it's fucking something that you can review the same way that you were reviewing The Lord of the Rings and calling Frodo gay every 5 minutes. I don't know. I mean, I always have to fucking say this, but this whole fucking mindset of, like, they said something, my mommy said that if you can't say anything nice, if you don't have anything nice to say, you shouldn't say anything at all. Well, they said something that wasn't nice. They shouldn't have said anything at all. Like, that is I think that's the source of it, is that fucking saying. If you don't have anything nice to say, like, no. Because sometimes I have things to say that are mean and they're funny, though.
To incorporate my own life, when in actuality no one really gave a shit. I would get very, very frustrated because people either weren't following the storyline in Venom Month, they weren't following the storyline in my videos, they weren't really following what I was doing, but then say that they would watch every video. It was just very frustrating, and I started to grow a disdain for my own audience, and I felt I couldn't do it anymore. People said he's obviously going to bring Cinematic Venom back, that's why he kept the channel open. I guess this was a way to stick it to him, and I deleted the channel.
You got him there. Now coming back from a channel called Cinematic Venom, making a video called What Happened to Cinematic Venom. Live from New York, it's Cinematic Venom.
Probably shouldn't have. How am I doing now? I still have down days. We're in 2022. Why did I reboot the channel?
I mean, he says that, like, there's something just immensely sad. I'm sorry. Like, again, not trying to bully, but it's just how I feel. There's something immensely sad a little bit when I hear him say, like, in this down-in-the-dumps voice, they weren't even following the story of Venom Month, man. Because what I immediately think of is the ongoing narrative of Half in the Bag. You know, where, like, even they don't take it fucking seriously, and there's routinely just jokes about, like, oh yeah, that's what we're doing. Oh, I forgot that's the story here. Oh, anyways, and then they just watch a movie and they just forget about it. It's like that, but if he actually was taking it seriously and then was upset that the audience was not also deeply invested in the Venom Month lore.
Why? Early this year, on Seeking Answers, which, if you've still followed me on that channel, thank you so much. We were doing some re-edits of old episodes and posting weekly. And that would give us time to keep posting weekly. It gave me the idea that if I did that with Cinematic Venom, I have such a back catalogue that I could theoretically not do anything. I could just re-edit them slightly.
Well, no, and I want to point something out, too. The guy, Boxite, I don't know if that's how you say it in chat, says it's nice that you're not trying to hit him too hard. He definitely thinks he's more important and victimizing himself way more. Here's the thing. I want to make it clear. I don't even think he did anything that wrong. Like, I don't think he deserves to be fucking canceled at all. Like, if he's claiming that that happened to him, I want to say I don't think it really did. And the part of that is because, what did he fucking say? He called Frodo gay? Who gives a shit? Whatever. Oh, say, like, yeah, you know, yeah, okay, you can maybe point out that, like, that's a stupid thing to say. Like, there's things you've done wrong, sure. And your videos aren't good. But, like, him acting all remorseful for this, it's like, I'm not sure if he really feels that way, then I am sorry for him, because I don't believe he should, really. I mean, like, I kind of don't think he does. I kind of don't believe it, but like, part of why I don't believe it is because like, yeah, no, buddy, your videos aren't very good, but settle down. Settle down. Everything's fine. You look like this is the end of the fucking world, dude. It's fine. You're just a YouTube guy who makes some movie reviews that aren't, like, great, but it's fine. You entertain people. The reason I'm like, I can't imagine anybody fucking conspiring against this guy is because I'm like, what did he do? He didn't fucking do anything really that wrong. Anything more than, like, anybody's fucking done. Like, oh, you made some fucking gay jokes or whatever. Yeah, it's stupid. Whatever. You know, you can recognize that it's dumb and not, like, come to the guy's fucking house or something. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not trying to hit him so hard. I'm not saying, like, you deserve to feel bad. Like, you deserve to feel bad for making me sit through the 5-minute Bo Burnham segment there. Like, that was intolerable. You deserve to feel bad for making that whole fucking documentary about your own problems. Like, you seem like a very egotistical fop. But I don't think you need to feel like your fucking world is ending, man. Like, come on. Have a Snickers, it'll be okay.
And then schedule them all, and I wouldn't do anything.
Yeah, he, like, canceled himself. It's so bizarre. Like, I've said before that, like, canceling people is, like, it's kind of overblown in a way of, like, yeah, I guess if you're like an actor and you aren't getting roles anymore, like, there's something there, but for a lot of people, like, and especially, like, a YouTuber, if you get canceled, it's really just up to you. Like, do you want to stop making the fucking content? Because, like, most people are able to, like, weather a storm to some extent. Like, look at fucking Onision. People still support him. There's still, like, 5 people out there that think Onision's cool. So, like, and that's because he just won't stop. And so, like, it goes double with him, where not only did he kind of put out all of the info himself that was, like, cancelable, But he then was the one who was like, sorry guys, I'll leave the internet, I'm sorry, and like closed his channel. Like, you did this to you! I'm sorry that you have trapped yourself in this prison of your own making, dude, but you don't deserve it. Go outside, get the stink off of you. Go roll around in the grass a little bit.
For about 3 or 4 years. You know, I wasn't happy with the person I was.
Chris Chan made $600 on live stream. I'm assuming you mean recently, like after all of the stuff. Because I know he's been back. Yeah. Like, Chris Chan fucked his mom. And did all manner of other things. Like, I will say, Chris Chan as a person genuinely deserves to probably not be, like, given a lot of credit at this point, in a way. Like, not like deplatformed or whatever, but just like, I don't know, people shouldn't give him the benefit of the doubt anymore and be like, oh, maybe he's well-meaning. Like, that's what I view a cancellation as in that way, is like the recognition that this person, that Chris Chan especially, someone like him, like, you're not growing, and it's like autism, yada yada, but there's a lot of fucking autistic people who are able to, like, live their lives and change when they make mistakes and stuff, and Chris fucked his mom, and he did all these horrible things years and years ago, and normally it's like, well, you know, whatever, Chris is, you know, people grow, but with that, it's like, well, yeah, you're Chris Chan, you've demonstrated enough lack of growth in other departments that I don't know, I mean, maybe he is less racist now or something, but it is still like, yeah, no, I mean, you know, Chris has been pretty well and thoroughly canceled, and yet people will still support him. So him acting like this is the end of the fucking world and like, I couldn't do anything. Like, no, you just gave up really, really easy is the thing. You have a very, very thin skin, which is maybe understandable. You know, I mean, I assume that even the amount of... By the way, how about me saying EFAP videos are long? And then then I'm watching this 23-minute video for 2 hours. How about that? I always love streams like this. These are my favorite, are the ones that I do EFAP, like, for 5-minute segments, just, like, breaking down something that he said. But, yeah, no, I mean, like, you just kind of did this to yourself, and, like, I'm sorry if you feel bad, but, again, that's part of why it all feels kind of, like, fake, is because I don't see why he would be feeling this remorseful and sad and everything, and being this overdramatic about all of this. And really, it just falls into line. I mean, the other thing is, it just falls into line with the other times he's been overdramatic in the past. So the whole thing comes across as kind of nonsense.
The person I am, And I thought, well, by the time these videos are all up, maybe I will be a better person and a person I'm proud of. And then I'll be ready to rejoin the internet. So that was the original idea, and I started re-editing and scheduling them. But then I got to the Jumanji videos, and I realised, well, I'd actually written a review of Zathura.
So, yeah, I want to... Another pause, because this video is just lame. It's just him talking about himself and patting himself on the back, but I do want to kind of get through it. We might speed it up. Somebody says that this is like Boogie level sympathy. People have come around on Boogie, right? I haven't seen the documentary thing. I kind of don't care that much, but I know there's like a big video that's going around. And isn't the big thing now that F, like literal F for Boogie or something? Like, I think that's the new thing, is people are sad for Boogie and they feel bad for Boogie. And they're like, man, Boogie, what a shame. Like, that is, I mean, I don't know the extent of it, but that is closer to what I would, yeah. Like, Boogie is a person that you would make this kind of video about. You would. You, individual in chat, not Boogie himself. Boogie himself shouldn't make the video about this. But this is as if Boogie did that for himself, but also as if Boogie was like 1,000 times smaller of a channel.
And Bradley Pierce was supposed to be in it.
No, he still sucks. It's ridiculously well made. I don't. Somebody's saying, what the fuck? Touch grass. Oh, you're saying that to him. Boogie's dead, though. Yeah, that's true. No, he's gross. Yeah, there's a lot. Because there's also stuff with his new girlfriend that's kind of weird. Like, he just got into a relationship with some lady, and there's, like, a lot of stuff about that. I don't know. I don't follow a lot of the Boogie stuff. I don't care. I've literally never cared about Boogie's content, except for maybe the streams where I've laughed at some of the weird stuff that he's done with Bane or whatever. Outside of that, I just do not care about the circus surrounding Boogie. So there's a lot of talk around him, and there's this degree of sympathy, and people say that he's still got problems. Yeah, I don't know, but either way, you know, the Boogie aside, I'm just kind of using that as an example of, like, that is the type of person, like a guy like Boogie with millions of subscribers, or someone like iDubbbz or something, is someone you would maybe expect to have this kind of video about their downfall. What happened to them? And again, they would not make it themselves. Man, I mean, like, you really need to see, I don't know if it's available, it probably is. I think it was called The Truth About Cinematic Venom or something, and it was something that he made. Like, he made his own cancel video. And it was called like The Truth something something. And yeah, it was like that. It was like a 2-hour fucking documentary thing about himself. It was as if Boogie made that documentary for himself, but also had, like, yeah, like half, like not even half. Boogie's got millions of subs. This guy had like 10,000 or something, which is, again, not nothing. It's not insignificant. I don't want to be rice gum and say he's irrelevant, but it's kind of is statistically irrelevant enough that, like, this is sort of silly. Like, I don't know.
Reviewing it with me, but he got too busy, so I just had this script lying around. So I went and recorded it, and I changed the reviewing style,
Speed it up.
editing style, and everything to make them a lot shorter. And from that, it just got onto me reviewing entire franchises. And I fell back in love with movie reviews. I started a new job. I'm finally out of retail, and now I'm a key account administrator for a logistics company. I'm a lot happier there.
A key account administrator for a logistics company. Well, that sounds like a really miserable job, but he says he's happier there. Good for him, I guess. I don't remember asking.
And the money's better. Seeking Answers is doing great.
That's great.
And Cinematic Venom, I was posting old episodes, new episodes. People still aren't sure if the channel is me, even though there's a bunch of new episodes on here. Venom Month, Venom on the Shelf, all great. As I'm recording this, Venom on the Shelf hasn't even started yet. I'm filming everything so far in advance. I got engaged this year. Can you believe it? I'm all grown up. It's been a much better year for me.
Well, you know, Venom, I mean, listen, everybody's got relationship stuff, but you are the one who, again, made like a 2-hour documentary about how you made diss track. Like, it wasn't, again, it's not even that he made the diss track about his baby mama. It's that he then drew attention to it in his own cancellation document video about himself. Like, I cannot get over that. I'm sorry, I just cannot get over how much of that video was actually dedicated to him just playing the weird music that he made about, like, the woman that left with his kid or something. Like, there was a lot of it in that video, and he was very angry. So I don't know, when he says, like, I'm finally all grown up, I'm like, well, I don't know. Best of luck. Just best of luck in general.
People are starting to realize.
I do hope for the best for
the
him.
support has been unreal. I'm sorry.
I don't think he's like a horrible person. I do think he's just like a very narcissistic individual in a way that's, I mean, it's a little bit annoying to have to watch. But I don't think he's like
my head
a monster.
got too far up my own ass, and I kind of lost sight of what was important.
Okay, no, never mind. This man will never change.
That my head got too far up my own ass.
I just hope that when I speak that there's somebody there to hear.
I want to show you how I'm growing as a person, but first I feel I must address the lyrics from the previous verse. I've been totally awful, my closet is chock full of stuff that is vaguely shitty. So long, goodbye. Do I really have to finish?
It's all about me. It's all about me. It's all about me. Him saying that he's no longer up his own ass. Come on, man. That is like literally the phrasing I used to describe what you were being like. Come on, man. That is the actual phrasing I used. Come on, man.
I could theoretically not do anything. I could just re-edit them. Putting ridiculous amounts of pressure on myself. Wasn't your guys' fault. I had this huge expectation that I set. And now we're at the end of the year looking back. Views aren't great. It's going to take some time to rebuild the channel. I'm going to put the stats on the screen. This is what we are at the time of me.
Great, okay. What is this? We got some funny skits. What is this?
Editing this, which again is way in advance. They might be hugely shot up or down by the time you see this. And earlier in the year, I hyped it and mentioned it on the old Cinematic Venom channel, but my documentary on me running the London Marathon finally came out. It's on another channel, but I'm going to post my film projects that aren't.
A documentary of him running the London Marathon. Well, you know, again, it feels kind of egotistical and self-centered to do such a thing. However, that does sound like something reasonably interesting. I mean, knowing what we know about him, I would say that that kind of seems egotistical. If it was just some other guy who was like, hey, I ran a marathon and this is what it was like, you know, maybe that would be something. I don't know, that seems like a fine video, maybe.
Cinematic Venom related, so
Good
please
for
go check
him.
it out. Really proud of it, worked really hard on it. The thing is, over time, there was just less and less incentive for Cinematic Venom to continue. Once the change to channel fallout happened, I became completely irrelevant. I did the Venom Month of Horrors 4 years in a row, the views never...
I love this, though. He's basically admitting to everyone what happened. Like, read between the lines here. What he's saying is... after the change the channel thing stopped being popular, and my video about it, or maybe multiple videos, stopped being popular in the algorithm. What he's saying here is, I was irrelevant and then decided to basically do this weird thing where I canceled myself and all of this crazy shit for attention. Read between the lines a little, and that is what he's saying. Is that he did this for attention. Rhetoric check successful. He did that all for attention. In my opinion, not a bully stream, he did the whole thing for attention. That's what he's saying right now. And I love that it's, you know, I love that it's so upfront about it.
Increased. My channel was basically dead. I did Venom Month 4 after the EFAP stuff, and the whole channel was irrelevant and nobody cared. Meanwhile, on my other channel, views were going up, and see...
He has a fucking... Wait, he has a true crime channel? Are you guys aware of this? Because I wasn't. Look at this. It's like a real true crime channel with real views. What the fuck? Well, you know, yeah, do videos about other people, you know, that's great. Do videos about Gacy and Dahmer. They're probably way less crazy than you. No, I mean, do videos about them, because, like, Yeah, anything that's not just all about you. It seems like he wants to do, like, documentaries as a thing. That seems to be what he likes doing, that and reviews. Because he made the documentary about himself, he made these are documentaries, he made fucking documentary about running the marathon, and they're probably not, like, you know, highfalutin Netflix documentaries. But, like, yeah, this seems like something he should go for. I'm sure at least somebody in chat has secretly been a fan of seeking answers for years.
Seeking answers has a much wider demographic. It's a lot more appealing to a much broader audience.
Uh-oh.
So in reality...
I think Attention Seeker might know of this. There's an all caps what? That's what I was looking for when I go to chat and I'm like, I know somebody has to be aware of this. And it's just the what? Or, well, no, there's a few. There's a huh, there's a nope, huh? Now I know what to avoid. Yeah, people are surprised. So am I, yes. What the fuck? Like, he actually has success with another channel. I don't know why he's so intent on doing this cinematic Venom thing. Like, I haven't seen these videos. Maybe they're not, like, very good either. I don't know. I wouldn't know. But, like, it seems like a channel that people like. Maybe it's people fucking watch the video. This is such a weird plot twist. This is such a weird plot twist. This whole time I'm like, yeah, he doesn't have any views and, like, he's kind of, like, not a very big channel. It turns out he kind of actually is. I don't know why this whole thing means so much to him. Just fucking focus on the Seeking Answers channel. Fuck.
There's no real reason to continue making cinematic Venom. Even now that I've brought it back, the views, I mean, I realize it's going to take time, but the views are so low. Logically, I should just focus on the more successful channel and work on growing that. Quite literally, the only reason to continue making cinematic Venom is quite bluntly because I want to.
Okay, I get it. You want to, and that's fair, and that's absolutely valid. Like, you know, I've thought before about, oh, I should make a side channel. I kind of do, you know, have a side channel, you know, technically. But I was like, oh, I should make a side channel, you know, I should focus on that a little bit. For stuff that's, like, not relevant to my main content or whatever. And then I'm like, well, no. This is just my channel, and it's a variety channel, and that's what I want to do. And people sometimes are like, well, I don't want to watch this type of video. And it's like, well, I mean, it's on my channel. No one's telling you to watch it. I'm putting it up there because it's my channel. So it's like, yeah, it's fair. He wants to do his own thing because he wants to do it. That's fine. My question is, if the name Cinematic Venom is so fucking tainted, it's not like it's that good of a name, and it never really reached super high SEO success or anything. He's clearly able to make a channel that does well. So, like, if anything, the name Cinematic Venom is just dragging him down. Go! Make your own film channel! Make it called... Give it a new name! Give it, like... Don't go on camera, either, you know? Be anonymous. Be like one of those guys. Be like Filmento or something. Have The Film Man or something. You know? Film Johnson. Whatever. Just that's your name. Film Johnson. And you just talk about movies. And you're Film Johnson, and you make a new channel that's called Film Johnson, and everybody's there for Film Johnson. They don't know about Cinematic Venom. And then maybe you're like, hey, I also have a true crime channel. And you never tell them about Cinematic Venom. You just do Film Johnson and Seeking Answers. But then again, he does seem to be doing this for attention, so I don't know why I'm even giving him the advice. Like, of how to, you know, get past his cancellation. Like, he did his own cancellation, so what the fuck? Never mind. Do what you want, I guess, man.
Venom is kind of my outlet.
Film
I
dong!
Get to be more myself, show my personality, have fun, do reactions, curious cats, you know, and add comedy, which I love sharing so much. And without Cinematic Venom, I can't do that on the other channel.
Yes, you can! Just make... So 12,600 subs. Okay. Not an insignificant channel. It's not like he has 5 subscribers and, you know... Like, it's not nothing. I've got people that I'm subbed to who have fewer subs than that. Absolutely, that's a fine number. No sneezing at 12,000. He's building his thing. Fine. And you don't want to give that up necessarily, even though he has here with 800 subs on this new one. But that's 800 subs in the past, like, year or something. Cinematic Venom took him, like, 10 years to fucking build this channel. Or more. He said he's been doing this since, like, 2006. I remember the documentary thing showed how he started doing this, like, wrestling videos or whatever. Videos about wrestling. So, like, I get that you don't want to get rid of the name. But man, if you want to do this, you can just change the channel name. Like, literally change the channel. Remember the thing, the video? Remember the video you did? Change the channel name. You know? And then it'll probably be fine, unless he wants to ride out the cinematic Venom thing, and he's like, nah, you know what, I'm here for it, and he's like gonna own up to it, and that's like that's part of him now. In which case, that's also fair, I guess. That's also fair. It's up to him. I'm just giving advice.
So I'm at the point now, I used to obsess on the views, I used to think, well, there's no point in making it, nobody cares, but now I've come to realise, actually, I don't really give a shit if no one else cares.
No, the true crime, there was the lower views of the two that he showed there. Maybe those are his two most popular, but the lower viewed one had, on the true crime channel, had over 150,000 views. The more popular one had over 500,000. Like, he's doing pretty well over there. It's so funny. Wow! This video was really dragging for a while here, where he was, like, just kind of going over, like, wah, fucking stupid shit about himself. But then he gets into this, and it's actually starting to be interesting, because it's like, well, why does this matter so much to you, this cinematic Venom shit? Why did you make this 4-hour fucking... all of this stupid, weird content about yourself, and canceling yourself, and all of this... Like, just make your other channel. Just do it. I don't understand this. It's such a weird plot twist. I'm here for it, though. I like it.
Because I care.
This is the best part of the video.
I've fallen back in love with making these videos, and I'm working so far ahead in advance that I don't really notice when a video drops. So I'm not sat there focused on the viewership. It doesn't matter to me. I can just make the videos because I enjoy...
Look at this.
Video drops. So I'm not sat there focused on the view...
Hyper Fanboy 1112. 2 subs. The irritated critic sucks Cinematic Venom's dick. Cinematic Venom and the irritated critic XXX porno. So you again, you found like the one guy with 2 subscribers. This is a real dogs eating dogs 7 situation. When Jason Gomez made that video about the literal 1 subscriber account that followed him. And it was like, what is this? Why does it say Dogs Eating Dogs 7? That's this. This is happening again.
It doesn't matter to me. I can just make the videos because I enjoy making them. But I'm back now. We're going to do it right this time. 3 videos a week. If you're unfamiliar, there's a new episode of the 1001 Movies You Must See Before You Die every Tuesday, and a Cinematic Venom movie review of anything I fancy every Thursday, and then a comedy video or some kind of extra video every Saturday, 7 PM, all of those days, UK time. So
Does he really need to overextend himself this hard? I mean, maybe it seems like it's something he likes doing, but that just seems like quite a lot, man. Like, don't burn yourself out. You don't need to follow a crazy schedule or anything. A lot of these people, because you get people telling you like, oh, consistency is important. When you start a channel, you hear that a lot. They're like, oh, consistency is important. The algorithm pushes you if you put something out every day or every week or whatever. You know, a consistent time is good too. And it's like, yeah, consistency helps. It's less important than it just helps. Him being like, I'm gonna pump out 7 fucking videos every day of the week. I don't know. Consistency is good. A fucking clean inbox in my subscription page. You know, I feel like that's also good. I would never subscribe to a channel that spammed me that much. I got a few that I like where I'm like, alright, you can maybe chill with your 5 videos a day or whatever it is. And like, there's people that I legitimately, like Wooly Versus. Love the channel. Love Wooly. Love the Castle Super Beast, you know? And I love watching Wooly and Reggie play stuff, their Dark Souls playthrough, the Disco Elysium, obviously. But I would never sub to their channel, because they put out, like, so many videos, like, multiple videos per day, usually a bunch of things I don't care about. So, like, yeah, consistency can be good and, you know, all of that, but him talking about how much he's gonna put videos out made me sick to my stomach. Good God, don't. Keep it, you know, less is more. Quality over quantity, man.
Posts every 2 Sundays at 5 PM UK time. I'm back. Thank you all for the support. It's been a hell of a year.
Welcome.
To all those affected, one last time, I apologise. If you do want to reach out, you can do it privately. I'm putting this out there, extending the olive branch.
Well, you could have said that privately rather than...
Am I going crazy when I even know? Am I right back where I started 14 years ago? Wanna guess the ending, if it ever does? I swear to God that all I've ever wanted was a little...
So, that's the Cinematic Venom return video. And the very next video Well, no, we got a few. Yeah, the 2.5-hour downfall of cinematic Venom, The Dangers of the Internet. That's still available, thank God. Thank God. And then immediately after that is The Downfall of Channel Awesome, Change the Channel, full documentary, re-upload. God, the people that call their videos documentaries, come on, man. Yeah, so that's that video. And, get rid of that real quick. Let me see, we got $5 from Fucks McLeod. Hey Claw, have you heard of Jay Sonic, the guy from Montreal who fucks Sonic plushies to death? Cheers. I have. There's a really good video. I forget the channel. There's a really good video recently that talked about him. And it went into the guy on eBay that he bought a plushie from, or he was buying multiple plushies from. It's a very specific plushie that he's after, so he has to, you know, find specific people that sell it. And you know, it's from the 90s too, so it's old. And the eBay guy was getting these messages that were legitimately like serial killer messages. It was like ransom note kind of shit, where he was like sending the guy like fucking cut up pieces. I think it wasn't even just messages. I think he actually did send him like the desiccated corpse of the Sonic plushie that he bought from him. So, yeah, no, I'm aware of that. Check out the Jay Sonic video from fucking that channel. I don't know. It was recent. I don't remember the channel, but it was a recent. It was last few months or something. £2 from Holly Bear. Preach, Papa Claw. We heart you. Well, thank you. I don't know if you know, I'm not preaching to the fucking masses or anything. I'm just saying, you know, again.
Yeah, Deadwing Dog. You tell it like it is.
No, I'm just telling it like it is. You know, I'm just out here to say when something is cringe and it seems when I walk in on a video and it seems like it's fucking embarrassing, I'm just gonna say, hey, this is pretty embarrassing. You know, this is pretty embarrassing. And that's fine. It's not like that's the other thing. The other side of that coin is just because I say something is embarrassing, you know, you get the people that act like this is like, you need to change what you're doing. I have found you wanting! Change your channel content! But no, it's just like, no, I mean, take it for what you will. I think the cinematic Venom stuff is kind of embarrassing. And a lot of the stuff that he put out there of his own volition was kind of embarrassing. And, you know, people do that from time to time. I'm sure I have. I'm certain that I have. But, you know, people do that, and it's like, you don't have to get rid of it. You don't have to apologize or anything. You just, maybe I'm just trying to help people be a little bit aware of that sometimes when, you know, that's what it is. It's a service. I'm not bullying people. I'm trying to help them. I'm trying to help them understand that sometimes they do things that is embarrassing, and I'm like, you know, I'm just words on the internet. You're gonna be that way in real life. You might encounter some real bad guys, you know? It's like, as Jerry Seinfeld once said to George, I don't know about hell, but you're gonna run into some bad dudes. I'm just a guy on the internet, you know? You can't say I'm bullying you. I'm fucking nothing compared to, like, you know, you get cornered by a gang of evil teenagers. One of them has a pocket knife. You don't want that, you know? And you gotta be aware. You gotta change up potentially, if you want to. You know, change up the 49-year-old man wearing a nappy and singing duets with children on TikTok kind of vibe. That might be something to work on. That's the public service that I provide, you know? Nathan has become a member. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. But I have a question. Is it because of the emotes? It must be because of the emotes. Thank you. 510 from Lizzie Husky. What other manga do you read? I'm reading Baki the Grappler, and Dead Man Wonderland was amazing. I don't read too much in the way of manga. I will say, I generally have issue with reading manga. We're going to continue, by the way. We're not done. I'm just catching up here, but we're not done. I generally have issues with manga sometimes because, you know, especially if it's like an action thing and it's in black and white. A lot of the time, it's really hard for me to tell what the fuck I'm even looking at. Like, it'll be just like a bunch of black lines and circles and stuff on a page, and I'm like, I guess that's an action scene. I don't know. There might be a fist there. It looks like it's coming out of that guy's head. But you know, reading colored manga helps, for one thing. with that. But also, you know, just reading it more with time, you get used to it. I've certainly gotten better in general as I've been reading, like, One Piece and other stuff. I don't read too much, though, but I will say the last manga I was really getting into that wasn't One Piece. I was always a fan, like, years and years ago. I remember I started watching the show Monster, the anime. And I really liked it. I kind of fell off around, like, the 15th episode or something. And then I kind of got back into it. And then I was, like, on a whim, I'm like, you know, I should check out the manga version. And it's considerably better. I mean, the anime's fine, but the manga is, I mean, it's a very dark story. It's a noir. And so, like, it being in black and white and being heavily shaded is actually significantly preferable. So, I mean, the Monster anime is good, but if anybody wants to get into that, I only read, like, 2 chapters before I was, immediately I was like, yeah, no, this is better. This is better. I would definitely recommend the anime is good too, but you know, and the dub is pretty good. It's got Liam O'Brien doing his best Liam O'Brien impression the entire time. But the manga is like it looks a little better for what it is. You know, it's better fit as a manga. No, I don't know. I don't read too much. You know, I find it difficult to get into it. I was reading Chainsaw Man for a while, and then I caught up to where I left off in the manga. In the anime, and then it was like, I just didn't continue with Chainsaw Man. I don't know, but I was enjoying it. I actually have the chapters of it that I was reading. I would really recommend. I mean, I understand if you like physical media, that's good. You want to read your manga, you know, have the actual book. But I will say, man, a lot of these series are really long. Just pirate them. Fucking, can you... The house that you could afford if you bought One Piece... Like, if you bought every issue of One Piece, like, in a paperback, you could move to New York. You could move to LA. Don't fucking spend money buying the One Piece manga. Good God. Just don't. I mean, maybe if it's one that's like a limited series that's like 12 issues or something, you know, maybe that's fine. But yeah, I don't know. And we're going to continue here. More Cinematic Venom is on the way, and I would like to watch... Once again, everybody, it's time for Nostalgia Critic November. It's time for Cinematic Venom's Downfall of Channel Awesome video. Originally from 2019... And, yeah, this is a while ago. This video's from a while ago. This was his big claim to fame. Setting the stage for people. This is the video, the one big video outside of people making fun of his Lord of the Rings review when they found it. This is the one big video that he made that was actually somewhat positively received, or really received somewhat at all, for that matter. Most of his videos did not garner much attention. Outside of, like, now people kind of make fun of him a bit, and he's a bit of a meme, but I guess he's right. He did say that he turned into a meme. He is right about that. He is a meme. But yeah, this is his big video, and he says that he doesn't agree with the change the channel movement anymore at the point, like, 10 months ago when he made this. You know, I've talked before recently on the stream, and, you know, this year I've talked about how, yeah, like, there's a lot of bullshit, it seems, in that document about Channel Awesome. And I think it would be interesting to maybe look at this a little bit in hindsight. A lot of the claims in that document are kind of very eyebrow-raising. And I just wonder how this goes.
Let's go way back to when I first discovered the site. Back when everything about it still seemed magical.
Go back to normal speed.
For so long wanted to be a part of Channel Awesome. For so long, Channel Awesome was like this big goal. It was like this magical pie-in-the-sky type of idea of like, holy crap, we could be a part of Channel Awesome. That would be crazy.
Yeah, this is a re-upload. It has 100,000 views in the last couple of years just from this re-upload. So people do still, you know, they wanted to see this video for one reason or another, or maybe it just popped up in their thing. But this was a popular video, you know. Again, credit where it's due. This was a video that did pretty well for the guy. And I remember watching some of it and feeling like it was a little bit annoying and not wanting to watch more. And I think instead I just watched like Fred's stream where he read through the document, and probably like a couple other people, and not this. But yeah, no, people, I think generally people like this video.
Most part, and I loved being on Channel Awesome. I love being able to tell people that I was on that site.
Is this the fucking Blockbuster Buster? Is this that guy? I think it is. Does anybody fucking remember this guy? Yeah, this is about the Google Doc. This is an old video about the Google Doc and how, I guess it's probably going to be on the side of the Google Doc and not necessarily too questioning of certain things in there.
Channel Awesome was probably one of the best things that happened. These guys gave me direction.
What a shame.
They gave me a reason.
God, that reminds me so much of when fucking... Oh, that reminds me of when Todd in the Shadows said that Gamergate was the most... being against Gamergate was the most proud he's ever been of himself. Like, that was the biggest thing he's ever done in his life, was tweeting negatively about Gamergate. Oh, being part of Channel Awesome probably was a close second for him, too, I would imagine.
To wake up in the morning for years, and I am forever grateful for that.
I had always wanted to be a critic, but seeing all these people come together made Channel Awesome really the first place where I tried to give an honest attempt.
I don't think...
Yeah, look at all these people no one remembers. I mean, it's... Again, I'm watching this as much for Cinematic Venom as I am for just the time capsule nature of this as... Because I haven't read the document since back then, like, but I've certainly thought, you know, the Almighty Lolly videos about the movies, like, they brought those up, and like, yeah, there's a lot to say about them, but I haven't actually read it or seen any of these videos. It is kind of interesting. Like, the same thing I said, the last thing, like, is this all just, like, a bitterness? When, like, did he make this video out of bitterness because he didn't get to be, like, there with Doug Walker? And are all of these nobodies that nobody remembers... like, calling out Doug Walker and Channel Awesome because nobody cares about Blockbuster Buster? Is that part of it? Maybe.
Anyone, any of the other producers worked as hard to specifically get on the site.
The real motivator, I think, was for me doing that was to sort of prove that, you know, I was somebody they should hire because I was this hardworking and was willing to do that, and you should never do that.
Management at Channel Awesome don't realize they're the problem.
So it's at this point I'd like to... Okay, here's Sad Panda. I think there was Iron Liz a second ago, and I think that I think this other one here, I think this is the Epic Fail guy. I think so. I might be wrong. This is the first one though who's like a kind of a name. I think he was in all of the movies. I watched him back in the day. You know, and there were people involved in that like Lupa who were like a pretty big name on the site, but even then, I don't know. I think there is an element of like, did they just want to be a slightly bigger name? You know, maybe not related to Doug and his stupid movies. I mean, that's fair. You know, if the document was just, hey, Doug Walker is an idiot and his movies are terrible, and we're all Audi 5000, I think everybody would be on their side then. But, you know, I don't know. A lot of this, the supposed allegations and things.
These days, they don't know how to run a company properly.
It's just been pretty depressing, shocking time to be doing this.
I am so tired of talking about Channel Awesome.
And then you left Channel Awesome!
Anymore. I'm so supremely tired.
After all this, I want nothing to do with the internet reviewing community. I want nothing to do with that.
I just
you know, and I don't want to dispute that there's probably stuff that happened at Channel Awesome that wasn't great. I mean, lest we forget fucking Jew Wario was a sex pest. He just wasn't a pedophile. He was a pest. He just wasn't a, you know, he was like a mosquito more than he was like a cockroach or something, you know. He was like, you know, he would, I don't know, not a great fella, but yeah, there was definitely some stuff about him that was not necessarily true. He got kind of thrown under the bus. Yeah, another big one definitely with the document. I love how we're not even at fucking Cinematic Venom yet. We're just in the, like, we're in this video's version of the 5-minute Bo Burnham segment. But, like, one of my favorite things about the document, well, it wasn't even the document, it was It was all the lead up to it with them like canceling Spoonie and Spoonie getting kicked out and like all of the shit that was going on there and all of the stuff that they were doing and all of the jokes that were fine until Spoonie made one and they decided to use it against him. They had a whole series called Spooning with Spoonie where the whole concept was date rape as a joke. But the moment he made a bad joke in that regard, that was like, no, now it's convenient to no longer have him around. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff to say about that, but it is just funny. We're looking at this real who's who of people that most people didn't watch on Channel Awesome.
Love making videos for Channel Awesome anymore.
If you've been following me on Twitter, you probably noticed me tweeting a lot about #ChangeTheChannel.
I'm sure we did, Lupa. How's that mother and her baby, by the way? They're still living there?
You're the most loyal producers you have. You should not be smashing them in the face first opportunity you get. That doesn't make any sense.
As much as it hurts me to say it, I'm done. I'm just done with Channel Awesome.
Yeah, it was Lupa and I think Jezu Otaku who were kind of behind that how dare you, Spoonie situation. Because he said something to Jezu Otaku, I think, and yeah, it wasn't like a good comment. It was something about like locking her up and loving her his way or something. But I don't know, it's not a good comment in the same way that all of the other, like, Spooning with Spoonie series was similarly not aged well, you know? Like, the fact that they decided arbitrarily there was the line and his whole career had to end. And the fact that Lupa was involved in that, too, was, I don't know, interesting. And of course Doug gets all of this, because Doug's the face of this whole thing, as if Doug's not... I compared Doug on the recent stream, the recent Nostalgia Critic stream. I was like, yeah, Doug is like George Bush. Doug is George W. Doug is some guy who had too much power for what his ability is. He's probably a nice enough man, but he's kind of an idiot and he's kind of incompetent. And he's not good at the one thing that he's good at. Doug for president. Yeah, it all fell on him. There he is! There he is! Auto 360.
Hello and welcome to Cinema.
Why is there an echo, friend? Why is there an echo?
Cinematic Venom. And welcome to this documentary.
Why would you make it like this?
It has now been an entire year.
I think if I made it this far into the video before turning it off the first time I saw this, but I didn't know who he was, then I definitely would have turned it off when I got to, why do you have a fucking echo on your voice, you weirdo? That would have been my question, and then I would have stopped watching. And then when I found out that he made a funny Lord of the Rings video, I would have been like, oh, it's that guy who had the weird echo on his voice. Oh. But I don't think I probably didn't get to that point, to this point then.
Controversy sparked up in regards to Channel Awesome. Possibly the biggest channel in
Yeah, reverb for self-importance. I didn't think about that, but yeah. Yeah, that is actually, yeah, that's a good point.
Entire movie review community online. And to this day, some people still aren't sure what happened, or others believe that they did nothing wrong. Others believe Doug Walker is completely innocent, and someone else is to blame. So for the first time ever, we're going to go through absolutely everything, start to finish, from both sides, and find out what exactly happened.
Like, have you ever seen a YouTube video that did this? Like, on purpose? Just where it wasn't a joke about Echo, or like he's in a cave or something. Like he's just standing, it's just a guy standing in front of a shelf and he's like, with a giant echo going, hello, 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 welcome to my Simpsons review. I really like the first season, actually. It's kind of different, but it's pretty cool. All right, thank you for watching. I mean, he's not even screaming. It's not even like a mountain echo. It's like he's like talking in a church or something. He's giving a sermon.
With Channel Awesome.
Big announcement voice.
And this has nothing to do with the fact that they actually haven't been funny in years.
I'm not having
Oh, now you cut it out. I guess there was an effect there for... It was an effect for a purpose.
Smack.
Why'd you have us in the intro?
Okay, but hang on, though.
But they actually haven't been funny in years.
They haven't been funny in years, says Cinematic Venom. That's... you know. There's adages about pots and kettles and whatnot, but, you know.
Having us as the X-Men.
Why'd you have us in the intro?
I just told the animator to draw something cool.
Yeah, that was cool. Now let's actually do it.
I can't. X-Month is over, so get out of here.
And it has nothing to do with the fact that they constantly insult anyone who disagrees with their opinions.
This movie sucked! It sucked! This movie fucking sucked!
This user is the opinion basher! This user said that the movie was bad, but he was the user that was bad. The movie was actually pretty good, and I'm sickened that he didn't understand this.
What is really better? The silly little kid version that no one remembers, or the super complex, dark and gritty grown-up version? What the hell are you people? Everybody applauded at the end because they loved Jungle Book and Cinderella, and we thought that sucked. You like it for a different reason than probably all the people out there watching like it. Oh, it's a terrible movie. Yes! It sucked! It sucked! Emma Watson can sing! The Beatles...
What do you mean they haven't been funny in years? He says they haven't been funny in years, and now you show me Doug fucking dabbing on people and saying that the movie sucks. That's pretty funny. I don't know. I like that.
It's like CG shit because it sucked. It is objectively bad. It sucked. It's a terrible movie.
I mean, I vastly fucking prefer Doug just being himself. That's the other thing, too, is everybody hates the nostalgia critic, but... when you just watch the videos of Doug just reviewing a movie, I mean, he has weird opinions sometimes, but he's at least not an insufferable asshole prick. He's not always doing that thing with his hands and screaming. You know, he's just being himself. I don't know, I'd watch this video.
And pointless. It is such shit. Yeah, I know a ton of people did and still really, really enjoy this film. But you don't know anything. She was Hermione. Yeah, she was passable? You grew up with it. That's why you like it. I know. You're making fun of it?
So yeah, this is all about this guy. Wow. This reminds me so much of the Neo Jesus video now about... I can't believe I'm about to have to, like, defend Doug Walker as we watch this. But this reminds me of the Neo Jesus video about, like, Red Letter Media, where it really just seemed like... or no, not Red Letter Media. Well, it was. He said some stuff about them. But it was about, like, YMS, I think, and some others talking about, like, Suicide Squad was the one where I was like, oh, you just really like the Suicide Squad movie, and you just have an issue with the fact that critics, by and large, recognize that it's a pile of shit. And so he has to rationalize that somehow as, like, well, they must be the problem. This guy just, I guess, Doug said one too many opinions that were not his opinion, and that, for that, he must die.
It's a cheesy 90s movie, man.
Yeah, it's fun, but we know it's bad.
Oh, that's right. This is a Happy Madison audience, where something that they see come out of them every day is suddenly hilarious because it reminds them of something that was scandalous when they were 2 years old. Just go and see the original classic! Knock knock! There. This movie fucking sucked!
So he's talking about the Jungle Book remake, which I think is notable as being one of the only good live-action Disney remakes in the last, like, decade or whatever. This might have been, like, 2013, or I don't know, I don't remember when it came out, but it was, you know, this era. And it was like everything after that was like Lion King and Aladdin and just varying degrees of awful shit. And it continues. The shit continues rolling downhill. It has become a Katamari ball of disastrous proportions. But this movie was apparently pretty good. I guess Cinematic Venom likes this movie. I don't know that it was better than the original, necessarily, or really could be compared even. But Doug, I mean, I don't know, just knowing what I know now of these live-action Disney remakes, I guess I'm just kind of like, yeah, Doug is over here saying that you should just watch the original Jungle Book instead of the soulless corporate cash grab remake that Disney made. Well, again, I hear that one's like the one good one, so maybe that's the exception. But knowing what we know about the following movies, like, this dance is very funny to me now. Like, if this was the same reaction he had for fucking, like, the Little Mermaid movie or whatever, like, this is fucking pointless! Just go watch the real movie instead! You know, maybe, you know, I don't know, I guess I'm just on Doug's side here.
It sucked!
But you know what? It doesn't really matter because
The
I welcome
least
all of the
bad,
dislikes
okay.
And all of the comments saying that I'm just jealous and doing this for views, and Doug Walker did nothing wrong. He is completely.
Oh, he was talking about Beauty and the Beast there, right? Emma Watson, right? But he mentioned something about the snake. There was a part there about the snake. So one of these is him talking about the Jungle Book movie. I think this one is him. Yeah, this is him talking about the Beauty and the Beast. So I think that's actually completely valid. I think that movie, from what I understand, that movie is, you know, it's just a complete, just watch the original, this is worthless kind of deal. Maybe I'm wrong. Again, I haven't seen it, but, yeah, that's completely fucking, I'm on his side here. He's just saying that a bad movie is shit, basically.
It sucked. But you know what? It doesn't really matter because I welcome all of the dislikes and all of the comments saying that I'm just jealous and doing this for views, and Doug Walker did nothing wrong. He is completely innocent in all of this. He's a little saint who shits gold, his piss is the cure for cancer, and he saves little orphan babies from death.
Not only did he probably not do anything all that wrong, I'm gonna go as far as to say I kinda don't believe that Mike Michaud is the fucking second coming of Hitler or whatever. I don't know. Again, the fucking... Wasn't he the one that the person had to sleep with a samurai sword next to their bed because they were terrified that he was gonna come to find them or something? I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. Maybe if it was anything other than a samurai sword, I would probably... If you just said it was a gun, I'd be like, wow, shit, that's serious. Samurai sword pushes this into the realm of, like, a Sega Genesis game or something. I don't know.
Blindfolded while surfing dolphins, fighting...
Oh, that was Mike Ellis. Right. Okay.
This is the entire story.
Two different Mikes, right. And Doug, I mean, Doug's whole thing, I mean, Doug isn't blameless. I won't say, yeah, he didn't do nothing wrong. Doug's not blameless. One of his big things is just being a horrible filmmaker. Like, genuinely. One of his big things is that he kind of, I think unintentionally, like, abused a lot of the people in those movies to some extent. Not really abused, but just, like, they were, like, thirsty and tired and, like, not fed well. And that's a thing that I believe. Like, I don't have a trouble believing that Doug just couldn't fucking do... He couldn't do anything else in the movie right. You think he'd be able to take care of the crew? Come on now.
Oh, Channel Awesome.
What the hell happened to me? I used to be the clown prince of comedy. I used to say they're all gonna laugh at you. And now I'm just praying that you'll laugh at me.
Doug Walker began his work on YouTube in 2007 under the name The Nostalgia Critic, which is practically the angry video game nerd for movies. A grown man angry that his nostalgia doesn't quite hold up and rips apart terrible films. Naturally, he became quite popular, even resulting in a feud with his inspiration, the nerd himself, played by James Rolfe. I myself...
The good era.
Found him through his Saved by the Bell review and was hooked instantly, loving his energy and graphic humour. I went back and watched every single episode.
I'm trying to remember if I watched Nostalgia Critic before or after Cinema Snob. Before or after AVGN. Probably after, I would assume. But I got into... No, maybe not, because I got into AVGN late. And, yeah, I don't know. It might have been just around the same time, really. Yeah, that was a wonderful time to be alive.
From the very beginning,
I cannot believe that was 15 years ago. This video was from so long ago that if it was a person, it would be getting banned from my chat right now.
Became a dedicated fan of his. I'd previously been inspired by his buddy Brad Jones, the Cinema Snob, to start my own reviewing show not long after, but Doug quickly took over as my main comedic YouTube inspiration.
It started off as something that was just a hobby in my parents' place, just to get a few laughs, just to see if I can be entertaining. And from that, it just exploded.
However, due to copyright issues, he gave up on YouTube and launched his own site in 2008 with...
We're watching the whole fucking history of the series, and yeah, and alright, so we get into the... Let's get to here, sure. What's going on here?
And yet, nobody points it out. The show flopped and the website began to lose a huge amount of views and traffic. But months later, Doug felt inspired again and brought back the Critic.
Demo reel.
I'm having a debate on whether or not to bring the Nostalgia Critic back.
Oh, well, I don't care.
Rachel soon departed the site for further opportunities in LA and was replaced by Tamra Chambers as the show continues to this day. The 5th year anniversary was cut down considerably. Unable to afford another movie.
And we can only
I
afford
always forget about the fucking Uncanny Valley one. Jesus Christ.
one more of these anniversaries anyway.
To be fair, I'm actually genuinely amazed that they were able to write, produce, shoot, edit, and release 3 movies, one each year. I mean, they'd film them in April and they would come out in the summer.
I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed. When you watch those movies, I'm not impressed. Because okay, let's break this down. Let's break down what he actually says
I'm
here.
actually genuinely amazed that they were able to write...
Right, okay, the writing is basically just stealing scenes from Star Wars or whatever and slapping some stupid jokes in there. Like, the writing is basically non-existent. Produce. They're horribly produced. The audio is awful. The fucking, like, what do you mean produce? Shoot. Again, production is awful. The shooting is awful. The fucking cinematography in these are awful.
Edit and release.
The editing and the release. Well, I guess the release was fine. The editing was also bad. I don't know. Just because they did it within a year, like, yeah, you can crank out 3 pretty long, terrible products within a fucking year or 2 if you want to. I don't know. I mean, shout outs to the whole fucking crew that they assembled for being part of it, but the main people, Doug and them who like put it together, you know, the cast is fine, you know, good credit to them for getting involved, but you know, the actual production of these movies was fucking terrible. I wouldn't give them too much credit for that.
3 movies, one each year. I mean, they'd film them in April and they would come out in the summer. That's insane. Unable to afford another movie, though they for some reason blamed it on the crap weather instead, the 5th year anniversary was actually a collection of short films produced by people on the site, and then the anniversary special stopped, and that's when things began to go downhill. In January of 2015, longtime Channel Awesome producer Obscurus Lupa, real name Allison, was fired from the website. Around 2013 or 2014, Allison visited Doug himself to film with him in his studio, but this episode would never be released as it took months to edit together for some reason.
Lost media.
And she was fired not long after. This was an interview and Doug asked some uncomfortable questions about her personal life, and when she failed to improvise at one point, as she's admitted that it's not one of her—
Do we know if that's true? Do we know if that's true? He asked her uncomfortable questions about her personal life. Do we only have her word to go off of that? Like, because I don't know. I guess I could see that happening. You know, I wouldn't put it past Doug, but I don't know. I just... Seems a little strange to have something that's like, there's no evidence of this and there's no video footage of it, but he apparently said some pretty... Did you hear what he said about Hitler in this video you can't watch? It's crazy.
Strong points. Doug harshly stated that she'll never make it in this business.
You probably noticed from the things that I've written about this that I have a huge problem, not just with Mike Michelle.
Oh, wait, okay, hang on. They didn't provide food or water. A complaint isn't true either, given that there's a video of one of them ordering food, and To Boldly Flee slideshow had shots of food around the set. Then what the fuck? How much of this was just bullshit? God damn! I was willing to give him that one, because I'm like, okay, yeah, Doug couldn't put together the rest of the fucking movies. You think he was going to be able to fucking take care of his cast or whatever? Like, no, apparently they did. Apparently they were fine. I mean, I don't know, just because they had, like, one shot of food there, maybe it's like one of those North Korea fucking... like, propaganda cities, you know? Or they pretend that they've got, like, fucking a nightlife or something, you know? Maybe it was like that, but probably not. It was probably just fine.
But with Rob Walker and with Doug Walker, because they are complicit in this. And I know a lot of people want to believe that they're not involved or that they don't know about this stuff because they make videos that they like and they are nice in the videos. And they're not monsters all the time. They were nice to me at times.
They're not monsters all the time, but some of the times they definitely were.
But there were times when they said some really hurtful things and did some hurtful things.
Well, okay, Lupa, again, this is your fucking word against everybody else's. And it's like, you know, the fucking... You can play the game of the lady in the building who wanted to kick you out, or who you wanted to kick out with her baby because her baby was being too loud while you were trying to act and to boldly flee. You know? Which, maybe that's also bullshit, because there's no proof of that necessarily either. But I've heard that, and I believe that about as well as I believe anything you have to say.
And they were part of decisions that affected us.
And it wasn't until after everybody else had left when Allison was confronted by Mike Machad, who lambasted her for using mid-rolls in her videos. She was struggling financially and did it as a way to help herself out, but he didn't care and claimed that people were using ad block, which affected Channel Awesome's money. He allegedly even intentionally left insulting comments up on the site that were criticized.
I mean, like, you have to admit, if you looked like this guy, like, you think you would try to be a good person? No. Look at this. He looks like Brucey from GTA 4. No, you go full into just being a dickhead at this point. Like, maybe if he had hair. The real problem is the Lex Luthor situation, you know? It's unfortunate to all the shaved-headed homies out there. But, you know, he's got the... He looks like Jeff Bezos' scumbag son.
Criticizing Allison for the ads instead of just talking to her directly first.
And whatever you want to say about the mid-rolls, the way that he handled this was really just atrocious, and it made...
Oh, yeah. Casual reminder that Lupa tried to swat Brad Jones's wife while dealing with I think it was her father's funeral. And Linkara made fun of Brad for calling her out. Yeah.
It wasn't a swatting, it was a wellness check!
I remember that, yeah. So Lupa over here is a cool person. From what... I mean, again, that's just what people have said. Which is about as equally true as far as anybody's concerned as what she says about, like, Doug and these people. But, I don't know. I mean, it's just like, yeah, I guess two can fucking play at that game, I guess.
Really uncomfortable. And I cried in the bathroom.
But that's like, I mean, I'm saying she says stuff about like, oh, they said this to me. But that is like, I don't know if there's any proof of that. There might actually be. I know that somebody was, like, he did get swatted. And it was during that situation happened. But whether or not that was actually her, I mean, I guess there's Linkara fucking, you know, like supporting it. So I guess so. I mean, geez.
In the studio. Because I was so upset over this.
To his credit, Doug did console Allison, who was upset over this ordeal, and he claimed that he'd look into it. They soon
Lupa tried to throw Brad under the bus because an old acquaintance told me that he was a pedo. Wow. I mean, again, I don't want to say I believe that anymore, because that's just, you know, it's hypocritical to be like, oh, wow, this completely unsubstantiated thing that you just said is true? Wow. But, like, it's just, like, that's as true to me as anything she says about any of this. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if she had a whole bunch in the way of fucking, you know, like, proof of any of that, but,
Skype call not long after, but none of Mike's unprofessionalism and bullying was ever mentioned. Allison was on the verge of just quitting altogether for at least a year. This is when Patreon became huge and she started to use it to help herself and her content out, but this angered Machad and the company, who just didn't understand Patreon and saw it as e-begging. Previously, Mike Jevons' campaign to raise money for his feature film was promoted, but now all of a sudden it was an issue. The company began making absurd rules about how long a Patreon ad can be, but then Brad was allowed to promote his fully without a problem, but no apology was ever administered to Allison. However, when she confronted Doug for help, she was simply told to just make more videos instead. She was then asked for a Skype call, but she was away from the computer for 15 minutes, and because she didn't reply in those 15 minutes because she was filming more videos which they wanted, she was fired. And So
this is another one of the big claims. This is another one of the ones that, like, I remember Almighty Lowly pointed out that was like, I don't know, you really think that was, like you really... Like, I guess with the narrative that's spun about, like, this kind of vague misogyny of, oh, Brad and Mike were allowed to do this, but not you, Allison. I guess that would maybe check, and that would fall in line, but it seems very ridiculous that you would be fired over being, like, 15 minutes late. You know, and people, I don't know, I guess it's believable enough, but I don't know, it's a little bit questionable.
Provided screenshots proving this. Imagine just going to the shop for 15 minutes.
Yeah, apparently I've heard that was kind of bullshit, and somebody says that, like, maybe they just found a loophole to get rid of, an obscurus loophole to get rid of her, because they just didn't like her. And that could be true, and that could be, like, on her more than them, potentially, you know? Like, it could be a thing where she's just kind of like an obnoxious person in some way, you know? And they were like, God, what can we, I don't know, fine, this'll do it. Which is maybe not the best way to handle it, but I don't know, like, yeah, there's enough, there's like, every time I look at the chat right now, there's another person going, oh yeah, you mean Alison Pregler, the person who, and it's some other thing, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know, I just don't know that this is like the face of this whole document. She's like the main face of this whole document, too.
Come back, oh, that's it, you've lost your job. Fellow producer Phaelus, real name Phaelus.
Oh good, now Phaelus is here. I bet this video won't be stupid. Oh good, Phaelus is here. Now I can't stop rolling my eyes.
Who is Lupa's boyfriend, was so angry at the company that he actually quit in protest. But things went quiet for a while. This wasn't even brought to the public until later on. But now, it has amazingly been 1 year since the controversy sparked back up. So let's go through all of this and find out what happened 12 months later. Thanks to the wonderful world of Twitter, a bunch of Channel Awesome...
Apparently she revealed... Another screenshot revealed Mike tried to contact her for 2 hours beforehand. Which Mike? The rapist or the other one? I don't know. Is the one who looks like Brucey, is that Mashad or is that Mike Ellis? Because I thought he was the one. I get it mixed up. Because there's 2 Mikes. And I think one of them is like not even, I don't even know if one of them is like known what they look like. I don't know. But, yeah. I mean, and you can fake a Skype screen cap as easily as you could fake anything, even back when this was all happening. You know, you didn't need AI or whatever to do it. You can fake it, so, like, hypothetically, either of them could just be like, yeah, he did this, and here's the proof. Yeah, well, actually, she did this, and here's the proof. Like, I don't know, you can do that if you really want to, I guess.
Producers began exchanging their awful experiences with the company, and this led to a lot of them realizing that they now had a big enough fan base and were able to walk away
Mashad
from it.
equals bald. Mashald bald, I see. So it's M for might have alopecia. Got it. That's how we remember.
After a lot of things were exchanged, Channel Awesome did eventually respond. Apparently with an apology. We wanted to take a moment to clear the air and acknowledge some of the recent public concerns raised by content creators previously associated with Channel Awesome. Channel Awesome is an organisation that respects our producer partners and strives to create the best possible environment for everyone. We welcome a diverse community of people joining together to create great videos.
So, Tyler's dropping some facts. Remember that time in the document where Linkara had a bitch fit over Doug wanting him to get insurance to film at the CA studio, then admitted to using the CA studio would have been a major pain? Well, I remember that was a thing, yeah, in those videos. It was, I think, specifically the one about the Atop the Fourth Wall movie, where Almighty Loli was, like, pointing that out, like, because there's a thing in there about, like, he wouldn't let me use the studio, like... It was a lot of like, why can't I do it? Like, just do it yourself. A lot of it was like him complaining that he wouldn't get special shit that he should have just basically been doing himself, basically. Yeah, just stuff like, I don't know. The whole thing is just silly. There's a lot of silly there.
People who have spoken out about past instances they deemed hurtful.
Yeah, this music right now. I mean, the music, this... I think it's meant to be overly dramatic for, like, because he says...
After a lot of things were exchanged, Channel Awesome did eventually respond. Apparently with an apology.
Never mind, the music was just playing before this. When did the music fucking start?
That he actually quit into back of months later. A bunch of Channel Awesome producers began exchanging...
Oh, it's for this sad part. What's happening that's so sad here? I do recall shooting a crossover there where I was cornered about mid-rolls and cried in a bathroom. Jesus fucking Christ. Look, I'm sorry. I'm sure that it's not easy being a woman in a man's workplace or whatever, but there's just something very obviously kind of... I was cornered and I just cried. Like, oh my god, settle down. I'm sorry, but come on. I just don't. This is as overdramatic as cinematic Venom. This is the same fucking thing. Me just like, okay, I just kind of don't believe this now because you're being a little bit fucking ridiculous. Like, I could believe that you maybe had an uncomfortable working experience, sure. But when you go all full, I was crying! Like, holy shit. You might as well just do a 5-minute fucking Bo Burnham montage.
Thanks to the wonderful work
They're beating me!
Channel Awesome producers began exchanging their awful experiences with the company.
I'm getting beat down!
And this led to a lot of them realizing that they now had a big enough fan base and were able to walk away from it all, quitting completely. After a lot of things were exchanged, Channel Awesome did eventually respond. Apparently with an apology.
So he reads through the apology, and I mean, yeah, it's your standard ChatGPT apology, basically. And,
hurtful or unprofessional, we sincerely regret you felt that way.
That you feel that way, not that we did something. Not that we did something. Feel that way.
I mean,
they deemed hurtful or unprofessional.
I'm sorry that you feel that way. I mean, that's kind of valid sometimes, where it's like, in this scenario where there's so much that's being called into question, I don't know, Mars Girl seems pretty livid about it. Maybe something serious happened to her. Because she seems pretty upset. I'm not discounting that some bad things might have happened there. Like, again, Channel Awesome is full of fucking idiots and fucking just incompetent morons. I'm certain that there was probably not a great work environment there. But, I don't know, like... yeah, you know, it's not good to do a, you know, sorry you feel that way, I guess, but it is like, well, if a lot of this seems to be kind of nonsense and based on a potentially fake firing that didn't happen, or like happened but under different circumstances or something. Like, yeah, what do you say other than like, well, we kind of didn't actually do some of those things. Like, say you're in that scenario where you're having to write this apology. And it's like, you actually, like, hypothetically, Channel Awesome actually didn't do a lot of the things that are in this document, hypothetically. What are you supposed to say? Other than, like, well, we didn't, which people aren't going to take any more kindly to. So you go with something like this, that's like, well, you know, I'm sorry that for whatever reason you're feeling bad. You know, you gotta say something, I guess. I don't know. I mean, like, it's not a great response. It is a fairly ChatGPT response.
Professional, we sincerely regret you felt
they wanted money.
That you feel that way, not that we did something. Not that we did something.
I mean, she's acting more believably here than she was in the Linkara movie, so I'm inclined to think that she was actually wronged in some way.
Not that Channel Awesome did a thing. We regret that you
this
feel
music is really hard to deal with.
Like we did a thing to you. Oh, I'm sorry. That's how you interpreted everything you went through over the course of 9 years. Oh.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't sound like she had a great time, certainly. You know, she seems like the most believable person so far. More so than, Lupa and some of the other people. Because she's another one where she's also been in a lot of these, like, the movies and stuff. Like, people watched her. I don't think I did necessarily, but I don't even really remember. I think she did anime or something. That's probably... At that time, I was big into my anime is cringe and for losers phase, so that was probably it. But, yeah, no, she was in the movies and stuff, so it's not even necessarily a thing of like, oh, I wasn't popular enough and I need attention, which is kind of the case when you look at some of the, like, oh, Blockbuster Buster is here, right? I don't know. But, yeah, no, she seems kind of believable here.
Oh, you're bad.
I'm gonna guess that the way this was worded escaped them for how
there is the tone. Yeah, the tone is these users are the apology basher. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of unpopular Maddies. I mean, people can't get over, we asked for an apology, and then you froze! I mean, but again, like, jokes aside, that scene was really bad, and she was in it, and she was not a very good actor, so She's pretty believably upset here. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't prove anything really, but it does seem like, again, I don't have trouble believing, like somebody earlier was, this is what happens when your company is run by spurgoids. Yeah, you know, like, people are probably not gonna be treated the best, necessarily.
How it sounded, but telling someone that you regret...
Yeah, the thing about all that she's experienced over 9 years does feel very... that does start to border on, like, again, a little too... Like, everything you've experienced for not... Like, okay, there's probably been some things over those years. But, like, was it a constant, everyday, like, war-at-home situation? I don't know. That sounds pretty bad.
They felt you were unprofessional.
The music is very comedic, yes. I would say if the music that Cinematic Venom added to this wasn't pulling double duty right now, I feel like some of these would be... I don't know, we would be reacting differently to some of this.
Is fucked up. Oh, we're really sorry that you feel it was unprofessional for us to allow the CFO of our company to sexually harass...
Oh wait, fucking Mars Girl is responsible for the Vic Mignogna thing? Oh god. I don't know how to say his last name, by the way, but I don't think many people do. Oh god. I don't know, I've heard some conflicting things that say that he actually did do some bad stuff, but I've also heard a lot that was just basically, no, it was pretty much just complete character assassination. And I kind of, I don't know, I could go either way. I like his Junpei voice, you know.
They were placing the blame on the people who were wronged. And that's been their typical response
Vic Mangina.
to a lot of things. They never admit culpability.
Like, let's just say, for instance, that some of these things just went under the radar and it was unintentional. Okay, let's just give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they didn't realise they were doing some of these things. Then just say, we're sorry that we did this. We'll make it up to you. They didn't do that. They just denied it.
But what if they didn't do some of these things? Like, go over this again. Okay, say your part again there, Venom.
Like, let's just say, for instance... some of these things just went under the radar.
Right.
It was unintentional.
Okay, let's just say, for instance, that a lot of this is bullshit. What are they gonna say then? Like, you are operating under the assumption outright that it's just done, that it's just... And I'm not even shitting on Cinematic Venom here. This is a video from years ago, and it seems like he doesn't even really agree with himself in this video anymore from what that other video says. Sounds like he's changed his opinion about it. So I'm not even going after him. It's more just like, this is like, because this is a... I would say for the time for surrounding this, this is a video that, like, a lot of people were making. They were kind of all in this mindset. And even I was. A lot of people were. Nobody was really asking too many fucking questions about this document thing. And like, they were all just kind of operating from the... And I feel like a lot of it was because Doug Walker was, like, Nostalgia Critic was so annoying. And people were just sick of fucking Nostalgia Critic or whatever, and those movies, and they were like, yeah, you know, fuck them, whatever. Oh, I always knew those guys sucked, fuck them. And like, that was part of my mindset a little bit, was like, yeah, they suck, whatever. Yeah, they probably did it, sure. You know. But now you look at it, and it's like, well, no, because, I mean, and this is, you know, his mindset is just, like, as he's talking about this here, yeah, everybody was operating from just okay, well, they did it. So, hypothetically, well, no, hypothetically, what if they fucking didn't do a lot of this stuff? Hypothetically, what if, as it turned out, a lot of this was really silly? And yeah, no, I don't know, this is just really interesting. This is why I wanted to watch this video. Not to bully Cinematic Venom or anything. I mean, the choices with the editing in this video, with the fucking music, that's pretty funny. But... just because, yeah, this is a time capsule of this era when, like, we were all just kind of like, yeah, they totally did everything. They absolutely did everything.
Okay.
No question.
Give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they didn't realize they were doing some of these things.
Yeah, and then
just say, we're sorry that we did this.
And then they get lawsuits. That's, as one chat member points out, them saying they're sorry even for the stuff that wasn't their fault would open them up for lawsuits. Right. So they had to very carefully word this thing in a way that, you know, like, and you might look at that especially at the time, I feel like you'd go, oh, well, maybe they deserve to get sued, and maybe that's them trying to avoid responsibility, but it's like, well, nowadays we look at it and we can recognize that there's some fucking nonsense here. A little bit. So, I don't know. I'm just like, yeah, it's probably for the best that they didn't, I guess, because, you know.
Make it up to you. They didn't do that.
Make it up to you.
They just denied it.
There now, you see, there's no problem too big.
Yeah, if something was so bad, wouldn't you leave? I mean, I don't know. I mean, wouldn't you leave after 9 years is the question, and it's like, I don't know. Would you? That's kind of the whole, like, blaming the abuse victim thing, like, shouldn't you have left him kind of thing. But it's not that situation. She's working at like an online fucking video production thing. I'm sure she could have got another job. Or, like, yeah, I don't know that she's... Yeah, in this scenario, it's not like she's... I don't know the specifics of Mars Girl's fucking job, you know? But, like, in that scenario, I would assume that it's not exactly like a day-to-day, like I say, war at home kind of thing. She's not, like, experiencing, like, day-to-day shit at the workplace kind of... I don't know. I feel like it would be maybe wrong to say, like, she should have done something, but... that is an element. Like, 9 years. It's one thing when you're like, you know, the abuse victim in a couple, and like they're gaslighting you, and you know they're like you'll be nothing without me, and that kind of thing. And like, yeah, maybe there's a lot of reasons there why somebody wouldn't leave, but when it's just a job like this, I don't know. Like, it's not like it's the fucking biggest thing in the world. You know, yeah, I think it's maybe, there's a good place to say that maybe here. I don't know.
Can't be solved by a humble apology.
Reeks of attention and money.
You lying?
Our priority has always been to help content partners succeed and provide people a vehicle to follow their dreams.
That was not your priority in the slightest.
When the need arose, we have distanced ourselves from people who were particularly callous, letting go of significant stakeholders in the interest of keeping our mission at the forefront.
What stakeholders, assholes? The only people holding any stake in your company are your band of dudes up there in Chicago.
We appreciate and hear the frustrations of past producers. We're actively taking internal steps to better improve communication with our producers so they can be focused on putting out their great content. And we're open to constructive criticism.
I mean, frankly, even this apology seems like it could get them in trouble. For the people who have spoken out about past instances they deemed hurtful or unprofessional, we sincerely regret you felt that way. No, I guess that is worded in such a way that doesn't really implicate anything. Yeah. No, I mean, it's such a dicey thing, because I don't, like... It's weird, because, like, yeah, the Channel Awesome people are probably not great. You know, I don't have any problem believing that they're probably not great. I think, if anything, they just needed to... I don't know. This is just... They're probably not great, so it's, like, it's hard to want to come down on their side, because I do believe that there's probably some, you know, not great stuff that happened there. Yeah. I mean, I believe that that's probably possible, but at the same time, I'm like, this does seem like such a fucking hit piece that I'm just left, like, almost like, yeah, good. It's good that you worded it this way. Like, I'm on their side a little bit. I kind of don't want to be, but now... It's like, it's I don't know. Again, there's probably some bad people working there. But, I don't know. It's complicated. It's all he said, she said.
The needs of our community. But criticism that isn't a means to a productive end does little for either the party criticizing or those in the line of fire.
Oh, you don't like what we do? Well, we don't like the way you said that. So we don't have to address it.
Our focus now...
Yeah, and I mean, like... Like, the thing is, I don't want to give I don't want to give Cinematic Venom too much credit here, either. And I was saying before, like, oh, I don't want to, you know, shit on him too much for his views from years ago and this document thing. Like, he says that he looks at it differently now. But it also we watched this to begin with because it seemed he was indicating that, like, the reason why he did this was on some level because he was... like, bitter that he wasn't part of Channel Awesome. Because he was a Channel Awesome dick rider for years. And then this was the first video that kind of took off. And so, like, is the narrative still being spun? You know what I mean? Like, this video, completely unrelated to them. He's got this fucking music playing. And is he doing it just because he felt that it would fit? Or because, like, yeah, this'll also make it seem really bad for them. Like, oh, it's just like, is he really trying to manipulate us with the music? I don't know. That thought popped into my head. This is so unbearable.
We have and all our dedicated followers. We want to make our collective future the best it possibly.
Oh, hey, almighty Lolly. Iron Liz swears Doug and his brother are incompetent and unprofessional, but isn't melodramatic about it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's what I would believe. 100%. That's why I'm like, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I was saying like the thing where they claimed that like they weren't being fed properly at the when they were making the movies. I was able to believe that to some extent, but apparently that's also bullshit. I'm able to believe it to an extent because I'm like, yeah, they're incompetent fucking filmmakers, so yeah, the set would be a nightmare too, sure. And I'm sure the working conditions were bad. But no, apparently it was more or less like there's proof to the contrary. We don't really know 100% either way how bad it was or whatever. It's all kind of it's all up in the air. He said, she said, but there is proof to the contrary that there actually was food and there was like a catering service thing and everything was fine. So yeah, like even when it comes down to like, yeah, they're incompetent, but even then, like I don't know, I would have given that to him and been like, yeah, maybe they were incompetent enough that it led to like them fucking up with the crew and that sort of thing. No, even then, apparently that was kind of also not true. You know, apparently, allegedly.
Do it. Fucking do it 8 years ago, okay?
We thank our content creators, team, and fans for truly making our channel awesome. Here's to creating something even better in the future.
That means we would like to fucking put this in the past as quickly as possible, sweep this under the rug, and not actually address any of the concerns. Not a single actual concern.
Naturally, this non-apology wasn't very well received, most agreeing that the company were ignoring everything and putting the blame on everybody else. However, on April the 2nd, 2018, a Google Doc was made listing everybody's frustrations with the company, and you bet your ass we're gonna go through the entire thing, but we're gonna
Hell
look at
yeah,
it from...
guys, we've been here for like an hour, we're not even into the doc. Alright, I gotta grab a fucking water. I'll be right back. Is there like a funny, you know what, let me pull an XQC or something. Let me find a funny video that I can share with you. Let me find, you know what I'll do? Here. What's a good one? Sure, here we go. This is from Trash Faye. I'll be right back. Germa, my way.
And now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear, I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full. I've traveled each and every highway, and more, much more than this. I did it my way. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do and saw it through without exemption. I planned each charted course, each careful step along the byway, and more, much more than this. I did it my way. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew.
Man, I just realized that probably got me copyright fucked pretty hard. There's a reason why I usually do the It Is a Mystery. Big Macs, I've made a few. Well, it's not really him, it's AI. It's from Trash Faye here. Credit to the creators and all that. Yeah, that was a little bit of that. I made myself a mixed drink. It's not alcohol. It's Purple Fruitopia and Yarritos fucking Mandarin. Jarritos, however you say that, the Mexican Coke one, Mandarin flavor. I don't know if that's gonna work together, but you know, there's no booze, but you know, it's a mixed drink technically. No, not that one, not that one. Back to this. So we're actually getting into the document here. It's been like an hour or something. We've looked at just this video. We're actually getting into the document now. Hallelujah, hallelujah.
The company, and you bet your ass we're going to go through the entire thing, but we're going to look at it from both sides. So we're going to see if these arguments actually are petty.
You're both sidesing this issue?
And if Doug is to blame for it.
Alright, he's actually going to try to take a measured approach to it. That's respectable. I'm here for it. Go for it, Cinematic Venom. Go off.
For any of them. Let's be open-minded and take a look. Once the document was produced, many were hopeful that Doug and his brother Rob were leaving the channel secretly, and all the videos being uploaded were made in advance. And then—
oh, that goes well. Oh yeah, I chose well. Oh yeah. Oh, that's perfect. Because I had a little of the Purple Fruitopia, and I was like, it's okay. And then I added the Jarritos. I'm gonna go with Jarritos. That's how I'm pronouncing it. Yeah, and that's perfect. That's a good choice.
When they were proven wrong, they 180'd and claimed that Doug isn't to blame. It was all Mike Michaud, despite eyewitness accounts, but we'll get to this.
You're in my spot, sir.
Just got a quick question. What's the purpose of violence? Is it a forward alley, a bad alley, probably not a good neighborhood? And they're just looking at me like, protect us.
I would love to probably try to get people that were doing like something like that.
That is a favorite story of he insulted James Gunn.
So one of the things about this I remember, Doug has like vanishingly little to do with his own company. He basically signed away most of the fucking rights to the Nostalgia Critic and everything to, like, isn't it? It's like Mike Michaud and like some Indian guy or something, I think. I forget, but it's like he doesn't even own anything, I don't think.
But remember, this document was made by people in the company who worked for the company and worked with these people that you guys have never met. So we do have to give them a bit more trust in what they're saying. We don't know. I've never met these people. A lot of you have never met these people. So we need to be open-minded and just hear them out and hear what they have to say. But now, apparently the people who worked for them and worked with them, they know nothing. But the fans who watch them on YouTube, they know what's up. There was a main misconception that the producers were complaining.
I mean, I thought we were trying to be fair here or something. What, Doug wasn't going to, like, talk to some fucking randos at a convention or something about this serious issue? And so, is that what we're mad at him for now?
That they weren't paid to work on Channel Awesome, and they weren't paid to star in the anniversary movies. Now this was true, they weren't paid, and it was completely optional. Their travel and accommodation was entirely covered. But the point was more that they were giving the company their own free time and effort without being paid.
Chat member, I have to ask, why are you named after the ill-fated Microsoft project called Project Spark? You even have the TM. Are you the only thing that remains of Conker at this point? That's a shame. I mean, nothing against you. You seem like a fine chat member, but that's just a shame. That game seemed cool.
And they were still treated poorly on set.
Doug is a terrible director. It was shitty because the organization was just shit. They had no storyboarding or just basic skills to make a movie, and Doug is so obtuse and think he can manage everything, and you can't, mate. You can't. I had a scene where I was just standing.
Okay, hard agree. We're all on Sad Panda's side right now, at the very least.
In the background, and the only thing I had to do in that scene was to body react to what they were saying. Well, at least I had no indication. Like, that's how good of a director Doug is. And they say, we have to reshoot that scene because something went wrong. And I was like, yeah, sure. And it was getting late, and they would let some producer leave because they didn't have anything more to film. They tell
Unrelated Project Spark. Damn, that's a cursed name. I hope you buck the trend, friend.
Me, no, you have to stay because we have to reshoot that scene with Lindsay and Linkara, and you appear in the shot, so you have to be there. Like, okay, no problem. I spent like 3 or 4 hours sleeping on the ground in the cave, and around midnight,
Okay, so he's talking about the conditions on set here. Maybe not 100% on his side then. I mean, he's talking about it. I mean, Yeah, all of that. He's talking about how he was like sleeping in a fucking cave or something. You know, it's a little hard to understand his Mexican accent, but it's you know, he's talking about his situation there, and like you know, yeah. This feeds into the whole thing of like Doug is a bad filmmaker, the movies are bad, and like that's why I say I feel like literally those movies were a big part of the public perception of Doug and the company, and literally like this is basically what he's saying is like those movies, it's like follow the breadcrumbs, the movies are bad. If you thought the movies were bad, well, the production of the movies were bad. And the whole fucking people that work at the company are bad. And, you know, and it's like, I don't know, it's easy to follow that train of logic. Like, it's almost ridiculous to be like, just because the movies were bad, people were willing to cancel Doug and all these people. But that's kind of fucking, like, what's happening here. Like, I don't know. I don't know if this thing he's talking about is... Maybe this is all totally true. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, it does, you know, without any context, you know, you look at it, then there's a bit of a narrative there, it seems like, of yeah, like, Doug bad because movie bad because, and, you know, it goes up from there.
Suit, get up. Like, to wake up, and I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm going to body act the shit out of this. And they film the scene, and I'm doing my stuff, and Doug is, like, really happy with the scene, so, oh, Panda, you were good. And then I realized when the movie was out, they cropped me out of the scene. It's just to focus on Linkara and Lindsay. I was like, are you fucking serious? You made me stay for more than 12 hours. No, not 12 hours, but a fucking lot of time.
See, that's what I'm talking about, is like, I don't know if I disbelieve that. I mean, like, that's something that sounds believable enough. That's why I'm saying, like, the fucking, all the stuff about I had to sleep with a samurai sword next to my bed and all this wacky shit, that seems a little silly. But when it's just literally like, yeah, the movies are bad, and can you imagine that they would be mismanaged in the production of them? Yes, I can, easily. I can easily see them doing a thing. What was the classic famous one was Doug wanting to film everything twice. One would be, you know, the first way, and then one would be doing it his way. Just for, you know, just to see. And, like, that's one where I can believe it a little bit, but it also goes back into the whole fucking thing I've said before about, was Doug being a dictator in the Kick-Assia movie actually what led to some of this? Like, you talk about maybe the movies made people feel a certain way about the company or whatever. Is the literal perception, because this feels like it's just, it echoes that to some extent. Like, it's just, he's this horrible monster that forced them all into this situation, and none of them liked being there, and none of them wanted to be there with him, and none of them liked him. And he just did it for his own gain, and forced them to be there against their will. And, like, that's literally the plot of Kick-Assia. And I'm just saying, like, that if this is, I don't know. I don't know.
Many instances when
life imitates art sometimes.
Confronting them about it, they blamed the female that they knew instead. I mean, Spoonie once made an insensitive rape joke and was fired, but was also given a huge send-off and still brought back for cameos and well respected.
Noah didn't get fired either. Noah was suspended for a second, and then decided, you can't suspend me, I quit.
Yeah, that's true. Directors will do multiple takes of lines. I guess the thing with that is just it's kind of like... Because apparently he only ever used... The other half of that is that he only ever used the ones that were his version, you know? Which, like, you know, again, that's something I could kind of believe, but I don't know. It just kind of... It's, like, egotistical to some extent. But does it mean that he's a monster or something? It means he's kind of a shit filmmaker, probably. I mean, even if that's true. And if not, I mean, for all we know, he used some of their takes, like the ones that weren't his version. And that whole thing might just be bullshit, you know?
You didn't fire him.
Allison left her computer for
stuff gets left on the cutting room floor, it happens.
With all of her content removed in hours. In fact, Spoonie, real name Noah, posted things on Twitter and it turned out that he had bipolar disorder. He lashed out further and Allison was given death threats. Noah was suspended but given the choice and he...
So, Spoonie was unwell, said things on Twitter, which, let me remind everybody, were perfectly in line, not maybe tasteful things, Especially not by today's standards, but they were perfectly in line with other stuff that was on their site and said privately and whatever. Perfectly in line with it. And he got in trouble for that, and then when he was understandably maybe upset, like, wait, but what about the whole Spooning with Spoonie series? This seems a little bit... Wait, hang on. And then they do...
out further, and Allison was given death threats.
Allison was given death threats. The very neutral way of saying that. Because obviously Noah Antwiler wasn't the one who did it. It was probably, if it happened at all, was probably like some guy with an egg account avatar on Twitter that had 1 follower or none follower, and was like, fuck you, bitch, stupid whore, I'm gonna kill you, you know. Like, that maybe happened, maybe. But I don't see how that's necessarily fucking Spoonie's fault. I don't know.
Noah was suspended but given the choice and he chose to leave. Allison was then blamed as people felt like she got him
yeah,
fired.
Lindsay Ellis did the rape rap too. Again, it's all fine until we decide that it's not when it's convenient.
Noah confirmed that it wasn't the case. However, the actual company publicly said nothing on the matter to defend her. They then wanted to suspend Allison for posting about it despite her breaking no rules, but
Wait.
and he chose to leave. Allison was then blamed as people felt like she got him.
Allison was blamed. Well, you know, shit. I will say this. I hadn't thought about that part of it, but yeah. People, before any of this happened, people were kind of like, you did this, Lupa, it's your fault, because Spoonie's gone now, and yada yada. And then a lot of bad stuff happened with Spoonie, too. I think one of his fucking ex-girlfriends was involved in that, too, and it was like a whole fucking malicious thing. I don't know. It was like Scarlet or whatever. I don't know. That's the rumor anyway. But like, fucking like, yeah, people were blaming her. And I was, you know, I don't know. I was never so one to be like, well, no, he did, you know, he said something that was kind of weird. I don't know. I didn't think about it in like that way. But now I'm like, yeah, well, in regards to everything else, you know, and all of this, like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, if it was a one single isolated thing of her, like, standing up for her friend and feeling that it was wrong, like, okay, well, sure, seems a little hip and fucking other things, but okay, you know, that's fine, sure. But then when you do count in, like, oh yeah, and then also she's kind of the main person behind this other thing that happened too, huh? I don't know.
Fired, but Noah confirmed that it wasn't the case. However, the actual company publicly said nothing on the matter to defend.
The actual company said nothing to defend Lupa for some reason, like they needed to or something or whatever. I don't think they needed to. They fired her, which seems like it maybe was a fucking long time coming. Hypothetically, allegedly.
They then wanted to suspend Allison for posting about it despite her breaking no rules, but they chose to keep her since her boyfriend was doing a lot of work on their movie, which we'll get onto later.
And a lot of people would assume that Doug and I are friends, and they would talk about him to me. And one day in mid-March, I'd just gotten one too many of these things. Someone asked me about Doug on Twitter. And so, for the first time in a while, I said something. I said, look, he treated us awfully. I don't like him.
A lot of the female producers felt uncomfortable talking to Mike Michaud, and he'd often get aggressive with them. He also kept everyone informed through his Skype chat, so if you weren't at your PC and missed an important message, you were screwed. Rob Walker was one of the CEOs to deal with issues, but he avoided the...
Like, I'm kind of pissed at Cinematic Venom right now, I gotta say, because we started this like a few minutes ago or whatever, a little bit ago, when I came back with my fucking water or whatever, my weird mixed fruity drink. When I came back with my non-booze, he said something about like, oh, this is gonna be, we're gonna look at both sides fairly here. And he really doesn't feel like he is. I don't know. There's not really any... Like, I'm trying to look at both sides fairly here. It feels like he's really, like, operating from the assumption that they've done a lot of things wrong, and that if not all of the document is true, then most of it, at least. And it's not even, you know, maybe it would just, like, slow the video down if he was just, like, allegedly every minute or something, but I don't know, even his tone feels very much like, and you won't believe what else they absolutely did. allegedly, on both sides, you know.
Problems at all costs and called the producers children behind their backs.
And apparently Rod confused Welshie and me. Because we're working as a duo, and of course Welshie, the Welsh guy, the ginger Welsh guy with glasses, and me, Panda, with brown hair, no glasses.
You sure? Really? Welshie mixed up him with you? Really? I could see Benzai. Like, if you had that complaint, I would be like, okay, well, let's be fair, you're both French guys with a beard and brown hair. But no, yeah, Welshie, that's a weird one, yeah.
Not from Welsh, from Wales, sorry. And that was kind of insulting, like, oh, Rod, you can't take us apart.
He didn't know who I was!
But it was actually one of the CEOs, made many of the...
Yeah, how about this music again, by the way? I don't know if this version is still available. I'm not going to bother looking. The music adds to it. But when this video was still up, before this was re-uploaded here by another person, when this was still up on Cinematic Venom's channel, he had another version of it that was also up, that... Instead of, like, delisting this one and putting up the fixed version, he had a version that had lower audio, lower background music. So it was less distracting and hilarious, yeah. I mean, again, I don't want to look for that, because that's obviously adding to it here, but it's just to take this seriously would probably be difficult.
Company's decisions and has a huge part of the entire business. But he had little to no knowledge of technology. He didn't even know how to record commentary, so he got other people to record them for him, with them sitting quietly to not actually take part. This guy has millions of subs and I don't.
Well, have you guys ever been a fan of Nostalgia Critic or anything on Channel Awesome?
Alex and I were in a video of his.
And this was happening at a time when fucking Sardonicast was still around. This is like one of their early episodes too. Jesus Christ, I forgot how.
Kind of odd when we were asked to partake in that video.
God, when I'm watching, like, I love that this is a podcast I've listened to before. Like I've listened to this podcast, and you've got these three talking. And it just really adds to how obnoxious the music is when I've heard this video before without it. And now I'm like, wait, say Alex, speak up a little, please!
On the Channel Awesome Twitter, I can't remember who was actually messaging me, but they were like, yeah, okay, I'll read it.
Yeah, they still make it. I think Ralph left for, like, the time being or something, but...
Doug.
They're still making it.
Like, why can't Doug do it? I don't understand.
We had a Skype call where we were in a call with Nostalgia Critic and the other guy, whoever runs the Channel Awesome.
Wait, was Doug actually in that call? I can't even
No,
remember.
he was, but he said like
Really?
2 words the entire time.
Yeah, this is what adds to some of it too, because I do remember seeing this before, and yeah, there's like third party, there are people from like external people, like these guys aren't affiliated with Channel Awesome, but they have some stuff to say about Channel Awesome that's not super flattering, you know, so like, and like specifically the production elements and working with them specifically, so that's why I say, like, I believe that I believe that it wasn't a great environment, but I don't know.
I don't even remember him being there.
Oh, he was there. He was just basically not talking the entire time. He said a couple words, and it was that was a very odd experience for me, because it was like either Doug doesn't give a shit or he's not really involved. I don't know. Everybody else I know, it's like when you are the forefront of your channel, especially, you know, if you're marketing yourself like that, you would think that you would have some sort of a drive or passion or any sort of care to at least be the person interacting with other people that you're trying to get onto your projects, you know?
Doug messaged me on Skype. First time he ever messaged me. And he was like, hey, do you have that thing? No, I had no idea what he was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? And he tells me that...
Oh, you got the stuff?
That I had a part in the early part.
We haven't even gotten into all the fucking sexual assault stuff with the samurai sword and the guy who was such a sex maniac that he was going after this dude, Sean Faust, who's like 600 pounds or something.
Kikassia, and he needed my part so that he could put it in because the final editing was being done and he needed it because the due date was 24 hours later. And I was like, you never sent me the script. How was I supposed to know? And he was adamant that he sent me the script. For the life of me, would never tell me what email he sent it to. He just said he sent it. So So I checked every single
Oh, motherfucker.
email. I never got it. I had to... And the best part was he still didn't give it to me.
I pitched this show to, I believe it was Rob. He came to me and said, hey, just want to let you know that we like your idea and we're going to bring you on. I was super hyped that fact. I was like, you know what, I'll put all this stuff to the side. I'll put my gripes with the community to the side and I'll make a bomb show that fucking everyone will like. So I got brought into the CA producers chat. I was there just talking with everyone. I'm like,
okay, no longer care. We're moving on. What's this? This was Pop Quiz Hot Shot. Okay, so Pop Quiz Hot Shot. Right. What's this part here? Most replayed here. What's that?
P of the Nostalgia Critic character.
And when push comes to shove, remember I own Nostalgia Critic. It does not belong to Doug. Da, 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 da.
They have no idea what they're doing. The only one that was smart enough was Michaud for protecting the IP of the Nostalgia Critic, you know, the bread and butter of the website. And basically,
getting into Linkara. Linkara's coming up. Big Linkara hours.
Doug want to leave and make a new show. He can't call it the Nostalgia Critic.
But to this day, the producers themselves aren't even sure what the hell Michaud did on the website. The aforementioned Holly was made uncomfortable by another higher-up, Mike Ellis, who tried to pursue her romantically despite being already married at the time. He even threatened to fire her at one point for doing so, but Ellis was only let go years later.
Why do we need this music? Holy fuck.
Despite management knowing what he was doing, and Holly was kept in a safe house in case he came after her. Doug and Rob literally had
This reminds me of fucking Dogs Eating Dogs 6, not even kidding. This overly loud, obnoxious music that's not fitting with the fucking video. Like, I have music in the videos that I make, and I try to make it fit somewhat with what I'm doing, somewhat. You know, this is like, why is there angry metal playing? I can barely hear you.
Bats and swords, Holly had a golf club, and they even had pepper spray to defend themselves. Was this real life or a Scooby-Doo cartoon? It was Holly who actually saved the production of Suburban Nights when Doug wanted to call it quits.
Doug's Eating Doug 6.
That really pulled me through was when I was thinking, you know, maybe dropping the production, was somebody who worked her ass off, and that is Holly.
A tour de France of audio mixing.
She came in
Yes.
and literally said, not only do I think you can do this, but everyone else thinks you can do this. This is what you're thinking right now is totally wrong. Get in there and, you know, find out. And she was 100% right. And on top of that, she has been practically our mother throughout this whole shoot.
At what point in this does he ask her to suck his dick, or she's fired?
Yes, food being very, very determined. If you look under the bar, Holly, there's actually a little something for you.
So here's a clip of Doug seemingly being very very nice to this woman. I mean, is this meant to be something for both sides, or is this... Are we supposed to be thinking that Doug's an asshole here?
She even came to work on To Boldly Flee after surgery. She only missed filming when she needed to get drink.
Yeah, he gave her fucking flowers, that piece of shit.
Taken out of her abdomen. She worked through weekends, holidays, and even when she had surgery. She even worked on Christmas one year, but she was fired a day after surgery.
Yeah, like... The funny thing about it, too, is, like... I remember when this was all coming out, and you'd hear something like that. You'd hear him say that exactly.
This one year, but she was fired a day after surgery.
You'd hear him say that exactly, and then it would be like, wow, that's so evil. I literally can't even believe that that's something that would be... That's so evil, wow. That's so awful, it's kind of ridiculous to even believe that they would have done that, actually. Like, considering all of the other stuff that you have to also remember, because it's like, if it was that plus the samurai, or without the samurai sword, right? Then maybe it would be something, but when it's, you know, I had to, and I had to leave, and they kicked me out after my surgery, and it was, and I had the samurai, wasn't she also the samurai sword one? I think she was. Yeah. I don't know, because it's just funny, because I remember, like, at the time being like, wow, that's unbelievable! And now I'm like, wow, that's not believable at all. Wow.
After everything she had done for the company. She was literally told that she had to drive to the studio, which was against doctor's orders, by the way, or she would lose her job. There was no reason given either, and she was forced to sign a contract or she wouldn't be paid. This contract prohibited her from working in the industry for 3 years. Okay, continue defending these assholes?
She worked... Well, okay, I will. Where's the proof? Really? Where's the actual proof? You've got this nice picture of her looking nice. Like, this is really like that pretty privilege kind of thing, too. Like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe she has some real legitimate complaints. Again, it seems like Mars Girl was really upset, you know? It seems like people have some things, you know, to say, like YMS and them talking about their experiences with Doug. You know, people that aren't related to any of this have their own bad experiences. So I'm sure there's some kernel of truth here. But all I'm saying is, when, you know, the people that are doing the accusing are like this lady and like Alison Pregler, and the people that are being accused are Doug and fucking that guy that looks like a penis. Yeah, I don't know. It's, I don't know, it might just seem like they might be a little more evil than they actually are, a little. I don't know.
Prohibited her from working in the industry for 3 years. Okay, continue defending these assholes?
She worked 25 hours...
I love how he said that he was gonna try to be on both sides in this fucking thing. Like, that's such a lie. I mean, why did you even lie about that? You're not. Like, you're not even really entertaining the possibility that this isn't true. Like, even for a second. Maybe I skipped over a part where he was like, oh, well, hypothetically, but no, he's just fully on board with this is totally real and happened, all of it. And I guess we're all supposed to be convinced at this point, too, based on his, you know, sad music and angry music. Now I feel like this is manipulative. I feel like this is intentionally this was intentionally made to manipulate people into feeling a certain way. Yeah. They GPM'd the hell out of this.
A day, 8 days a week. You know, she worked above and beyond any possible schedule that anybody could ever assign to a worker and think that's acceptable. She essentially had to be there for us at all times, for us to answer anything. Once Holly was let go, in that awful situation, they had no one to talk to.
Oh, and for those blinded fanboys, it was Doug himself who was the deciding vote to fire her 1 day after surgery.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god, stop your fucking lying.
I mean, alright, I don't know that that's not true, but come on. That just seems a little I don't know. Really? I don't know. I just don't know that Doug... We're supposed to, at the same time, believe that Doug is, like, powerless and useless at his company, but also was the deciding factor here. At the same time, we're expected to believe that he has no power whatsoever, but also, he's the reason why she's gone. Even after he gave her flowers and everything. What a monster!
Why the fuck you lying?
Yeah, I don't know.
Despite everything she had given them. Holly felt like her life had been ruined and she was left miserable for years. It was around the time that Allison and Phelan had left the site when long-term producers like Lewis began to realise that the company was dying and was no longer what it once was.
And then the site became more and more popular.
Oh, hang on. It's not, in fact, them posting screen caps proving they didn't force Holly to work is what leaked out Jew Wario being a rapist. Oopsie! Loli went into Holly's claims in one of his videos. Some of her claims weren't apparently honest. Shocker. And she had some stuff she was into. I see. Yeah, no, I mean, like, again, I just don't... I don't know. Like, what did this do for a lot of these people? Like, okay, these people, I guess they, like, okay, they wanted attention or whatever. This is a thing I think sometimes where people are like, oh, this was faked or something. I'm like, well, what's the real reason? And it's like, well, what attention did they really get? I guess Lupa has a fucking channel now. But, like, the rest of them were probably better off there. Like, shit. Oh, yeah, Sad Panda's really been fucking doing numbers the last decade. Yeah. I don't know, in terms of, like, oh, we needed to do this for, like, attention, did it really help them? I don't know. That's the thing where I'm like, you know, point in the other column. If they wanted attention, this didn't really do... I mean, it did get them attention, but it didn't last. You know, much like Cinematic Venom's own fucking video that we're watching here. Which gave him some views, and then those viewers didn't last because of this was just some, like, brief drama. You know, like, this gave some, like, attention to them, maybe, but, like, I don't know. They all wanted to be Doug. Victimhood is a kind of attention that puts you beyond reproach. Yeah, I guess so. I suppose. I don't know. I mean, like... It's unfortunate, because there are actual victims of things like this, you know? And it's like, for this to be... I don't know. It's one of those things where, like, the people... If this is all, like, so fabricated to this extent, like... Was there nobody involved in this that was like, I don't know, is this wrong? You know, doesn't this maybe, like, a little bit trivialize the people that are, you know, actually at workplaces that are really, really abusive and not good to them? You know, I don't know. I guess nobody did, because this happened, so
they
never
made
mind.
money, but for me, to these days, they don't know how to run a company properly.
However, Lewis remained optimistic and felt like he could change things. He wanted to help newer producers and didn't want to admit that the site was dying, contacting management with ideas to improve things, which included better communication, sharing the studio space, the return of the anniversary.
Sharing the studio space.
Why did I have to get my own studio? I wanted to use yours. We should have shared it. I wanted to make my terrible movie.
Reducing advertisements on the site and many more. These were all completely rejected. Lewis literally confronted Mike Machado and claimed the way Allison and Phelan would...
Don't you talk about me, you son of a bitch!
The others lose respect for him, and he responded with...
Ladies and gentlemen, can we get a big in chat? Make sure there's a question mark. It's an upward inflection. Thank you.
Okay.
In fact, just, you know, let's just pause on his face here for a second, because I think this is a very good face. I think that's a very good face for that. Did you learn your fucking lesson? Did you? Piece of fucking shit. Piece of fucking shit. Thank you, everybody.
Michaud, I know he did some bad things. When I read the document, I was like, oh, fuck. But the thing is, I'm feeling really guilty saying he was nice to me. Like, I remember a lot of people had trouble getting in touch with him, but for some reason, he would always reply to me in the day. Mike Michaud, you were nice to me when I was in Chicago. Thank you for paying for the plane and the hotel. Thank you for the Chicago Bulls game. But the way you acted, man, no. I can't tolerate that.
Yeah, I don't know. There's something about this, like... Mike Michaud, you were nice to me and only ever were nice to me, and I personally have nothing but nice things to say about you, but... I heard some things and I just can't tolerate that, man. I don't know, man.
That was shit. That was really shit.
Oh, we had plenty of laughs along the way.
We sure did, Michaud. We sure did.
Despite this, he set out to make his own movie based on his Atop the Fourth Wall video series, funded by his own fans, but the studio space required was considered far too expensive. He reached out to Michaud and Rob Walker to use the Chicago studio. Rob was open to the idea, but Michaud refused, claiming...
Okay, I'm sorry, but I don't give a shit. Like, this is one where I just can't begin to give a shit, because the fucking... their movies already were so bad, and then Linkara made the worst one. And it wasn't even the longest one. It wasn't even nearly as long as To Boldly Flee. And it's worse. And, like, So what? You had to fucking, wah, studio fucking space. Wah, it cost money, studio. Fucking film it in a goddamn park. God, it would have been shit no matter where you fucking filmed it. God.
It would ruin the Nostalgia Critic's schedule, and that they would need to be supervised at all times. Because apparently 10 years isn't enough time to gain loyalty and trust.
Are you high?
And they would need insurance to cover any damage caused. Furthermore, Lewis offered to reimburse any lost revenue for the critic's schedule being changed, but even then, Doug has shot episodes away from the studio in the past, including 5 years beforehand. Benzai's girlfriend had previously done the artwork for Suburban Nights, which was for the DVD only, but Mashad sold all of it in limited prints as well, making more money off of other people's hard work without their consent.
Time for me to make
I knew Benzai was like dating a cam girl. That's fun.
money off your hard work.
Chaos D1 felt bullied as he was removed schedule access when he was a day late with the video due to his wife's medical emergency, and he—
the medical emergency that we just said happened, and that's not necessarily, there's no proof of it necessarily, but that's certainly something that they said happened. And to Chaos D1 of all people, I mean, he's one of the big contributors. He was one of the big guys on that site. I remember all of his videos. All of them. So, like, they would even treat Chaos D1 that way? You don't fuck with Chaos D1. He was a big deal. God damn it.
He also provided 4 videos that month, and
he was hot at the time.
In 5 years beforehand. He was then fired without discussion shortly after, despite many long-term producers often going months without an upload.
I wonder how this affected Film Brain. Has anybody asked how Film Brain felt about all of this? Where's Film Brain right now in all of this?
And no punishment was administered whatsoever. But if you're still not sold on why this company is a pile of crap, let's talk about Dr. Gonzo.
I thought this was supposed to be a fair video, man. I thought you were coming at this from both sides.
Of Nerd to the Third Power. Gonzo was on the site from the very beginning, loving it at first, but it wouldn't last forever.
Nerd to the Third Power. Yeah. Yeah, I would say so. Dr. Gonzo over here. You know, you think of the type of person who watched that guy with the glasses when you look at a person like this. Not necessarily the type of person who was on there. I guess he was on there. Must have been one of the another big one right alongside Chaos D1, I guess.
After a while, people would respond to him a lot less. Left in the dark.
Yeah, can we also point out that his name is just the other guy on YouTube, Nerd Cubed? That's what that means, Nerd to the Third Power. There's just already a guy named Nerd Cubed. I think there was at this point in time. Already, so.
Gonzo was confused as to why everyone was ignoring him until discovering that Mike Machado was telling people that he was trouble.
Oh, there's a rant about how this guy lied. Wait, we want to go over this whole claim then. That's funny. So, Cinematic Venom has, like, apparently there's a sequel to this video, too. That's interesting. I guess, we're only watching this because we watched another video of his that was talking about him returning to YouTube, and he brought up how he no longer really agrees with some of his stuff from this video. So yeah, we're not really, I mean, like, yeah, it seems to be a little manipulatively edited. But, you know, generally it's like, this is kind of how everybody fucking felt at the time, was just, oh yeah, just absolutely believe it, ask no questions. So yeah, no, it's still interesting, but yeah, no, the sequel video might also be interesting. I gotta get like some food or something at some point. I started at like 8 in the morning doing fucking Control-Alt-Delete, and now we're here.
To the Third Power. Gonzo was on the site from the very beginning, loving it at first, but it wouldn't last forever. After a while, people would respond to him a lot less. Left in the dark, Gonzo was confused as to why everyone was ignoring him until discovering—
Gee, why was everyone ignoring me? Well, you know, I believe that part of his story, at least. I don't know which part he explicitly lied about, but I believe that everybody was probably ignoring him. Not least because I didn't know he existed, and probably he was around well, no, he might not have been around when I was around, still. But if he was like an active person on fucking late stage Channel Awesome, then yeah, no, I could see people wanting to ignore him generally.
That Mike Machado was telling people that he was trouble and that they should avoid him. It's worth noting that this part is actually only hearsay, it's not 100%, so we cannot confirm if this part—
You little wanker. You little Willy Wonker. You fucking... Oh, this part's hearsay, is it? Well, I guess it's convenient that that happens to be one of the direct lies, then, that's confirmed. I think a lot of this is just hearsay, though. I think the fucking vast majority of this fucking thing is just hearsay. Really. Just dropping this in 15 minutes in. By the way, this one might not be true. Okay.
It's actually true. Gonzo hosted a podcast on the site, but after a while he wasn't able to see his view number and therefore couldn't see how his show was doing. When confronting Mashad after being ignored for a while, he was told, "Stop asking for your numbers, they suck anyway because nobody comes here to listen."
It's this fucking guy.
To you. From there on out,
I remember that. Yeah, I remember hearing that before. And even, like, apparently that's not true, but even then, I've always just been like, yeah. Like, it's mean, but let's be realistic here. Nobody was coming to the website for Dr. Gonzo. Come on now.
After Gonzo would randomly receive messages from Mike telling him, "Your numbers are low, get them up or you'll be booted from the site." But he wouldn't even tell him his actual numbers. Gonzo's videos also always got pushed to the bottom of the page, even when planned months in advance, so his content was always ignored, mostly when Mashad was doing the updates. Again, Mike would reply, "Why do you care? Nobody listens to you anyway. Your numbers suck. It doesn't matter if you go on the front page." He would also insult his show for the music or any guests he had, and even lambasted him if he ever did a movie review, saying that that's what Doug was for. Naturally, Gonzo fell into a fit of depression, feeling bullied and harassed, but unfortunately it wouldn't end there. In January of 2014,
it's time.
One of the producers, Justin Carmichael, who went by the name Juario, committed suicide by shooting himself in the head with his wife on the other side of the door. He always seemed happy, and it just came as a huge shock to everyone that knew him that he suffered so much depression behind closed doors. Gonzo didn't know
that was a real explosive discovery.
Well, but Justin was extremely well respected, and Gonzo
that was quite the shot to the commentary community.
To do an online wake where everyone could get together to say a few words about him. Nobody was really talking about doing anything like it, so he approached Mashad, who told him that he wouldn't have to worry about it. Naturally, Gonzo then assumed they've got something planned.
Reminder once again that Juario is not... I don't think he's actually a pedophile. However, comma... yeah... we could Fethos it up a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
But Mashad then continued, "Nobody knows who you are. They won't care about anything you're going to put together. We're going to have Doug or Lewis or someone put something together. Someone people actually come here to see." He wasn't allowed to pay...
Well, the thing is, if I recall correctly... Go back here. We're getting another "he did what" moment. I wasn't listening, but if I recall correctly, what it was something, I'm sure Lolly can say in the chat, but it was something to the effect of, like, he wasn't a pedophile. The person that claimed that she was, like, groomed by him was actually, like, 18 and just was like, "Oh, I was younger, though." But the people that he actually did abuse, and, like, he was kind of a freak with grown-up women who he, like, would get drunk or whatever, that kind of thing. And supposedly, like, it was something like, if they were honest about who he was, like, fucking, you know, hitting on or whatever, doing his thing with, then it would have, like, made other people look bad or something. So they, like, covered it up. I'm getting it all wrong, probably, but it was something like that. Allegedly's all around.
Naturally, Gonzo then assumed they've got something planned, but Mashad then continued, "Nobody knows who you are. They won't care about anything you're going to put together."
Date rape shenanigans that implicate Holly, right, yes. And it was like Brad Jones's ex-wife or something was, like, also part of that situation, I think.
We're going to have Doug or Lewis or someone put something together. Someone people actually come here to see. He wasn't allowed to pay tribute to a lost friend because it wouldn't get views.
Once again. Wow, that's so unbelievable. That's literally not believable. Wow.
Once they transitioned from that guy with the glasses to Channel Awesome, Gonzo's laptop crashed and he lost his login information. When he asked Mashad for them, he ignored him for months, and then all of his work was removed from the website without any notice. Gonzo hated his time there and was treated like a whipping boy, bullied, harassed, and made to feel worthless.
And to Dr. Gonzo, of all people, I mean, Chaos D1 was one thing, but Dr. Gonzo, you don't disrespect Dr. Gonzo. He will throw his fedora at you, and it will probably bounce off.
Mike Ellis' situation was right around the time of the first anniversary of the website, The Brawl. So I'm at home, and me and Ellis are just talking, and we're just talking like we normally do. There's no actual voice chat this time. I think it was after about an hour or two, the conversation took a very strange turn. It became very sexual. It was very unsettling to have this guy who's essentially...
This video is so poorly made. I'm sorry. Again, I'm not trying to bully Cinematic Venom. I know he's trying to make his redemption arc and everything. He's in his redemption era, so... I don't want to bully or anything, and this is an older video, but God, we get into this, we're finally getting into the super believable assault allegations about him going after this morbidly obese man, which I suppose is possible, but it's just, I don't know. I don't know. It's one of those things that along with everything else, if it was on its own, I would be like, oh wow, but it's along with the samurai sword, you know what I mean? But you know, we're having this moment. You'd think we maybe would have the fucking, like, sad weepy music from before, but instead we've got generic, like, dump truck simulator background music playing.
It was very unsettling.
You need a truck? Ford Truck Month!
Boss saying very weird things to you. I stopped responding. For the next probably 2 hours, he has a conversation with himself. But he was having full-on conversations with himself about what he wanted me to do, what he wanted to do to me, and just stuff like, oh, we heard, somebody told me through the grapevine that you were gay. I'm just completely freaked out. I'm kind of panicking, because this is not attention I ever wanted from this man. I eventually showed it to Mashad. I said, I'm sorry, I know it's really late and you're probably really busy, but this is happening. I don't know what the fuck to do.
So somebody says that action was actually taken against Mike Ellis, and that they believe the allegations for that reason. I don't know. He's the one who's going after this guy? And the samurai sword? You're telling me that was real? I mean, okay, maybe action was taken, but I just don't know about the samurai sword, though. Did she not have, like a medieval flail or something laying around? A samurai sword? Really? But fine. I mean, yeah, I guess if action was taken, I suppose that, you know, maybe there's some more truth to that situation at the very least.
Ellis is freaking me out. I think it was like 2 or 3 minutes later, he was just like, told him he can't be doing this shit. I'll take care of it.
Come get sexually assaulted at Toyotathon!
Brawl, and Ellis wouldn't be fired for another 2 years after that, despite...
This is the fucking guy, Mike Ellis. Is he related to... I know he's not related to Lindsay Ellis, but I could kind of believe it if he was, you know? You know? I don't know.
Sexual harassment.
Very wide face.
Beth was one who joined the company for a series called Awesome Comics, and she was promised a specific hourly wage, but once it was pay time, she was only paid for her time on camera and not actually the amount of work she had provided. When confronted, the reason given was that they needed to save money. Topher from Full Fantastic was quite young at the time, just 16 years old, and he was going through some personal problems as he had only just discovered that he was actually gay. He confided in Holly with the information, requiring time away to sort things out. He was told to do this if anything came up. After some time away, he was ready to come back, even buying new equipment, but without warning, his work had been completely removed from the website. Talking to Holly apparently wasn't good enough, and management, one of which included Rob Walker, insulted the experience he was going through at the time and gave no sympathy, empathy, or care about his struggles, laughing at it. At the time, Topher thought he was worthless.
During those years, that was one of the...
I mean, you know, I guess that one's kind of believable, but even that, I mean, like, it stops just short of they then twirled their mustaches at him and dabbed, you know? Like, it's believable. That happens to people, certainly. But, I don't know. And again, it's like, along with everything else, like, Rob Walker was like, fucking... Rob Walker teabagged me when I came out at the office.
The best times of my life. Even all these years later, knowing what would happen, I still kind of long for those days. What can I say? I guess I'm kind of nostalgic for the Nostalgia Critic, back when I could still watch it. And where others had sustained grievances, mine was limited to one bad day. Until I stumbled across Change the Channel, I was under the assumption that Channel Awesome itself was still fine. In the end, I could have simply had an unfortunate run-in during a tough time in my life. After all, I was only the second producer to be removed from the site. In a way, I'm happy my connection was severed. I found so much more in my life since then. When I found
the guy looks like he's reading from a script, which maybe doesn't mean that he's, you know, making it up or anything, but it sounds rehearsed at the very least, which doesn't mean anything. It's just something to think about. You know, it just sounds like maybe he's awkward, you know, he needs to rehearse his thing. Maybe this is just how he speaks. Never heard him before. But it does sound like he's been through this at least once.
The channel, it was quite revelatory. It's really quite an odd feeling to realize you weren't alone in something that you thought you were.
In fact, Mike Dodd was responsible for Blistered Thumbs, and once that flopped, he was let go, but Dodd was never informed. He had to be told through his friend, Tom White.
Well, yeah, apparently there are, you know, scattered accounts of, like, some of the Mike Ellis abuse stuff with, like, that Sean Faust guy. I don't want to downplay stuff that actually happened, for sure. It just, yeah, I don't know. That's always been, the samurai sword thing was always one that, like, well, that seems a little wacky. That's with the Holly person, though, and there's some other things with her. The Sean Faust person, maybe it happened there. I don't know. You know, I'm not my place necessarily to say one way or the other. It's just that there sure are a lot of things that this company apparently did, and I don't know, enough of them are basically just lies at this point that it calls into question some of the more ridiculous elements, like a man harassing a, you know, very obese man, or a man harassing a person and they need to have, like, a sword to protect themselves. Like, not necessarily fake by any means, or not true by any means, but just, again, with the stuff that's already been pretty much proven not true, or at least called into question heavily, there are some outstanding, ridiculous elements that, you know, raise some eyebrows a little bit, at the very least. And you know, some of them are potentially also true. Like I said with the Mars Girl person, you know, it seemed like she had some level of real indignation there. Other people in chat were calling it into question, saying it seemed fake, or like she was looking for money or something. And, you know, maybe these people might have been trying to get, like, a settlement out of the company, like, you know, take it legally kind of thing. Which might have been the goal, and that might have been why they, you know, something like that. But, again, there seems like there was some kind of conviction there. I don't know. So, like, I do feel like there's probably certain things that have been done wrong at this place, at this company. But enough of this document, again, does seem like it's kind of nonsense that I'm left to be like, well, why would you need to make up a bunch of shit if there's enough there that's bad that you can just say that? Like, if you just said there's a guy if all this was just, hey, they're rude to some of the people that work for them, and this guy was, like, sexually assaulting another person, or multiple people, like, okay, yeah, shit, take care of that, absolutely. But when it goes into this insane fucking list of, like, all of the wrongdoings for 10 years, of, like, oh, you wouldn't give me the studio space, and yada yada yada, all this fucking shit. It really downplays all of the stuff that's there that actually, like, I shouldn't have to assume that these allegations, that some of them aren't real, if they did happen. But I kind of do now, because they're buried in there with a bunch of this other shit that just seems like it's for attention. Ugh, it's annoying.
Alright, also, I believe Mike Dodd was waiting for his password too, so I think he's online right now. But
I mean, that's one person. Curtis was complaining about CA for years. Yeah, like Mashad mismanaged them. Again, it's like, I hear the continuing narrative of mismanagement and ignorance, but not necessarily maliciousness, unless this Mashad guy you know, was part of it. I don't know. It's almost like they had some level of like, it's almost like seems like there's enough things that might be true in this document where I am left like, why did they allow this thing to be fucking overrun by these crazy people just making shit up? Like, yeah, it sounds like this company's not the best. And I believe enough of the claims, and there's enough that's like, yeah, this is just fucking YMS talking to Doug Walker on a fucking call. Like, that's not gonna be fucking part of the conspiracy or whatever, right? So, like, yeah, there's ignorance and maybe some, you know, scattered people there that are doing some really bad stuff, some really malicious stuff. Why did this have to be, like, dragged down by all this bullshit?
Where you might not be bringing in, so... I thought I had you from before. I thought you were part of the group meeting with all these stuff. So... But yeah, that's pretty much it, I think.
Furthermore, Tom White held a contest and was going to offer a prize, but Mashad stepped in and offered his Sega Genesis as a reward. One guy from Russia won it, and Mashad promised that he sent it off immediately. However, months passed and the guy never received the prize, so of course Tom White was stuck in the middle, contacting Mashad for information, but he was ignored constantly, so Tom had to send the winner a gift card instead. He emailed the guy years later and the Genesis still hadn't been delivered, but it wouldn't stop there. They all had to produce at least 2 videos a month, but Tom was struggling with his personal life and contacted Mashad's brother Greg to warn him that it may be late, which he said was fine. In December 2006...
Yeah, and then apparently there's the chat member mentioning that, I will say I feel a little bad for how some of these former Channel Awesome members basically threw Cinematic Venom under the bus. After this, yeah, so he made this whole thing that was, like, on their side, and then apparently they did just completely, like, disregard him. And that makes it's interesting because, like, the newer video, it just keeps it keeps being getting worse for him, in my view. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to bully, but, like, I keep trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. The last video was so fucking annoying, but then, you know, and then he was like, there's one part where he's like, well, you know, I made this video and yeah, I don't see this, I don't see that area, that situation the same way anymore, and these people did not appreciate, yada yada. And, like, realizing now that it's like, it's not even that he's changed his mind about any of this. He never really, I don't think he ever really believed strongly about any of this to begin with. This was all just, like, bitterness to get him some attention. Ironically, given this whole situation. This whole video was just bitterness to get him attention, and so it's poisoned against Channel Awesome completely. With, like, all of this, like, and you wouldn't believe what, you know, this, like, this tone and the music and everything. It's completely biased. And he's claiming now, or more recently to now, he's saying, like, oh, I've changed my opinion. It's like, well, no, maybe you just are upset that they didn't appreciate you. I don't know. I guess it is a little unfortunate that, you know, he put in this effort and people were not happy with it. But I don't know. I don't think... I guess I could see that.
16, he got his first one done early and his second by the 30th, but it needed more tweaking and scheduled it for January the 1st. But that one extra day was enough. He was removed from the site with his login completely revoked the next day. He had been on the site for 6 years. However, they did reinstate him and gave him another chance. But Tom was furious at how everyone was being treated and decided to leave anyway. It's always been clear that Doug was the only focus. Many people were ignored to promote Doug's content instead, despite most people visiting the site to see him anyway, but some were promised a shout out from him, which happened, but just once. Even then he seemed uninterested in what he was actually promoting, and this was the problem. Even he didn't care about any content that he didn't make. I should also point out, and I can't reveal my...
Well, yeah, it's like the site was bad, so, yeah.
...source or names at their request, but Doug would very often imply that he just wouldn't watch anybody else's content on the website, and if you even suggested it, he would find it an absurd suggestion. Lindsay left in late 2014. She also had problems with how the anniversary movies were handled in the aforementioned rape scene, but she also helped a lot of the newer producers.
Oh, fuck off, Lindsay. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, they really didn't handle that scene well. What about your music video, Lindsay? I don't know. What about the rape rap? What about that one? Did you handle that well? I don't know. Guess that was a while ago, but I don't know, fucking at this point, this was also a while ago, so it's really all relative, isn't it?
Who joined the site. One of which was Dan Olsen, who did journalism. Dan posted...
Oh, the French champagne has always been recognized for its excellence. Dan Olsen, the guy who famously uploaded child porn to 8chan to make 8chan look bad for having child porn on it, because Gamergate's stupid. That's the famous legacy of this individual, this user.
Article about 8chan's complicity in child pornography, and this led to...
Say that again? Wait, we're getting into that? Oh, are we?
The aforementioned rape scene, but she also helped a lot of the newer producers who joined the site. One of which was Dan Olsen, who did journalism. Dan posted an article about 8chan's complicity in child pornography.
Did he now?
And this led to him receiving backlash.
I guess he would have a first-hand understanding of that, wouldn't he?
Backlash being dubbed a paedophile for doing a journalistic piece of work about...
Oh, a journalistic piece of work. Being dubbed a... I don't know. I guess I don't necessarily know the full truth of it, the full skinny. But he did apparently... I don't remember it being for journalism. I remember it being, 8chan's bad. Look at this. 8chan. Gamergate, bad. Look at these images I found on 8chan. I wasn't looking for them, and I didn't have them, but they're on there. Isn't that weird? I don't know. Again, it's all hearsay, I guess, but it's just funny that he showed up here.
Child porn. Because of this, Dan wasn't blamed, but Lindsay was, because she had defended him, and Michaud had an entire history of blaming women instead of men. The company never stood up for Dan whatsoever, and not long after, Dan, Lindsay, and Kyle Coolbrith...
Well, maybe Dan Olsen shouldn't have fucking gotten involved in an internet shit fight, you know?
...all left. But... this is where we have to touch on some really uncomfortable material.
Was this not already uncomfortable? Oh, this is gonna be... Is this gonna be fucking... Oh, good God. Physically, I was 18, but had the mind of a 16-year-old, at best! God, I love when people try to make themselves seem like a fucking piece of shit so that they can be a victim. Like... Physically, I was 18, but I was so dumb, dude. I was like a 10-year-old. You don't even know. Like, I'm basically even stupider now, if you would believe it. I'm like 7 at this point. It's crazy. Like, I'm not responsible for any of my actions. Like, this is wild.
There's a lady who remains anonymous who claims that a producer on the site groomed her. She was 18 at the time, but had the mind of a 16-year-old. Though this man groomed her sexually. It wasn't strictly rape, but he convinced her that he was teaching her how to kiss and have intercourse. She was naive and believed that he cared about her. It wasn't until later that she...
If I remember correctly, isn't this, like, entirely bullshit? Not even, like, I don't know. But, yeah, this... Fun fact, everybody. This is the reason why people still call Jew Wario a pedophile. And, like, the fact is, he's, like, he was a bit of a fucking weird creeper. But, man... The fact that it's just been fully normalized for over a decade, basically, well, not over, but close to a decade, that he's just a pedophile. When it's entirely based, I think, on this 18-year-old, 16-year-old who I think wasn't even real or something. Like, I don't know. That's wild. We still make jokes, but I don't know. Maybe it's time to fucking stop. I don't know.
Realized what he did. What makes this even more astonishing is that Channel Awesome management knew about this and still didn't let the individual go until a year or so later. But we'll come back to this another time.
No, I mean, it seems like Jew Wario was guilty of things. Like, again, it's like he was going after fucking, like, that Holly woman, I think, or it was like Brad Jones's ex-wife or something. There was like, he did some stuff. But, you know, I don't know. He's not I don't think he was, I think that's like the only fucking thing that, and that for that reason we've all been saying it for years. That Jew Wario likes little kids or something. And, I don't know. It's just kind of funny, like, cause like a minute ago we were just looking at Dan Olsen, whose whole thing is that he supposedly posted child porn to 8chan and yada yada. And there's like, you know, lollies in chat with proof of that or something. Like, apparently there is proof of that anyway, but like the willingness that people have to be like, oh, they just shit posted, it wasn't real. He was doing journalism and everybody, it was a smear campaign. It was right wingers or something. And then with Jew Wario, it's like, this is the most you get, is this highly questionable thing that even if you take it at face value is still not anything. It's like, whatever, he's like older, but she's 18, fucking whatever. Like, it's a little weird, it's kind of creepy, but it's not fucking, even if you take this at face value and this isn't even bullshit, he's not a pedophile. Like, and people still call him that, and yet fucking what Dan Olsen did, no, don't worry about that, he was just a journalist, like, fuck, man. I mean, I'm willing to say that neither of them are actually a pedophile, but it's funny how both of them are viewed very differently.
I was mostly, though, with Lewis's stuff. We were dating at the time, and so I would assist him with his videos and do his plot lines and stories and things like that. As it turned out, too, I also worked on Suburban Nights, but Lewis at the time didn't have a vehicle and didn't drive, so they asked me, hey, do you want to come down and kind of...
This fucking sappy music, oh my god, we need to stop with the sappy music. We already did... Are we still doing, like, trigger warning scene? Because we did the allegations there, but now we still have the sad music from following up from that part. They kind of fit with that part a little bit, but now it's just Iron Liz talking about, like, taking a fucking car ride with Linkara or something. And why are we, like, in weepy sad mode?
Help out a little bit, maybe be a production assistant, and you would just drive your vehicle down there, and we'll put you up in the hotel with Lewis. I said, great. I also ended up working probably from about 6 in the morning. You had to be down in the lobby at 6 a.m. to sometimes 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock at night. So literally the entire day and then some. And really the only time you really got to eat was sometimes in the morning.
Yeah, we're going over the whole thing about, like... So this is Iron Liz talking about the not great working environments at on the movie sets. So yeah, it seems like it wasn't, again, not great is the operative term here. It's not, you know, yeah, it seems like it wasn't the best situation there, but I don't know. Again, we have this A&E sad boy music.
Sometimes for lunch, if they were doing dinner, which was hit or miss, honestly, then they would feed you at that point. But I was not the talent. That was something that was said very early in the...
So $5 from Almighty Loli. KF and 8chan traced the IP address of the Anon who posted the CP, and it led to the personal computer of one of Dan's friends. You can't trust KF and 8chan. I mean, they're transphobes. They're bad. Well, that's kind of true. 8chan is... I mean, there's bad stuff on 8chan. You know, cards on the table. But, you know... I do believe that, though. That is funny.
Yeah, in the production, where I think it was like the first day or second day, I asked if I could get a coffee, and they said, no, that's for the talent, and you're not the talent. That was funny, too, because later on in the production, I changed over. I played Cloak 2, so I was an actress in that. I got hurt on site. They had me sign a waiver saying that they weren't responsible for any injuries.
She was given this contract to sign before even being given any first aid. There are two groups of cast and crew.
I mean, I guess if we... Here's the thing about Iron Liz. I don't want to be mean to Iron Liz. Seems like she's a nice person overall. Here's the thing, though. Iron Liz, I don't know if I've ever gotten into this, and I don't want to be... I'm not trying to, like, expose anyone here. Iron Liz has tried to contact me several times over the years, because I've talked about Linkara or whatever. She's always seemed very nice. But she always seems like she's there because she wants to be in the conversation, so to speak. There was one time where apparently she was, like, remaking fucking Linkara's Lightbringer comic, because it's, like, public domain, and she wanted me to talk about it, and it's like, I don't know, it just feels a little bit like you want attention. Like, because he knew her years ago, and, like, now to this point, she's, like, in my chat, like, hey, we're doing this Linkara thing, because he's stupid. I'm like, this just seems vindictive, and kind of attention-grabby. So, I don't know, maybe she's a fine person, but that's now I'm speaking my truth, is, I've encountered her before, and that's my opinion of her.
One would film one day while the others rested, and then vice versa, but Liz worked every day and was never reimbursed nor was she thanked. Doug also never required filming permits, nor did he check any opening times beforehand, so they arrived to shoot in a park, but it was closed. They broke in to shoot, and if anyone questioned it, they were told to shut up. They were given no blankets or anything during the long cold shoots outside. Liz wasn't allowed to be in the group photos, but Holly was, and Liz wasn't even invited to the rap party at the end, and was never thanked for any of her work.
Yeah, didn't Linkara break up with her or something because she voted for Trump? Isn't that what happened? Something like that? I don't know.
4 in total were injured during the film, and there were no safety precautions whatsoever. Also want to take this time to talk about my personal experience with Channel Awesome, as some people are still a bit confused as to what went down. I did actually apply to be on Channel Awesome, and Rob did reply and turn me down, but...
Oh, we're getting into it. Oh, God. Oh, that's embarrassing, though. Could we just stop and think about that? Like, again, we're not trying to bully, but just honestly with ourselves. If we're being honest with ourselves and not just looking the other way and pretending. It is very embarrassing to be told no from the fucking people that accepted Dr. Gonzo. Wow. What? You need to take some kind of criticism from that. Holy shit.
To be fair, he was completely professional and kind of...
Blockbuster Buster made it onto Channel Awesome.
We did an episode of my show reviewing Moulin Rouge. This is when I was 19 and trying so desperately to be edgy, so we were both unhappy with the video, especially when I dropped a homophobic slur.
I had come to write about truth, beauty, freedom, and that which I believed in above all things, love.
Faggot. Sissy. Pansy. Sissy! Although I intended it to mean that the character was a wimp, not gay,
Well, I'm sure that's good. You want to instead of meaning that they're gay, you want to imply that gay people are wimps, I guess.
I genuinely do apologise for the slur and for anyone that I may have offended.
I'm sure you do, buddy. I'm sure you do. I'm sure this came out before his video calling Frodo gay 1,000,000 times, by the way, but I'm sure you do.
Darren soon joined Channel Awesome afterwards and graciously put the episode on the site, but naturally it received a lot of backlash from
He's about to say some slurs!
Leave some higher-ups for homophobia.
Oh, by the way, I want to shout out a video real quick. There's an interesting video about dogs eating Dog 6 that I'd recommend because I never finished watching that Family Guy video of his. So I want to shout out a channel here that I watched this video yesterday after my stream. Where the fuck is it? It's this channel Yeezo. Yeezo. It has a video, it's 31 minutes exactly. It's called Dogs Eating Dog 6, Where Commentary Goes to Die. And, yeah, it finishes up the Family Guy video, so there you go. You want some more... You want to hear him say some slurs, you can go watch that.
Well, Darren had absolutely nothing to do with it, so please don't blame him. We have spoken since, and we're both moving past it, but that wasn't the end of it. I continued being a fan of the company, and in early 2018, a subscriber...
Wait, which guy compared Gamergate to KKK and ISIS? Was that Dan Olson? Oh man, it just gets better and better.
...of mine went to a convention and met Tamra Chambers. He asked her to record an intro for me, and amazingly, she did it.
Hi, my name is Tamara Chambers, and this is Cinematic Venom.
I was a big fan of Tamra, so you can imagine how hard I fanboyed. Not long after, the controversy began, and I decided to capitalise on it. It was a dark time.
I decided to capitalize on it. Well, I'm glad you were honest about that.
So I chose to bring some light to the situation. I did a comedy sketch as Doug and I sent it to Alison. Amazingly, she...
Yeah, I mean, the person who was like, it's sad that he got thrown under the bus after this, like, Venom did here. He, apparently some of the people involved in this, or at least Channel Awesome people, apparently were not happy about this. I don't know, the fact that he was such a dick rider for so long does make me, like, even here in this video, he's acknowledging that he's basically just doing this for attention. And for, like, you know, for bitterness because of them, basically.
Kaylin saw it and enjoyed it.
Cinematic Venom's in the room. Love you too. You know, I know you and I have been talking a little bit, but, your skits from last year really gave me life. So I appreciate that very much. Thank you for talking to me too, and just kind of being in here right now.
People wanted more.
So they've interacted, okay. I wonder if she was one of the people that reacted negative to him later, at a later date.
So I turned it into a series which was well received, but I made a point to not attack Tamara or Malcolm as they had nothing to do with it. And for the record, I believe them when they say they had no idea about any of this abuse going on. I genuinely believe
Papa Smurf had a blast on her. Yeah, no, she's not good at the makeup. I'm sorry. I don't know much about makeup, but I feel like I think she might be trying to give this eye a different shade than this eye, but it just looks like you did the makeup on one eye and didn't do it on this eye. I don't know. Maybe it's just the angle and the quality, but it's not looking that good. And then the rest of her face, she looks like Jeff the Killer. So. That's maybe not the best.
I believe them when they say they had no idea about any of this abuse going on. I genuinely believe them when they say that. But it's how they handle
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! I forgot! She's the one! She's the fucking one that made people pay to get unblocked by her on Twitter. Because she blocked everybody. She probably used like a block bot or some shit, that Randy Harper shit or something. She blocked everybody for one reason or another. Or even if it was just manual, you know, like you did something. She was like, okay, pay me $100 and I'll unblock you. That's amazing. Thank you for reminding me of that. That's great.
Going on. I genuinely believe them when they say that. But it's how they handle the situation afterwards. During my tirade of making fun of Channel Awesome, I received a comment on my channel from Tamara herself asking if I'd used her intro. Bear in mind that I never sent any of my sketches to her or Channel Awesome at this point. They found it on their own. But this was the same week that Dan Ball had seen my content, and she didn't say anything to make me think anything was wrong, so naturally I was excited that two heroes of mine saw my work. However, upon tweeting, Tamara harshly and publicly insulted me and claimed that she wanted me to take it down, and she had no idea why I would think she was being nice. I won't even...
Huh. Can we go over this again? What exactly happened? Was he being a simp for Tamara? Was he being a fucking simp? Because he said that he fanboyed when he was a fan of her. Let's go over this real quick, okay?
Got an intro for me, and amazingly, she did it.
Hi, my name is Tamara Chambers, and this is Cinematic Venom.
So she recorded this for him.
I was a big...
And then here he has a picture of her holding up her foot, which is a picture that he chose to use here above any other picture of her. I'm just saying, the one that he picked to use in this moment was the one with her foot in the picture. So maybe he like stalked her or something? Is that maybe? I don't know. That's interesting.
Fan of Tamara, so you can imagine how hard I fanboyed.
I hate food stimulation!
It began, and I decided to capitalize on it. It was a dark time, so I chose to bring some light to the situation. I did a comedy sketch as Doug, and I sent it to Allison. Amazingly, she and even Kaylin saw it and enjoyed it.
Cinematic Venom's in the...
Okay, so they liked
But I made a point to not attack Tamara or Malcolm, as they had nothing to do with it. And for the record,
okay, so she's faithful to Doug. That's why. She's not... It's not a stocky thing, because I thought maybe he got a little weird as a fan or something. No. It seems maybe more like... Yeah, she's like faithful to the Doug squadron.
I believe them when they say they had no idea about any of this abuse going on. I genuinely believe them when they say that. But it's how they handle the situation afterwards. During my tirade of making fun of Channel Awesome, I received...
Did you ever use the intro that I did for your channel? Okay, so... She's probably asking just because she doesn't want him to be associated with her or something like that. And then he does all of this stupid shit with the links, like, that's cool. Okay.
I received a comment on my channel from Tamara herself asking if I'd used her intro. Bear in mind that I never sent any of my sketches to her or Channel Awesome at this point.
So she seems like she was just being kind of rude to him.
Found it on their own. But this was the same week that Dan Ball had seen my content work. However, upon tweeting, Tamara harshly and publicly insulted me and claimed that she wanted me to take it down, and she had no idea why I would think she was being nice. I won't even lie, this hurt. I looked up to her and I was deeply upset. I agreed to stop using the intro, but the damage was done. It was...
So... $20 a month to Tamara Chambers. So all it took was him saying some things about Doug, Wow, she must really like Doug. Huh.
Until I pointed out...
Is that, like... That's weird. That's weird.
I was a patron of hers that she apologised, removed the tweet and messaged me privately, blaming her actions on her manic depression. I was a huge fan of hers and I didn't want to believe that she was being nasty, so I accepted this apology. But this was when the Google Doc dropped and Channel Awesome...
I don't know who Dan Bull is. So he's doing all this. She's like... Sure, you can imagine. Yeah, okay. So she's trying to be nice, I guess. I don't know what this is. This is not really relevant to anything, though, really.
Finally issued a response. We'll go through it momentarily, but I was at the stage where I was hurt that one of my inspirations had lashed out at me like this, and I just didn't want to believe that she was doing this, and I wanted to believe that Channel Awesome maybe were just misunderstood. So I even sent Tamara an apology, asking her to forward it to Doug himself. I bought their apology because of my own naive hope, but she never saw the message.
So you're using this as, like, proof against her being, like, them being bad, I guess? I don't know, like, it's clear that you're associating with these people who, from their perspective, I feel, probably are kind of full of shit. And, like, it's clear that Mars Girl likes you and all of that. And, like, you made that sketch that was, like, anti-Doug, so, like, why would they necessarily want to be... I don't know. I guess I can see why they maybe wouldn't want to be... Plus, you've been a dick rider of them for years, so, like... Yeah, there's just, like, a parasocial, oh, it's this guy again, kind of thing. Like,
after I saw people's response to what Channel Awesome said, I came to my senses and realised what was going on. Malcolm and Tamara, again, I believe, were unaware of any of this, but they handled this really badly. When Channel Awesome issued their response, people tweeted them about it, not buying their nonsense, and they would ignore any complaint, simply replying with "read," which came across as closed-minded and arrogant. They disregarded all of the people who were hurt by what this company did, and just...
So... But, like, disregarded all the people that were hurt. But a lot of it was fake. So, I mean, like, what are they telling people to read? I don't know. I guess it's like an alternate document or something. And, like, I don't think this is a bad response, really, where it's like, they're posting, this is Malcolm, I guess, posting, like, yeah, read the thing we posted. Rather than just spouting a bunch of shit at us and preconceived notions.
Said read as if their claims were nothing. And Malcolm's defense was, I've been on their sets and it's always been professional. And I believe that too. I believe they've changed. So what's wrong with just saying we've learned from our mistakes and we're sorry for the past? That's okay. That's all you have to do.
Okay, well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wait until, you know, the Channel Awesome administration makes a statement to see if hopefully they'll make things right. And then, after they do that, after they make their move and see how...
After they make things right and crown me as the king big boy of the website, with all of my... I have the biggest Funko Pop collection.
They're gonna try to fix this, then I'll make my decision. Unfortunately, they didn't do that, and it's just a rebuttal to a lot of the accusations, as opposed to what they should have done, which is an apology followed by an offer to try and make amends.
I just want an apology.
I think just a lot of us want a fucking...
But if they... I think this is... Yeah, this seems like a bit manipulative to me, just because of the idea, because, like... person said earlier, like, if they apologize for a bunch of this shit, even if it didn't really happen or it's misleading or whatever, if they just apologize, then they get sued. And it makes me think maybe what these people actually want is just money. Like, yeah, I want you to just apologize, quote unquote, and then that apology is the reason that you'd be sued, kind of thing. I don't know, maybe that's a stretch, but... That's kind of, I don't know, that feels maybe like it's that sort of thing.
Apology. I want Mike Michaud to just own up to the fact that he fucked up. I don't want a non-apology. I don't want to be told, oh, I'm sorry you feel that we did a shitty job. I don't want to hear that. I just want to hear an apology. I want a sincere fucking apology from you guys. It's not that hard. Just 2 words, I'm sorry. We're sorry. Terribly sorry. You know what I mean? Like,
we're sorry, and then you get money when you sue them for admitting that they did something. I don't know, man. Yeah, just apologize, right?
I'm sorry. I'm just sorry.
Within a couple of weeks, 40 plus people had left Channel Awesome, leaving just Doug, Brad, and Guru Larry, who pretty much only—
Yeah! He'll outlive them all, motherfucker!
There's a joke. His
Yeah!
was fun of the site the entire time. Check his feed. He was having the time of his life.
Hey!
I love it.
Go! You're on fire!
Since the posting of the Not So Awesome document on Monday, April 2nd, 2018, we have been exploring all of our options of how to address the lies that have been alleged by multiple disgruntled individuals with vindictive intentions. See, last time they said, oh, we're sorry that you felt that way, and now they're full on calling them liars. They're ignoring all of their—
Interesting. So, Channel Awesome has always tried to keep our dealings, blah blah blah. We'll address the most egregious now. So this is like the response to the thing. Yeah, it's really funny how this didn't get much of a, like, I don't know, just again the time capsule nature of this video. Like this response that they did barely like did anything. Nobody really paid attention to it. They didn't care. They just cared about the bombastic thing that came out first that said that everything was bad and that those guys were bad. And I barely even remembered that they even had a fucking response to it. I'm like, well, I'm reading this, I'm like, oh yeah, I guess they did. I kind of knew that at some point, but sure didn't have entire videos dissecting it or anything. That's interesting.
Alleged by multiple disgruntled individuals with vindictive intentions. See, last time they said, oh, we're sorry that you felt that way, and now they're full on calling them liars. They're ignoring all of their pain. I don't understand. Like, did all of these people just wake up one day, you know what? Let's destroy a company today because why not? They're lovely people, but, you know, I just feel like ruining their lives.
Yeah, that's the only reason. That's really not charitable at all. I mean, I don't know. You're just why? Like, this was right in the middle of the believe everyone era, you know? You know what I mean? Like, you know, obviously a lot of people had actual real shit happen to them during, like, Me Too movement or whatever, you know? And that's still kind of going on and everything, but it's like, this was the era of, just believe! Just believe! Don't ask questions! That's abuse! Just believe them! And I guess that was kind of part of it. Was like we were just in this weird fucking funk in our brains of like it's wrong to ask for any kind of fucking proof or any clarification of any of this shit. And so it's like, no, why would they possibly lie? What reason could they possibly have? I don't know. Again, I've just kind of outlined it because once they apologize, then there's a big settlement, big money, you know? But he's just acting like this is completely unlikely.
Let's destroy a company today because why not? They're lovely people, but, you know, I just feel like ruining their lives, ruining their careers. Why not, lol? The company decided to not cover the entire document, but only nitpick some of the stories, but these are some of the worst defenses I have ever seen.
Well, yeah, you should believe people a lot of the time when, you know, but it's just in a scenario... I don't know, in a scenario like this where a lot of the apparently legitimate accusations, like it sounds like there's stuff in there that's real, like some of the sexual assault stuff in there, people are saying that there's been, I don't know, maybe they're wrong in chat, but you know, there's reports apparently that it's more realistic than maybe some people believed, myself included, you know. Maybe more so, but you know, the thing is like, you know, whether or not, like, we have to ask that question because it's surrounded by all this bullshit, right? And so it's like, it's not even just about believing the victims, it's about believing, you know, this kind of wild conspiracy fucking, like ranting. I don't know. You know, it's just like, it's everything together. If it was one or two things, then it would be something else, but... yeah.
In response to the sexual grooming case by the anonymous woman, they provided a screenshot proving that they found out about his acts, and after consulting a lawyer, they let him go after 3 weeks, not a year. However, not only was this the wrong woman, this was not the woman in the Google Doc. There were
yeah, but the woman in the fucking Google Doc was like not even... But the fucking woman in the Google Doc was like not even real or something, wasn't it? Like what?
3 victims that we're aware of.
Both of us.
We're talking about the Jew Wario situation there, I think, and it's... And like that was just like not even... Okay.
Turns out, new different sexual assault survivors. I knew one, he knew another. There was at least an example
Great
of the
Iron
person,
Liz.
and then there was the grooming person.
The screenshot was one of the other two, but also...
Yeah, the trust but verify is a good one. I hate to always member bury Gamergate, but that was a thing that they would say during that was, you know, like, yeah, don't completely, because the thing was listen and believe. Listen and believe! Just listen to people and believe them! And the comeback was, well, no, how about you just trust them, but, you know, verify, you know, just ask some questions a little bit. You know, yeah, we're pretty sure that you're, you know, it's for real, but just making sure. Just making fully sure here. You know, yeah.
But they did a terrible job covering up the name.
Channel Awesome basically blurred out the name, but they left kind of a J in the front, and they also matched it up. They left the timestamps. So anybody with half a brain could figure out who it was.
So fans were mortified that they could now see that the sexual predator was Justin.
You never see it coming.
Yeah, I didn't know. I thought it was gonna be Frenchy, Welshy man all this whole time.
Previously mentioned suicide victim Juario. Justin was married and the woman in question wanted to remain anonymous, and for Justin to remain anonymous to protect his wife.
Comes these chat logs, which, by the way, are not chat logs about the Jane Doe that we were talking about. The one
Holy fuck, this music sucks!
Chatted with us that day before we dropped our document. This was an entirely separate Jane Doe.
Cancel it, Channel Awesome, and the music's too loud, and I can't hear this woman, and I can't hear a sound. I said, oh!
Barely before
I said, oh!
I can't believe this was even my friend.
I didn't know Justin very well. He appeared in one of my videos. I talked to him over email a few times. He was really nice to me. I was talking to Will about it. And I said, I can't believe...
No, not that Frenchie. Welshy Frenchie.
...that it would ever be...
Sad Panda, that guy.
I can't believe people are saying that about him. It's so sad. And he said, why can't you believe that? That's exactly how a groomer acts. And I realized that's true. What do you look for in somebody who grooms young women and young underage girls to be sexual with them? Well, you look for someone who's nice. You look for somebody who is trustworthy. You look for someone who could just be your older brother or your dad, just a sweet person. And you often look for somebody who's an older individual in a community of people who are largely younger. And that is exactly what Justin was.
This has backfired on them. Totally blew up in their face.
That's what they all were, and we're saying again that he's like a pedophile, but once again, what he was like some guy who fucking spiked drinks or whatever. He was a sleaze bag. He wasn't death row, you know? Like,
outed Justin's name.
Essentially, I'm able to work at a suicide hotline, sexual assault hotline, or crisis hotline. My point is that I'm not, you know, some naive Pollyanna. Like, I know what I'm talking about. I have skills and experience to doing this stuff. One of the instructors was the police chief of Oakdale in Minnesota, and I had others like that. Or one was had been a commander in St. Paul, so, or a police commander.
My uncle works at Nintendo.
So, I mean, these are actual police officers.
I know actual people in power. Okay.
We of course had sex crime and sexual assault stuff too.
Right.
A friend of mine approached me and said, "There's an individual who'd been raped. They want to speak to you because they don't know what to do. I still had something of a reputation that I was doing this stuff."
Boy, this music is really fitting well. Somebody said it was like bootleg Sonic Adventure 2 music. It's kind of more like Shadow the Hedgehog music a little bit. Like it reminds me of like this would play in like the final level while Black Doom is telling you, "No, Shadow, destroy the human soldiers." And you'd just be hearing this fucking music. It's not really fitting this so much, though.
On my experience volunteering at the sexual assault center.
No, I'm sorry, Shadow. I just calls it as it sees it.
98% certain they were telling the truth. And the reason I give 2% is because I could be wrong. Just
Time has come, and so have I.
And I know he was
The last chance, Juwario died.
You have my word that I won't speak a word of this, because that's what you do to support a victim or a survivor. So you have to do whatever they feel comfortable doing. You know, it would have been great for me to kind of go out and actually confront Justin about this, but I don't think I was ever really at the point where I could. They wanted to bring him back at one point, too.
Which wouldn't necessarily...
Is she saying that... Okay, I was kind of, you know, talking over this. Is she saying that Justin raped Iron Liz? Like, is that what's happening? Because that's... I don't think I've heard that one before. Is that what she's saying here? Is that... Because that's new to me. Did I mistake... But... Yeah, I'm still alive, yeah. Where's that damn fourth Google document? Great value, receive you. The Mario equivalent to Jew Wario? Mormon Mario. I guess, I don't know. No, it would be like Shalom Mario. That would be the name. I think it's that Liz was consulted. The victim knew Iron Liz worked as a rape crisis counselor and came to... Okay. Alright. Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense. Alright.
I would call him at that point as a friend.
Go over this
as a friend for a lot of people.
It's like, this is really obnoxious, though, listening to it. Like, I actually can't hear her when she gets quiet. And so, like, because of this fucking Bomberman Act Zero music that's playing.
So I basically said... You have my word that I won't speak a word.
More Mario.
Because that's what you do to support a victim or a survivor. So you have to do whatever they feel comfortable doing. You know, it would have been great for me to kind of go out and actually confront Justin about this, but I don't think I was ever really at the point where I could. They wanted to bring him back at one point, too.
Which wouldn't necessarily be a problem if it weren't for the fact that victims could now be in trouble.
You know, the great thing, too, is that I wasn't thinking about doing this whole video, but now I'm also thinking about doing the follow-up to it. So, you know...
Could now...
I wish I had more cookies, damn.
Be further victimized by people just looking to attack because they think it's fun. Not to mention Justin's family, who was totally unaware of any of this. Channel Awesome, how despicable of you to do this.
It's like if Gojira did the soundtrack to the Epstein trial. Yeah, you know, it's very fitting. You know, we need a good rip and tear Mick Gordon score to underscore the Roman Polanski situation. That's really good.
Very specific reason why it is.
Somebody asks if the music is getting gradually louder. No, but I did do that with my George Costanza 666 video. I did do that there.
Include names. You just want to cover yourselves, and you'll put anyone else in the line of fire, including victims of sexual assault, in order to further your agenda.
Okay. Let's turn the tables on this one, alright? Allegedly, hypothetically. You are vindictive and you're willing to pretend that things happened that didn't, that kind of invalidate the actual claims of real problems that people actually had because of your agenda. You know, there's a few ways you could look at this.
And call 20 to 40 people liars.
So let's rewind to when Gonzo wanted to pay tribute to Justin. Instead of just explaining what they had heard, Mashad decided he'd rather just insult him personally. Doug then went on camera and gave a huge tribute to Justin, knowing the truth.
On January 23rd, 2014, former Channel Awesome producer Justin Carmichael committed suicide.
Hang on, I'm sure I could do a better job of this. This is pretty sad, but I think I could probably, let me just go ahead. Alright, you know, ladies and gentlemen, last night, our friend, Justin Carmichael, Jew Wario, actually, he committed suicide, and we're all still dealing with that, and it's been a real loss for all of us, and it's not something that's ever gonna be easy, you know? We're struggling right now, and it's really not. But he was a friend to all of us, especially the younger people on the staff, and you know, it was the times of fake and love are gone now, you know, and I don't know, I think there's probably better. I think that song fits a little better than what we got here.
3rd, 2014, former Channel Awesome producer Justin Carmichael committed suicide. I think the reason that Justin is really something special is because despite knowing what we know now, we will still remember him as this upbeat, cheerful, positive, wonderful human being. And that's because he is
it was, you know, he was such a cheerful, positive, upbeat human being, and, you know, I'll always remember his smile and his Wario hat. You know, that was one of the things I always liked about him, actually. I told him, you know, Jew Wario, you know, your Wario hat is looking really shiny today, and but the problem was actually that was after he had shot himself. You know, yeah, it's just not fitting all that well.
Shared so much of that positivity with us. He has shared so much goodness with us.
What a horrible thing to do, to put somebody on a pedestal who is the complete opposite type of person to be put on a pedestal.
Now, for legal reasons, I understand not telling the entire world. Obviously, legally, you can't do that. But after Justin was fired, he continued working with other producers and they never told them. There was no warning for their own safety. After he died, Kalin raised $10,000 to make a movie in his memory and nobody stepped in. They did everything in their power to protect and defend a sexual predator.
Man, do I wish someone had told me. Why didn't somebody tell me? I would have not made Farewell Fami Kamen Rider.
This is so strange on so many levels. You're telling me she made this thing that was supposed to be like a tribute to him. And they were like hiding all this stuff that they knew about him. But I'm confused if the stuff that they knew about him, are they, when Doug and them are talking in that fucking Skype thing or whatever, is that referring to like the other situation that really happened with like Holly or whoever? Is that not even referring to this, like, supposed 18-year-old, 16-year-old? Again, I just... Like, the fact that this is happening and they're treating him like he fucking molested an 8-year-old. Like, I'm sorry. If that's even true, she's 18. Why are you all treating this fucking dead guy this way? Like, because the actual thing that he did is not even in this discussion, right? The actual thing that he did that was kind of scummy is not even what we're talking about. The only thing we're talking about here is the thing that he did not do. And the fact that that's completely dominated the conversation and we have to smear his name or whatever. What? Jesus fuck.
If I had known, why would I have done that? If the work that
Yeah, I mean, you know, maybe she believed that he did something, but again, the only fucking thing that's really, like, the main thing, I guess maybe if she's upset about, like, what he might have done with Holly or whoever else, like, sure, that's fair then. But it seems like this is mainly focused on this whole he was a pedophile thing or whatever, like. But again, even if you take it 100% at face value, they didn't even, I guess they didn't want to go so far as to make it like an actual, like, I mean, if this is all fake or whatever, if this person is not real completely, I don't know the full extent of how supposedly fake it all is. I don't even know if it really is, but the point is, if this person, like, I guess they didn't want to go to the extent of making her like 15 or something, you know? Because then that would have been, like, genuine crime, something needs to be done, and maybe that would have been, like, too much trouble to bring on, you know, hypothetically, if this is all fake. So the whole thing is just, I was with him and I was 18, but he I don't know, yeah, it's not great, it's still creepy, but it's not, I mean, he was like in his fucking 30s or something at that point, so yeah, it's a little creepy, but it's, for her to be acting this way, if she doesn't know something, because again, what he actually did is, it's you know, I don't know the extent of it, again, I think he was like dosing women's drinks or something at a party, some kind of sleazy 80s bullshit, as I would put it, like slipping him a Mickey, some kind of that kind of thing. I think that's what he was actually doing, which is not good stuff, not good behavior, not something to be sharing a drink with the boys and telling them the tale of when you did that, you know, not something to do. But yeah, I don't know. She would have to know something. I don't know. This is just quite a response from her. And I don't know. The whole thing about him not really having actually done, and just the fact that it continues to this day. I mean, it's funny to call Jew Wario a pedophile, even though we kind of all know now that it's not really even true. And the info was always out there. All you had to do was read the fucking document. It was literally, I am an 18-year-old, but mentally I was 16 at best. Which, again, great thing people do if they want to, like, get sympathy points is just pretend that they're, like, just an idiot. It's like, oh, at most I was, like 12. Come on now. I could barely even move my limbs. What are you talking about here? I wasn't even there. I wasn't even there. But yeah, no, that's just always been out there, and the vitriol towards him in this scenario is just, I don't know. Yeah, he did some real bad stuff, but like I don't know. I guess it's just now with the ongoing narrative that Jew Wario was a pedophile for all these years. It's just like, man, this seems really unfortunate for that guy and his whole fucking family, I guess.
Or anyone else who worked on our projects together. If our work ever hurt anyone by existing, I'm so sorry that we did that to you.
Channel Awesome also
I'm so sorry that you feel that way. Well, no, she did say we did that to you, but, you know, that's also not a scenario where you would be getting sued or anything. And, I don't know, that's a different scenario, but it is a more direct apology, certainly.
That Mike Ellis quit the company and that there was no communication from him since Sean exposed the sexual conversation to Mashad, but many former Channel Awesome producers claim otherwise. No proof from the company is provided.
I'm mentally 7, so I need to pay the child's price. I'm mentally this many, but I'm tall enough to get on the rides.
Just a screenshot of the Google Doc for some reason. When discussing the website losing traffic after the Nostalgia Critic ended, instead of admitting they made a mistake, they actually blamed it on the fact that they switched to YouTube more, because nothing can be their fault, you see?
Channel Awesome made a huge mistake when they created the League of Super Critics, the YouTube channel.
They made a huge mistake when they created the League of Super Critics. Yeah, that's a terrible fucking name. That's a really bad mistake they made. They didn't know that would be their downfall, just like Ethan with the Control-Alt-Delete comic earlier. He didn't realize his simple buttery waffles would be the end of the fucking world, but there you go.
Killed their site when they did that. I will never be able to understand why they created the League of Super Critics YouTube channel, because it basically took the biggest producers that the majority of the people come to the site for and made sure they had no reason to go to the site ever again.
Is that why you punched a hole in your wall, sir?
You know why? If they're gonna come and see Doug, Lewis, Brad, whoever else posts on that channel, why would they go all the way to the site?
Well, I mean, maybe they want more content like that, I guess. I don't know. Hypothetically. You know, people still read comics from DC that aren't the Justice League, you know? They also have their own stuff on the site, so, like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that worked if they had that on YouTube and all of their content was just on there and then everybody else was on the website kind of thing, maybe. But, it doesn't seem like, you know, depending on how you do that, that doesn't seem like a terrible idea.
To go to each of their individual video lists, when instead, they can just come to this one YouTube channel, watch it, and then watch more stuff on YouTube, which is probably what they want to do anyway.
Apparently they were cut down episodes so that people would go look for, like, the full thing. So it actually was trying to drive traffic to the site then, basically, by using the big names on the site to kind of... Yeah. Well, yeah, what you would do would be... I mean, like, I don't know. I don't remember how it was, especially at this time. I do remember the time when I complained about how... I think I left a comment on a Nostalgia Chick video in, like, 2011, and I said... Like, I tried to be polite. I was like, this just really isn't very funny, and I don't like this. And then, like, the next day, they removed the comments from the entire website. So I'm very proud about that. I didn't even say anything that mean. I didn't even call her a dumb slag or anything. You know. But, as like, it got rid of all the comments on the site. That's my 9/11. I remember that, and I remember that, so you don't have to. but like... I don't remember how the actual site looked back when I used it or whatever, but I would assume like a good option here would be, you know, yeah, use the League of Supercritics thing, drive people to the site, and then pump the people on the site and give like fucking Blockbuster Buster the front panel. But like, if you're running, like, here's the thing, you're in an awkward position when you're fucking when you're running that guy with the glasses, when you're running Channel Awesome, you're in an awkward fucking spot. Because what are you supposed to do? Do you really want to give the Blockbuster Buster, like, the top video on the site? Ever? No, you probably just shouldn't have him there. I'm wondering how bad Cinematic Venom's fucking content was that Blockbuster Buster was allowed there, and Dr. Gonzo, and not Cinematic Venom. But, like, yeah, you've got an issue. You now have a bunch of people on your site who just... kind of are weirdos and aren't very good at this. Are you really going to try to promote them that much? I don't know, you should probably just fucking kick them from the site and shouldn't have hired them to begin with. But, it's a real humdinger.
Response to the producers being forced to work the anniversary specials unpaid and were poorly treated anyway, Channel Awesome literally responded by saying, well, you didn't have to do them. Look, that is literally the reply. Just read this. Look. This is a real company. With adults. And in response to the management having sexist agendas, they can't be sexist because they've worked with other women who've had no problems whatsoever. Hitler couldn't have been an arsehole because he had thousands working with him.
Oh, they're just like Hitler. I mean, like, I know, it's the thing to do to directly compare. It's the easiest thing, is just Hitler, you know, direct comparison to Hitler. But when you earlier in the video said you were going to try to be fair toward Channel Awesome, I don't know, is that like when I say I'm trying to be fair towards someone who we already know is like a piece of shit? And I'm like, just give him a chance, guys. You know, maybe it was that. Like it was a joke, literally. Maybe it was literally a joke, actually. I don't know. But the fact is, like, yeah, this is extremely biased, and just, you're calling them, like, Hitler now, you're comparing them to Hitler, which, again, it's hyperbole, it's a traditional thing, but it's just another brick in the wall, as you say, and, I don't know.
Claim that Holly quit on her own accord despite her providing screenshots to prove otherwise, and they deny all claim that Holly quit on her own accord despite her providing...
Yeah, she provided screenshots that proved otherwise. I mean, are these the screenshots? What, some fucking blocks of text? Yeah, it's really difficult. You know, the thing is about this is, like, nobody could have faked this because they actually don't make the curly bracket or the slashes for keyboards. So, like, you couldn't actually... That has to be put in there by a computer. So you can't actually, like, fake this. This is actually real. Definitely.
Screenshots to prove otherwise, and they deny all accusations by her with no evidence. Literally, they say, oh, this is the allegation. They're saying this. Fact is... No, we didn't do that. That's a fact. That's their proof. They also claim she didn't work on To Boldly Flee, which she again disproved with a photo of her on the set of To Boldly Flee. Although this screenshot does show them telling her to rest up when she was in pain, but we also have evidence of them firing her a day after, so they just make themselves look even more two-faced here.
And again, I just don't put any fucking faith in these kinds of screenshots. It's like, okay, you sure did write some names down, potentially. Like, maybe it's real, I don't know, but... I'm also, like, my fucking eyes are glazing over. I'm not reading this.
They show a screenshot where Lindsay...
And they know that nobody's really gonna read too much about... Nobody's really gonna read into this too much. They're just gonna hear whatever fucking Cinematic Venom says, or whatever, you know, the YouTuber says, like... You know, the summary headline of it. Like, this is just... I don't want to read all this shit. Neighbors got babies, apparently. Oh, the scream and the grunts. We're talking about the fucking rape scene or whatever? Right. Do you know when you'll have the screaming and the grunts done? Thank you. And then, that's Doug. And then Lindsay says, I'm going to have to take that screaming and grunting line out of context to discredit you, by the way. Huh. Huh. How about that?
Doug about the rape implication scene into Boldly Flee, where she's sending the audio and doesn't seem to have a problem with it. But again, Lindsay and Lewis had a fight.
Remember that time Doug killed like 6 million Jews? I mean, that was the worst thing. Like, I'm surprised the document doesn't bring that up as much.
For it to even be toned down. So by this point, of course, they had given up and just did as they were told. So this screenshot proves nothing. And to respond to Allison's claim that everyone was miserable on the film set, they show a clip that was on the DVD where Allison clearly praised the experience, but she doesn't even look or sound like she means what she says.
I thought I would just add, you know, that it was a great production to be a part of. It was a lot of fun to be part of this and Suburban Nights. I hope that future projects are in the
yeah, that's probably fucking fake, so what?
Works, and that, you know, all of us get to work together again. I love being a part of this site, a part of these productions, and it truly is.
Yeah, I mean, I assume that she wasn't happy there. She wound up going off to, like, leave. Like, that's such a silly thing for this document that they did to even, like, refute. It's like, no, Lupa was really happy here. That's why she more or less allegedly orchestrated this document to make us all look bad. Somewhat. That's why she... Okay, I mean, you can just acknowledge that she wasn't very happy. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, she doesn't seem like... I don't know. Doesn't seem like she was happy
really
here. No.
The highlight of this year and last year, you know, getting to spend time with such great people and do what I love doing most, and that's entertaining people and creating things.
So I think it's safe to say you can't necessarily judge someone's honest opinion based...
Cinematic excrement / smeghead. Well, this guy's got an Iron Maiden, Dream Theater, Black Sabbath, and fucking Dragon Quest poster in his wall, so I can't make fun of the fact that his name is basically one of those ones that Mr. Plinkett made fun of for a minute and a half. Your movie sucks my sphincter. Cinematic poopy. My movie is a bloody stool. Oh, yeah, cinematic excrement / smeghead. You know, the smeghead part is the formal name.
Based on a DVD bonus feature.
You're not gonna buy Taken and on the DVD...
Oh, is that Red Dwarf? Okay.
This film shit, don't watch this. Why is Liam Neeson Batman? The only thing they admit is the lack of communication, but they claim that they're improving on it, which is another lie. You see, not like...
The film crappers.
Before this, they were bringing the cast together to shoot a 10-year anniversary special.
2018 being the 10-year anniversary of the website.
Wow, Film Brain, look what time has done to you.
Big milestone. Rumours began to circulate.
Where is Film Brain in all of this? God damn it! Film Brain's opinion must be known!
That, they are making an anniversary film. And have you heard? Have you not heard? Ooh, there are rumours. Rumours.
I get an email asking me if I want to be a part of the Channel Awesome 10th anniversary special.
Once the cast started dropping like flies, it was ultimately cancelled. Oh, and again, I can't reveal my source, but I have actually been told what the plot was for the 10-year anniversary special. Don't worry, guys, you weren't missing out much. It's stupid. But Angry Joe...
He's so proud of the fact that he maybe knows or is just lying either way. Anyway, here's $7 Pedro.
Who had been on the site for years, wasn't even informed that it was cancelled.
Does anybody remember what the $7 thing was about? Didn't he got like shafted for some... He didn't get paid some kind of money that he was owed, and he was like... He made a video crying about it or something. And everybody started calling him like $7 Sanchez for some reason. I don't remember the context, but those nicknames stuck.
Furthermore, one actor, again I can't say without revealing my sources, was replaced by another, but the script never changed. They literally just changed the character's name, but the dialogue all remained the same. And this was even done in Suburban Nights. Todd wasn't supposed to be in it, Lord Cat was. Once they swapped, the dialogue was all exactly the same.
And you fucking ruined that for me, Spoonie.
Some improvisations on the day. People were outraged by Channel Awesome's unprofessionalism, immaturity, and refusal to accept any responsibility
responsibility for their own actions. But things died down for a while. They did receive a load of dislikes and lost loads of...
Oh, hello, Ghetto Butt. He's just... I like the... I like the fucking... the existential crisis you're going on, realizing I've been live for 6 hours and that we're watching Nostalgia Critic. Well, not really. We're watching Cinematic Venom talk about Nostalgia Critic. But, you know, it's been very exciting and action-packed, and we've still got another video to go, at least, so...
Subscribers, the hashtag changed the channel simmered quickly. Though Channel Awesome themselves blocked me on Twitter, so I clearly got their attention. I also dropped a diss track after their response, which was...
Okay, no, you're gonna need to explain more. Blockbuster Buster's complaint was that Doug wouldn't let him go Super Saiyan. I'm not kidding, says the almighty Loli. What, like... Doug put his foot down and what you mean like in like one of the crossovers? Is that what you mean? Cause like it would be really funny if it was just Doug like, no, you're not allowed to do that in your videos. No, I just don't want you to. And he was like, okay. I kind of like that idea. I have to assume you mean in the thing. Why do you talk about? Wait.
Channel Awesome themselves blocked me on Twitter, so I clearly got their attention.
What? There's a diss track? Oh fuck, I didn't even...
Hashtag changed the channel simmered quickly. Though Channel Awesome themselves blocked me on Twitter, so I clearly got their attention.
Yeah, you clearly did when you sent Tamara the fucking 40 paragraph essay while she sent you like K thanks or whatever. You know, you probably, he's been dick riding these people for years. And this is just like his opportunity to hop on board and be like, see, now I'm relevant. Now you should have let me be there, because now I'm relevant.
Attention. I also dropped a diss track after their response, which was fire, and finally responded to Tamara and Malcolm, who I now had a problem with. I hated how they responded.
Do I get to see this diss track somewhere? Hang on. Where's the diss track? Cinematic Venom diss track Channel Awesome. Somebody might have re-uploaded it. Dear, oh no, oh guys, it's 10 minutes. It's fucking 10 minutes long. It's fucking 9 minutes and 13 seconds long. Oh, how much of this is the diss track? He's got like an intro here? No, it's all diss track. Oh no. Oh my god.
Hey guys, so a lot of people wanted me to do a part 6 Channel Awesome sketch, but then some other people wanted to know my serious thoughts on the situation.
Hey Channel Awesome, do you remember me? Hey! I got featured on your site, you can't forget CV. Nah.
Jesus fucking Christ. He got featured on your site, you can't forget CV. Where is he featured on here? Where is this? He's supposed to be on here somewhere? Am I supposed to see his name somewhere? I don't. But the very first line. Wow, this is great. Like, it sucks that we have to listen to his fucking rap song now and go fucking word by word on this thing. But this is a great insight already, I can tell.
Hey Channel Awesome, do you remember me? Hey! I got featured on your site, you can't forget CV. Nah.
Hey! Don't you feel bad that you didn't join me? That you didn't let me join you guys? Don't you feel bad? Because now I'm against you. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Thank you, Venom, for your gleaning a little insight here, you know.
It was a while back, but I'm jumping the gun. I did these sketches, and oh, this is fun. People died on views would skyrocket to Sun's boycott. On the longer watching his punks, people want a part 6, and you've got it to come. But let's
people wanted part 6, did they?
Boycott on the longer watching his punks, people.
I mean, he's got the whole fucking Social Blade thing. God, this is always so embarrassing. I never like... It always gives me a bad impression when I see somebody that has the whole, like, Social Blade thing on the side of their page, and it's like this just fucking ridiculous game of, like, viewer metrics or whatever the fuck. Christ. I don't know. I don't know. It's a little annoying, but yeah, it's all about the views and attention for him. It could not be more obvious.
Dragon views would skyrocket to Sun's boycott. On the longer watching his punks, people want a part 6, and you've got it to come. But let's rewind the clock to have some fun with these punks.
Let's go!
Save on the bell was when I upped and found you. And although a rip-off, never would I hound you. Your comedy and skill, it would astound dudes. You inspired many that were around too. And sorry, I don't mean to be a brat, bro, but I was inspired by your boy Brad Jones. I thought you worked later and just became a fan, and then your movies came along and I would take a stand. Kikassia was great.
True.
And Monitor
Kikassia was great, everyone. This is 10 minutes, by the way.
Domination began. I was in a trance and it's amazing. I applied for your site, wouldn't shy from the fight. Rob to my ass down, but try and then try.
It was my dream, but videos, mine were all shite. I mean, all I'm asking is that you make it slightly less obvious that this whole video of yours is piggybacking off of this situation for attention. Because you're bitter that you didn't get accepted to the site. You can't stop mentioning that. And it's just really obvious. Even if you didn't say it constantly, it would be pretty obvious, but it's really obvious here. And I guess I can understand why you specifically have a problem with them. Like, this is the thing with, like, quote-unquote cancel culture. Is that it's like, yeah, this guy just didn't like fucking Nostalgia Critic. He didn't like Channel Awesome. Because he loved them. Because he had a weird fucking parasocial relationship with them. And he wanted to be desperately part of the group. And looked upon by Doug and get his little head patted. And then that wouldn't happen. And so now he's, you know, angry. And he's like, and he found something here where he's like, oh, well, now I can, you know, you shoulda neener. It's so obvious. Wow. Like, you could, again, just if you didn't say it so fucking blatantly, it would still be pretty obvious, but wow.
It was my dream of videos, mine was shy, but I got the mind. What a shining light, and then came along suburban nights. Me and my mates would earn off a shrine. Yeah. Looked up to you when the film was just nuts. When these dropped, man, we were feeling the buzz. We would have cut off any one of our limbs just to be able to be in one of your films. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. We would cut off one of our limbs. We were feeling the buzz. We would cut off any one of our 4 limbs just to be able to be in one of your flims. No. Not even just as an amputee, I would not want that. No. I would not want to be in those films, even back then. Back then when I was fucking, like, 15 or whatever. Well, whatever age I was when fucking Kikassia came out and I was, like, pretending to like it, basically. Like, I didn't want to admit to myself that it was shit and it was bad and I didn't like it and I was like annoyed and bored. So I had to kind of pretend to myself like, no, it's pretty good. It's good. I love it. I love these guys. This is a good movie. Why doesn't this one get Oscars, huh? And like Suburban Nights, I couldn't even fucking do that. Like, it was so boring and bad. I didn't even watch the fucking third one because I think I was out of the fucking... I think I hated these people by then. Except for Brad Jones. You're okay, Brad. Yeah, this is the height of parasocial shit here. We'd cut off your limbs to be in your films. And it's just a lyric, it's just a line, but like, wow, you're fucking delusional. Holy shit, and now, you know, yeah... I don't know. It's just, it sucks that your thing was like, oh, you won't let me into your group? Well, now I'm gonna join the people that hate, like, I don't know. Like, he has this whole thing in his other video about, oh, why would they ever have made up all this stuff? Like, well, you're the reason, you know? Like, someone like you is the reason, because you get weird and vindictive and mad, and then you make this to, like, coast on the fucking stuff, and, I don't know. What are your films? Oh, he goes even further into how desperate he was to be part of this. Holy shit.
Anything to have made it on site, and in 2011 it finally happened.
Wow.
6 months earlier I worked with Darren. This was before he was on your side reviewing rapping. He put the app on
This is so embarrassing. Holy shit.
this I couldn't fathom. The video itself we were both unhappy with.
Yeah.
But I used the F word. Dubbed homophobic.
It's like if I made an entire song about the time that me and Lotax used to shitpost at each other on fucking Twitter like 9 years ago or whatever. Like, yeah, well, yeah, that's the height of my fucking existence.
Ignoring Doug's He-Man review full of gay slurs, ignoring his autistic jabs the ones they hurt.
Yeah.
Ignoring the
autistic jabs and the N-word? What?
time he used the N-word, I found none of these offensive like you think you've heard.
Nah.
Don't attack
I wouldn't imagine that you would have had a problem with the N-word, no.
me for the words I spit when you're doing the same thing, you damn hypocrite.
Yeah, he's Stan. He is. This is not only is because he's literally Stan, because like his fucking music is just Eminem. He's admitted he's a huge Eminem fan, and his musically he's Stan, and sonically and like his whole thing is Stan. His whole fucking thing is Stan.
I was 19 and did things I'm ashamed of, and I'll apologize for most hate does. True. But the way I used it was never once directed or intended as homophobic. Nope. B-Rabbit perfectly wrapped it. Tyler Oakley's gay, Doug Walker's a faggot. Context.
Oh, okay. You're making it. You're doing that thing where people go like, Samuel L. Jackson is a black man, but this person is and yeah, he's doing that class.
Rabbit perfectly wrapped it. Tyler Oakley's gay, Doug Walker's a faggot. Context is concept.
He even said Doug Walker was gay. I mean, how much more? What was the line? It was like, so, I don't know. How much more degenerate can you get, or something?
You can't comprehend a channel or some treat women like the sex objects. I make some jokes, but jokes is the key word. People support Doug despite the women he hurt.
The women he hurt. The women he hurt. You're so blinded by your own fucking problems with fucking Doug and not being able to be Doug's son or whatever, that you are literally just saying that he hurt these women. What? By being the fucking guy with the glasses? Like, I guess they wouldn't have been in that situation if it wasn't for him, I guess. I suppose. But wow, fuck you, man. Shit.
Saying I'm Gallo with support. Doug could kick a baby in the face, smack and crack its jaw, rape his mother upside down in a damn hallway, and the still.
What's that? What are we talking about here now? What's happening?
Doug despite the women he hurt. Comment saying I'm Gallo with support. Doug could kick a baby in the face, smack and crack its jaw, rape his mother upside down in a damn hallway.
He's doing some fun, cool, edgy lyrics.
Away, and the still shout. This review is tired away. Hughes makes Nazi jokes all the same slur. Yeah. And people freak out and boycott his work.
Oh yeah, they shouldn't do that.
Oh yeah. KSI mocks depression, people lose their minds. Cheapest creepers director, yeah, screw that guy.
What? Like, okay, double standards and hypocrisy, I guess, that's the general gist, okay.
Because we're too naive and completely blinded, we're too ironic to admit what this guy did. It's not Doug, it must be Mike Michaud. Let's ignore every piece of evidence so far, proving the Doug war.
What piece of evidence? What evidence? We're too naive and completely blinded. That's a fucking joke. It's not Doug, it must be Mike Michaud. The fucking document isn't saying that it... What? I don't think the document is saying that Doug was the one that went after Sean Fausch. You know? It's... The document is like... Okay.
Proving the Doug Walker was more than just a star and a blatant culprit who would make things hard. It's old friends and colleagues, but from afar because we have to do nothing but kiss his ass.
Proving that... Okay, I can't hear him rapping in this stupid voice. Proving that Doug Walker was more than just a star and a blatant culprit who would make things hard.
You know, if you're not a real rap fan, you're not going to understand the bars that are just there, but those are some bars right there.
Insult friends and colleagues, but from afar, because we have to do nothing but kiss his arse, I guess. You fucking British people think that that's a rhyme, do you? Okay. Yeah, I guess. Kiss his arse and all that. Yeah, I don't know. What evidence, though?
Honestly, I really like the film to boldly flee. And the rape gag, I won't lie, I found it funny.
Yep.
But the
I'm
point
sure
is,
you did, pal.
Doug, your cast were uncomfortable, and you did it anyway, hoping they'd cup your balls. And my film, a wife at the...
You really tried to put cup your balls into that rhyme. Here he is bringing himself into it again. Like he's comparing himself to Doug Walker and being like,
yeah, well, I'm better than you, Doug. You know, you wouldn't let me on your site, but I'm actually better than you now.
this is like fucking Syndrome. Not the down kind, but, well, maybe.
Lover, she have a female friend, shared a kiss with one another.
Okay.
The actress in question had a husband, she was hetero too, but this will really bug you.
Wow.
Before I even wrote the scene, I asked them both if...
Why are we getting all of this information? This is so, like, I get it. It's related to the movie. I get you. But nobody cares about your stupid little fucking playground film. Like, imagine filming something that, as far as we see here, looks worse than Suburban Nights. And then being like, Doug, I'm better than you. Look at this fucking guy in this fucking outfit. Look at this fucking, what is going on?
Friend shared a kiss with one another.
Okay.
The actress in question had a husband.
This is like something that fucking 10-year-olds would make. Holy shit. Like, literally, Halloween costumes at the playground with, like, a fucking budget phone camera or whatever.
He was hetero too, but this will really bug you.
Wow.
Before I even wrote the scene, I asked them both if it was okay. They were the last to know.
Wow.
You wrote a rape gag, they both resisted. You toned it down, but still insisted in a gag that...
Yeah, I mean, this guy is clearly mentally, like, 12 at best. You know, no more than maybe 13. You know, like, I don't know. I don't know if he's responsible for any of his actions here.
That doesn't affect any of the script brick. Your demise now is on my wish list.
Bring it.
It wasn't Mikey fired Holly in a pinch kid and who...
Yeah, it said something about... He said something about his wife there. He was talking about his wife, so his wife was in that skit. I just think it's funny that he specifically said something in one of the first video we saw, which was the one from, less than a year ago, talking about where he's been, what happened to Cinematic Venom. He said something about, I got engaged, so I'm finally all grown up. Which I was already, like, I kind of knew, like, well, you already have a son. So, or, like, maybe a daughter, I don't know, but you have a child. I think it's a son. So, arguably you already are, but then he's already been married before, too. So the part where he's like, I'm all grown up now. Well, you know, again, I guess. Sure, again.
Brick, your demise now is on my wish list.
Bring it.
It wasn't Mikey fired Holly in a pinch kid, and who else yelled at Alice?
Linkara and Allison over here. Yeah, we complained about it as soon as we read it, and our concerns were brushed off continually. One of the most uncomfortable moments on set was when we were just about to shoot the fight scene between me and Lindsay. Lindsay said she wasn't comfortable with it, and Doug basically said, just do it! And so I'm like slapping Lindsay around and calling her bitch after that? Oh my god, they're so sexist!
What does it take for you to admit the latest? And I came
Did you just wish Doug's death? Wait, what? I was paying attention to the other thing on the screen. This is a fucking terrible diss track where we're like stopping the thing to read tweets.
Insisted in a gag that doesn't affect any of the script brick. Your demise now is on my wish list.
Bring it! Your demise now is on my wish list. Wow, charge your fucking phone. What is the deal with the fucking people that, like, they get the fucking phone and they take a screen cap and it's like, what? Why could you not have charged this first? Like, that seems important. I know it's like, it's silly to point that out so much, but, you know, it's at 4%. Like, what the fuck were you doing? Are you just out and about so busy you can't plug in your phone, but you had to share this with the world? This was your last message to society, I guess. Maybe they were in a fucking warehouse getting pieces of them taken apart with pliers. And they had to send this out as like an SOS or something. We read between the lines here. This tells us the whole address.
It wasn't Mike who fired Holly in a pinch kid, and who else yelled at Allison on cellar this git? What does it take for you to admit the latest? An article came out, Doug himself would say it. I made some mistakes, but he won't negate it.
Nope.
Too simple words to speak, he's too afraid, kids. He was my hero, and now I hate it. But Doug, you're scared, just like you're afraid of failing.
Afraid of fail? Who would ever be afraid of fucking Phalus? Again, we get to this thing where it's like, all we want is an apology. But like, when a lot of this isn't real, an apology will just lead to like, fucking, like, legal situations, you know? Like, I don't know. Did nobody recognize that at the time? Nobody thought about that at the time. I guess, again, at the time, people would have been like, well, they should be sued. I guess that's probably what it was. If anything, people would have looked at it as like, you shouldn't be so careful, you deserve what's coming to you, kind of thing. But like now we look at it like a lot of this has just kind of been proven as fucking full of shit and over dramatic nonsense. Not all of it, but a lot of it. Or at least it's questionable. A lot of it is questionable. And you want them to just apologize? Nondescript apology, blanket apology for what, everything? That's not the way that fucking works, man. I don't know.
He was my hero, and now I hate it. But Doug, you're scared, just like you're afraid of failing. Isn't that why you act so nice to his face? Prick, but this behind his back. Come on, let's face it, you got no balls. Nope. Mike corners his girl, this is all just so awkward. Oh, take the bird and flip it up the sky. Let's talk to Wario just in time.
Oh no. It's Wario time, everybody. It's time. We're getting into this segment of the song. This is gonna be great. I'm sure this will be great.
People say, why did it was legal? It wasn't rape, so it's nothing evil. Man, I wish Earth could evict people, but Doug Walker, you...
But it was.
So it's nothing evil.
But it was legal. But she was 18. But what's your argument here? You're stupid? Is that what the argument is? Earth should evict you?
Man, I wish Earth could evict people, but
Doug Walker, you knew he was lethal. That's a good bar considering what happened there, I guess.
Walker, you knew he was lethal, and you told no one with access to computers.
Yeah, that person said herself in the thing that it wasn't even rape. So, God, I can't believe I feel sorry for the fucking drink-spiking Jew Wario, but, like, that's where we have to be at now, I guess. Like, thanks.
None of your current producers from the public, I understand, more power to you. Yep. But how the hell can I get this through? How? Gonzo wanted a tribute, but crap and spew. Yep. Insulted his views instead of the truth. Facts. Kaylin spent 10
Facts.
on a movie and you...
Facts, everyone. Facts!
Didn't say, Kay, can you come and talk to me? You endangered others, went on video, praised Justin when all along, yeah, this big did know. How can people even defend this?
The fucking flow is so bad. Where's Black Brains? Where's Black Brains? The flow is so bad. The fucking flow is so bad. I love when they need to shove as many words in as possible. You endangered others, went on video! Praise Justin went all along, yeah, this prick did know! Those are like lines I've said this before, but that's like songs I wrote when I was 9. Fucking get good. You've been doing this for a longer time than fucking... Holy shit. Justin's been doing diss tracks for fucking years.
When all along, yeah, this big no. How can people even defend this clown? You protected a predator, so I'll reject you now. And now I get you were just using them for views. Well, yeah, that's what the point of YouTube is, you fool.
You mean making videos on a video hosting site to get views? Oh, this is so fucking pedantic. You know what he fucking means, you little prick. He means you're a fucking bitter little bitch who was sad that Rob Walker said no. And Who wouldn't be? You should be. Fucking he said yes to Blockbuster Buster. You should be sad about that. And fucking... God, I'm sorry. He was all doing the thing earlier, and I was like, fine, kind of falling victim to it, where he was like, they were bullying me, EFAP was bullying me, and I'm like, I don't want to be mean to the guy, I just want to be fair to him. Fucking, I don't know, man. This is from years ago, I guess that's the one thing. This is from a few years ago, so like... Whatever, but the fucking new video we watched did a 5-minute montage of fucking Bo Burnham songs with him singing along. Just basically subtweeting his fucking views about him being cancelled. By himself! What a fucking user.
I did a sketch for fun, but it gained a fan base. People check my other content, and that made my other stuff popular. They want to know.
Yes, I agree. Shallow and pedantic. Yeah.
So sorry, you little pricks, but I got no regrets.
No way.
But after I idolize you douchebags that I see your videos, or where you chat bollocks about charities, and you use that to pretend to be anti-bullying. I'm too mad. Sit down, right, I'm here. To steal your subs. Yeah. Because Mr. Walker, you don't deserve that much.
Nope.
We're the reason.
He is, wow. Like, how can you be so blatant about this? Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Wow. Just literally up front, just saying, I'm gonna take your subs because I'm better than you. Fuck you. Eat shit. I'm better. Fuck you. You stupid. I'm growing. I'm getting new subs and you're losing them. Fuck you.
I'm here to steal your subs. Yeah. Because Mr. Walker, you don't deserve that much. Nope. We're the reason you moved out your house, got a studio and get paid to chat out your mouth. And that's something you forgot all about. Ducking every apology that comes around. Every piece of evidence, you'll dismiss it now. And fanboys are like, no, he pretenders, wow, he's leaving. You make their ass just drool. You acknowledge recent crap in that article. Even left, but you can't address any of this shit because you're busy getting Michelle's panties wet. And I'm stuck by your puppet to her on your paycheck.
Oh, now we get into more. God, this is, so obvious. It's unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. Like, for a second, we go back to what the video's supposedly actually about. And now we get back to what it's really actually about, which is this guy. And this guy's fucking vendetta against Channel Awesome. And the fact that he fucking is literally now just mad about Tamara not wanting to be his friend or whatever.
Never once did I attack them in any sketch. Not once. Until they attacked me and blamed it on depression. For you attention seekers, how about I teach a lesson?
The attention seeker!
Come to you
the opinion basher!
Excited when you saw my channel and you began typing. So I was tweeting only for my heart to drop. Because you blast me publicly like a nasty knob. And then say sorry, it's my depression's fault.
Sorry, it's my depression's fault. Well, she's not even really saying that. She didn't even say that. What are you fucking talking about? You blast me publicly like an RC knob.
Because you blast me publicly like an RC knob. And then
God, it's such terrible fucking flow. Holy shit. And then you say, sorry, it's my depression's fault. She's not saying that anywhere in this message. She's saying, I shouldn't have done that, and I wouldn't have liked that if that happened to me. Sorry.
Say sorry, it's my depression's fault. Well, you just made mine worse, so I guess I can't hold. Nope. And if this fitting song you find offensive, sorry, can't help it. It's my depression.
You didn't even say that. What's wrong with you, you fucking freak? He's like so obviously parasocial. I gave you money. Why don't you love me? I gave you money. Why don't you be my friend? I'm entitled to your time.
In mind, I was giving her my money and she still turned around and she still acted scummy. And as soon as she realised I was a patron buddy, a bogus apology was given and they're funny. But hey, don't harass. I don't condone abuse, but
so I mean, like, okay. Goalpost shifting. An introductory course. So she apologized, and you found a new reason, like, I don't know, maybe it was a real apology, like, oh, I didn't realize you probably got good intentions, you're a fan of mine, sure, okay, maybe I misunderstood, that kind of thing. Not just, oh, you give me money, so sorry. But, like, the goalpost shifting. So if Channel Awesome had just apologized, then fucking... If that had happened... Well, then you would have just shifted the fucking goalposts and claimed that, you know... oh, well, you didn't mean it. You didn't mean it. You just did it for attention. You just did it so that, you know, it would look better for you. You just tried to sweep it under the rug. You didn't mean it. You didn't mean it. Pay us money if you meant it.
Don't dish it out if you can't take it too. Nah. All you both had to do was shut the hell up, but you saw the response and you had to well up. You claim others want drama, but I gotta tell ya, anyone who disagreed with it, you were fed up, replied, read in an arrogant fashion. No, we read it, but it was embarrassing, madam. It didn't count to anything that they...
This is psychotic. This is psychotic. I mean, this would be just embarrassing if he did it and it wasn't all about himself. But this whole fucking thing is so transparent. It's just, this is like bordering on Phil Marillion tier kind of crazy.
Promise to ignore half of the points and we're never honest, dude. You've been with the company the length of a sneeze and you'll regret effing with me. Watching Channel Awesome, I'd rather have sex with some cheese, and if you don't...
You regret effing with me. He really, really wants to be someone important. Oh, is it fucking... Oh, hell yeah. I think there's some... Hail, yeah. I think it's hailing. He really wants to be someone important. You know?
Want harassment, you should have let it be.
Sex with cheese, yeah.
It further outwards and beg for sympathy like a bunch of cowards. It happened before you joined, well, proven false. But no Walker having some testicles.
What do you mean proven false, though? Like, why do you say proven? What do you mean? How do you know it was... What proof? I was there when Malcolm was brought on, so I brushed this off as that happened before he was apparently false. But as an opportunity, many of these things... Okay, that's not proof. I understand and appreciate that she said that, and that's fine, and that's to be taken into account. But it's not proof. And him continually claiming that it's proven false or something... No, you don't understand. There's very, very little proof in this entire situation. That's part of it. Because if there was, I feel like there'd be people in jail.
Don't want drama, but ignore business emails. And as soon as drama sparks up, you want the details. If a friend protected a sexual predator, I'd slap the prick and give him a damn enema.
Yeah, the font is like almost... the dogs eating dogs sex lobster font kind of thing. It's like all loopy and swoopy and weird.
Jesus, man, dude, I hate this crap. 90 grand, when the hell are you gonna pay it back? When? You couldn't even afford water for your cast. Oh look, my set, Red Bull is giving fast and we...
Oh, I'm so much better than you, Doug. Look at my shitty 12-year-old's home movie that a grown man made and somehow makes Suburban Nights look like fucking Citizen Kane. But at least I gave him Red Bull.
I had less money and it's more expensive, but I'm sorry for the strike, guys, I'm manic depressive. Your online critics put content criticism. A fun community of idols, nope, this isn't. Nah. You deserve to lose your subs, you ain't even trying. In fact, I'm done, forget about rhyming. You know who deserves more support than channel staffless? Mars Go, Bayless, Lupus Movie Nights, My Movie Obsession, Cinematic Excrement, the world...
Your movie eats my asshole. Cinematic dookie. Films I'd rather come. And other such film reviewer greats. Like Iron Liz. The great Iron Liz.
Rich, Naomi Sanders, Mike J, the irritated critic, Soft Lavender, Thomas Chancy, Film Brain, Sean Chandler,
Filmbrain!
the cinema...
Filmbrain mentioned, ladies and gentlemen! Filmbrain has been mentioned! He did it! He made it! He made it! This is just turning into a fucking Pokemon rap, but filled with sex criminals. Wow, there is literally just a guy named Fedora. This is amazing. Everybody get your screen caps now of Fedora. You know, it's good. You know, you might as well just call yourselves that. You call yourself that, because that's what I'm gonna call you.
Rap critic, overnight, it's annual photo, Arkham Knight Rider, and
Wait, Phantom Strider, is that somebody? That sounds familiar.
The cinematic mind,
E-Rod, our everybody's favorite. What's Phantom Strider's deal? Have I looked at him on stream? Do I know this guy? Because the name sounds familiar. Is he a sex criminal? They are all nobody. I gotta say, this is a great list. This is a great list. Because, like, yeah. Hang on. Phantom Strider. The problem is, okay, the guy named Fedora, does anybody know who he is? Does he have another name? Because fucking... Okay, no, this guy's got subs and stuff. I mean, he's still around. He does he does, like, food reviews now? What the fuck? No, never mind. Crappiest canceled McDonald's items. Yeah, no, this guy's still around, I guess. He was actually... He featured in a Nostalgia Critic review of the SpongeBob movie a few months ago. So that guy's still around. I guess that guy's fucking... That guy doesn't have a problem with Doug, but he's in this video, so, yeah. Does anybody know Fedora? Can we find Fedora? I need to find Fedora. Fedora seems great. Dead Six mentioned him. Oh, that's probably why I remember it. Right, yeah, that sounds familiar. That sounds familiar. That sounds familiar.
Rap critic, overnight, annual photo, Arkham Knight Rider, and Blaze the Movie Fan. Subscribe to those.
Don't forget Blaze the Movie Fan, everybody. Hang on. Hang on. Fucking hell. Fuck. Blaze the Movie Fan. Blaze the Movie Fan. Oh man, he looks... fun. He looks like a fun individual. He looks like he's having a good time. Blaze the Movie Fan. Yeah, I'll save that one for later. Thank you for the suggestion. This is a great list. This is the new cringe list of, but for internet reviewers. Foga, please.
Annual photo, Arkham Knight Rider, and Blaze the Movie Fan. Subscribe to those, cause they'd appreciate it. Yep. Channel Lawson just wants cash, and man, I hate it. Cause it works with their arrogant statements, which for some reason you pricks just take them. Why? Let Ellis do his thing with no consequence. You praise Justin too, despite knowing his offense. But
wait, is Blaze the Movie Fan Alex D. Lion? Is that's him? Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
Allison leaves for a bit, deleted content, and wonder why the hell we all call you sexist gents. Hey Doug, man to man, come on and talk to Rob. I did the sketches for a laugh, not drama or a watch, but now the gloves are off, and I wanna say this a lot. You are welcome for absolutely everything you've got.
The most obviously and blatantly vindictive thing I've ever fucking seen. That's amazing. That's amazing that was made. Wow. That's horrible. That's great. Well, we're almost done with this fucking first video, though, over here, so, you know.
To people. Malcolm denied all claims and stated that it all must have happened before he joined, which Holly refuted entirely. They both still called everyone liars and defended the company. Tamara blocked me too after the diss track, but Malcolm and myself did exchange some words. To which, honestly, Malcolm, I'd like to apologise for. I did resort to some immature name.
Well, you don't know if I've ever been a victim in my life. That is incredibly personal. Secondly, I'm done with this discussion. This isn't the platform for this exchange. And I'm tired of repeating myself. Law. That's all I'm gonna say. Good day. And he says,
Your boss protects a sexual predator! Tamara only uses followers for money! You both allowed friends to treat fans like shit! You ignored all of these! That were backed up with evidence in the video! You're a ridiculous piece of shit! That's all I'm gonna say! Good day!
Calling, and I'm sorry for that. But maybe it's just me, but if my friend was doing things this douchey...
Black guy, woman, get in here and do costume! Yes. Yes, modern Nostalgia Critic is basically that, yeah.
I would call him out on it. Even if you haven't seen it, if people are accusing him, you gotta take that serious.
Yeah, how do you not recognize how crazy this is? Tamara only uses followers for money. This man sounds like the guy screaming about Jesus on the street corner. Holy shit.
Call him out on it. Even if you haven't seen it, if people are accusing him, you've got to take that seriously, because these are serious allegations. 40 plus people saying all this stuff, they're not all lying.
Not all of them, but some.
Months later, Brad for the first time...
The problem is not all of them, but literally some. And so the fact that any of them are lying, and like verifiably lying at that, means that the whole fucking thing is questionable, and that's what I've been saying this whole time. It's unfortunate to anybody here who actually was abused by somebody at Channel Awesome. It's unfortunate to anybody anywhere who is, and then they get this fucking shit happen, and it's just this fucking cavalcade of crap, and just insane fucking claims. And, you know, it makes some of the stuff, like, apparently the stuff with the fucking samurai sword is one of the ones that might be real. But you would never fucking believe it, because listen to all of this, listen to all of the stuff that was, like, stuff that was faked was so much less, like, innocuous, so much more innocuous compared to that. And that was bullshit. And, you know, no, like, any of this is left up to fucking question, you know, because all of it is, because some of it is, you know?
Spoke up about the subject in a Toast to Toast interview where he literally said people should just get over all of the controversy.
Okay, we put out a little tweet where we said that we weren't leaving. Doug and Rob are two of my best friends. I put that out. I mean, it was a headache for a little bit because it would just kind of come up like in comments and on our live streams and things like that in the chat, and we would get tweets about it, and there would be, we had a good head about it. Sure. Because one, we knew that after a few weeks, people are going to move on to something else. And one thing that we kept saying on our...
See, I don't know. Okay. So, his own logic, Cinematic Venom's own logic in this video is like, well, they can't all be lying. There's like 40-something people saying all this. They can't all be lying. Well, okay. So similar to that, is everybody involved in Channel Awesome? Like, is Brad necessarily a monster here as he says this? Is he cackling evilly to himself? Because it doesn't seem that way to me. It seems like he's been momentarily annoyed by a bunch of drama bullshit that, you know, really, there might not be a lot of validity to. And he is just kind of like, yeah, this is kind of a problem, but, you know, whatever. People eventually moved on to something else. Like, the only way I would have to assume that Brad is sitting here just evilly like,
Yes, we swept all those victims under the rug. Yes, and then I played my Pierre Kirby clip where he says, what a useless guy. And I made fun of them for all being useless guys.
Site and other sites as well. It was, as we were saying, like, I mean, look, like, Logan Paul filmed a dead body, and, like, he still has a career. I just want an apology, even if you don't mean it.
Okay, unsubscribe from him as well. Brad was thought to have been friends with these people, and now he has said that they've acted...
I mean, what do you want, though? Like, I don't... Yeah, if they feel that they didn't do anything, do you want them to lie and pretend fake apology? Is that... I mean... I don't know. I think that's... I don't know. I guess it's insensitive if you believe this whole narrative that's being put out there, but... You know, there's reasons not to.
Petty and should get over nearly a decade of torment, bullying, and abuse.
Yeah, he's not really wrong.
His family received abuse when the controversy sparked up. Even people threatening his grandmother.
He wants an insincere apology. He wants women to tell him his dick is big, even if it's small, even if it's medium, even if he's the most medium guy they've ever met. He wants those women to tell them that he's got a perfectly big dick and it hurts them and it's physically uncomfortable. That's the only way that he's going to feel comfortable with himself.
Now he has said that they've acted petty and should get over nearly a decade of torment, bullying, and abuse. Allegedly, Brad and his family received abuse when the controversy sparked.
Allegedly. Can we... Okay. Can we acknowledge the heavy duty that the word allegedly is pulling right here? Allegedly. We're gonna put an allegedly on this one. Allegedly Brad was swatted. Yeah, something about that. I don't know. Something else. I think it was something they said, like the same people that said Dan Olsen was a child predator. Whatever. Like, yeah, allegedly, something, whatever. But all this other stuff definitely happened.
Even people threatening his grandmother to the point they had to move. And obviously that's wrong, but it doesn't condone what he's defending. And not long after, the company continued going to conventions like nothing happened and promoting charities to make themselves look good. It no longer seemed like they did it to help people. It was like they were using the charities to get themselves out the hole they put themselves in.
Well, it doesn't seem like you're using this video to fucking help the victims. You're just using it to boost your own channel, you know, so... Similar.
So there you have it. Petty issues.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the awkward echo 5 hours ago when I started this.
Or a lot of severe reasons to dislike the company. I mean, after all, do you still watch Bill Cosby comedy specials?
No, because Bill Cosby is an actual rapist, you fuck. Bill Cosby went to fucking jail or whatever. Bill Cosby, like... Well, would you watch Bill Cosby? You know, the guy who was, like put in jail for this? I mean, was he put in jail? Like, I don't know. He's like, I think he was pretty much found guilty, you know? I don't think he was, I think he was found guilty. I'm pretty sure he was found guilty. These fucking people never even fucking made it to trial. Maybe Mike Ellis did. Somebody said something about that he might have faced some kind of like trial, some kind of legal thing for what he did. Something. So maybe somebody did, but certainly no, you know. Well, oh, that's disgusting.
You all boycott Jeepers Creepers 3 because of what the director did.
I vote Petty.
And weren't you all outraged at Logan Paul for the Suicide Forest stuff? Why is Channel Awesome any different?
Because of a lot of reasons. Yeah, I'm gonna echo what Tyler says. He says, by the end of this, I think I'm fine that Cinematic Venom canceled himself. Yeah, he just did it so we don't have to. You know, he took after Nostalgia Critic, his idol, and he did it so we don't have to. So there's a follow-up to this one. Apparently, where maybe he oh yeah, I think he responds to some of the stuff here. I think. The downfall of Change the Channel. And, the downfall of Change the Channel. If this was the original thumbnail... This is 2 hours, by the way. I'm not watching all of this. This is another fucking 2-hour video that this guy makes. The downfall of Change the Channel. Why is this guy the main guy in the picture? You see that? I don't know. It just seems weird. You're not even on You're not even on the fucking thing, dude. Why are you here? The downfall of Change the Channel. You're like, Lupa is on the side. Fucking Blockbuster Buster E-Rod is over here, jerking off his dick. And you're in the middle for some reason, because you're the most important one.
I already know there's going to be a lot of hate and assumptions made about this video just based on the title alone. There's so much talk about mental health awareness, promoting the idea that those struggling should speak out and get some help. But whenever people do speak out, they're called attention seekers. You're the problem, who demand that people struggling with mental health and
No, I know that there was a version without the attention seeker. Fucking users. I know there was a version without, the music, but the music made it funnier, so, and I said earlier there's a version without the music, but, yeah, no, I like, we suffered through the music, but it did add to it.
Battles speak up, but then they get ridiculed and bullied and ignored when done. I am doing this for absolutely everyone out there struggling with mental health who doesn't get taken seriously, who speaks up only to be told they're begging for attention, to be told their issues aren't important. I'm doing this for you, to show that you...
It's all for the victims. It's for the victims. Speaking up for the victims. I just care so much for the victims. The victims. Definitely not about me. The thing is, like, anytime someone's like, the victims, it's all the victims that I really... I don't know. It feels a lot like you're just doing this for you, really. You know, I don't know. It really, like, the more you double down on it, the more I'm like, oh, the victims, are you sure it's not just for your agenda?
Can stand up for yourself and not accept this treatment. You deserve better. And if you claim to not be one of those to deny mental health issues and to support them, you will watch this and hear about everything that has happened, which led to suicidal thoughts of my own. And
apparently the version without audio is the version without music is funnier because there's like awkward parts without music now. Oh man. Well, that is a shame then. Maybe we should have watched that. That's a boner on my behalf. I'm sorry, but he's talking about Sewer Slide here.
Issues and to support them, you will watch this and hear about everything that has happened, which led to suicidal thoughts of my own. And I have evidence to show that certain individuals involved in Change the Channel have done almost everything that they have accused Channel Awesome of doing. However, that does not in any way imply that Channel Awesome are innocent. They are not. My opinion on that company hasn't changed whatsoever. A lot of things...
Why did he... Okay. I'm sorry.
You deserve better. And if you claim to not be one of those to deny mental health issues and to support them, you will watch this and hear about everything that has happened, which led to suicidal thoughts of my own. And I've...
Why? I'm sorry. I don't mean to downplay your human experience, man, but why were you suicidal over this? Like, what possible reason? This guy is unhinged. I mean, it's a fucking it's a parasocial, like, sickness. You were, if that's to be believed, unless he's just saying that for attention, you know, ironically, even his whole thing about don't say people are saying it for attention, whatever. Unless he is, then yeah, you probably do need some fucking help, man. You have no reason whatsoever to be fucking thinking about killing yourself over this situation that it doesn't involve you, but you've tried everything you can to involve yourself. Is that why you're so sad? Because you're not involved?
Evidence to show that certain individuals involved in Change the Channel have done almost everything that they have accused Channel Awesome of doing. However, that does not in any way imply that Channel Awesome are innocent. They are not. My opinion on that company hasn't changed whatsoever. A lot of things have been said about me, some complete lies, some twisted out of context. I am not jumping ship to the other side. I am in no way here to defend Channel Awesome, nor do I take back anything I previously said about them. I do not support Channel Awesome.
Okay, so you're gonna... So this is 2 hours of stupid then. Okay. That's cool. Because I did come in here wondering if this was going to be, you know, a good video, if maybe he was going to... No! Just going to be 2 hours of Stupid Town. Gotcha.
During their actions, I'll take back anything I previously stated about the company as a whole. However, a lot of incidents within Change the Channel took place that I need to address. I am not disregarding my previous documentary or the not-so-awesome Google document, nor am I calling it...
I think the point of this video is for him to complain about being bullied by Change the Channel. I think that's what it literally is. Because you're like, what is the point of this then? I think it's just about him. I think that's why he's the fucking main character in the thumbnail here. Is because it's literally just about him. I think. I might be wrong.
I am not disregarding my previous documentary or the not-so-awesome Google document, nor am I calling it entirely disingenuous. But there are certain things that have been twisted from the truth that I think that you guys should be aware of, that these people are keeping from you. This is the absolute final time I'll be addressing this group of people. Not on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, nothing. These people are no longer worth my or your attention. Comments and likes are disabled because I have literally no interest in continuing this saga any further.
Documentary, everyone. Does it say It doesn't say documentary on this one, damn.
I'm dropping this video to expose what kind of people they are, and then I'm moving on with my life. I am done with it. This is my final say. These people have shown a mockery of mental health, complete disregard for people in dire need of psychological help, disgusting, discriminatory, and
well, this is what's funny, though. Almighty Lolly says it's very self-serving, but he flat out gives proof that CTC people lied. Yeah, that's why we're watching this one, because you mentioned he gives proof that Dr. Gonzo was full of shit and what he was saying. But that's what's funny, though, because he's also saying at the same time that he's not taking back anything in any way that he said about Channel Awesome, even though there's proof that some of these people are full of shit. Oh man, yeah. So you're doubling down on the stupid. Then is that right? Is it?
No user has ever been this stupid before. Are you sure you want to continue?
Oh, fuck. And a total hypocritical view filled with double standards based on their own grievances towards other individuals. Also, I previously received abuse for showing screenshots of private conversations, but why wasn't this an issue 2 years ago? Change the Channel literally began with a Google document that aired out private conversations exposing Channel Awesome's antics from Rob Walker, and there's even an audio recording of Mike Machad put out there with...
Yeah, see, the reason you know you can listen to Almighty Lolly's takes on the Channel Awesome stuff is because he actually watched this fuck-ass 2-hour video. And presumably the other one as well. I don't know, did you hear the fucking rap song? Was that at least new to you?
consent, which is against the law. Why is it only okay when it's against Channel Awesome? You're having a go at me for showing private conversations, but it's okay for Change the Channel to do it? I feel like I have to show certain screenshots to defend myself and prove that some of these people are lying to you. In 2010, I was browsing the Channel Awesome forum where fans could submit their own videos, and that's how I discovered Darren, aka the Rap Critic. I was working on a musical week at the time and contacted him to see if he would be down for a crossover review of Moulin Rouge, and he agreed. There's a gag involved where Ewan McGregor's character is portraying his fascination with the act of love, and I use a homophobic slur.
Love. Faggot. Sissy. Pansy.
Sissy! This was in the script and not improvised, but neither of us saw it as a big deal at the time. The review dropped and nobody really cared. A few months later, Darren actually made it onto Channel Awesome and offered to post that review for me, which was insanely nice of him. Hey, would you mind if I put a review of Moulin Rouge up on that guy with the glasses? I'll just link it from your Blip page, is that cool? Also, some people might take offense to the word faggot. Could you change that or not? However, I was lazy back then and also felt like it was no big deal. Both of us did, so I just said it couldn't be done. Darren posted it anyway, and the comments were filled with angry fans outraged at the homophobia. The gag
really
wasn't intended to be insulting homosexuals, but to be
even back then, really? Shit.
Calling Ewan's character a sissy for having such a sensitive side, much like the word pansy or wimp.
So, I guess, like, yeah, charitably speaking, you could say that this is him just trying to be upfront about his, you know, history with Channel Awesome. Like, it makes sense. It would be like if something happened with, like, Red Letter Media, and I was like, hey, you know, I've been watching these guys for a while, or something like that. You know, and I wanted to talk about it, but he's so closely affiliated, and it's so obvious that he's so, like, attached to this. Like, somebody in chat was like, he had a completely one-sided relationship in all of this. Like, this was all going on, and he was, like, slamming himself into the walls outside, trying desperately to fit through the cracks and get in. And just be a part of it, somehow. And, like, his one claim here is that, oh, well, Rap Critic had me in a video, or I was in his video, and he put it on the thing, and, like, okay. Alright.
These fans that got so angry at the comment were on a website where this happened.
Real gay, sissy gay, 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 gay.
Yeah, that is strange, I'll give you that one. This is a classic moment in one of Spoonie's classic reviews, you know, where he just says gay for a little bit. But also, Spoonie isn't Cinematic Venom, so maybe people were okay with it because he's generally funny.
Gay, gay, but sex, Astro Glide, glory hole, ball.
I mean, you know, this doesn't include the part where it talks about Zell giving the most succulent blowjob of all time. That was, I just died laughing at that back in the day, because that really do be what he looks like. It's exactly what that animation looks like. Man, that was a good review. I mean, don't let this stupid clip fool you. It was mostly pretty good.
I spoke to Darren about it, and he admitted that he also thought the slur was no big deal. Cool commentary. Funny thing is, Diamanda Hagen, a lesbian, was completely fine with it, and that's why I was okay with it at first. And yeah, I didn't think people would give a shit either, but you gotta remember, people love being pissed off at shit. It wasn't until later...
Yeah, they sure do, don't they?
Darren suddenly had a problem with it after already admitting that people just want to be offended and upset about things for no reason. 2014 rolled around, and I began working on the 5-year anniversary of my show. I decided to parody the Nicolas Cage movie adaptation, but it was a meta-style short film to get my emotions out as I was feeling low, in a slump.
Oh god, no one cares. No one cares. No one cares. No one fucking cares.
Creativity in the world of YouTube. I wanted to express how I was feeling on camera. I had a friend who knew Noah Antweiler, aka Spoonie, and I joked about them asking him to appear. But lo and behold, he agreed and did it free of charge in no time at all. A lot has been said about Noah, but personally, he was a lot of fun to work with and was absolutely fine towards me.
Justice for Spoonie, motherfuckers. Spoonie's trying to make a comeback, and we all support it here. Get out if you don't support Spoonie.
2016, I was shown E-roll.
Spoonie is finally trying to rebound after years of being in a fucking dark place. God damn it, Spoonie deserves it. God damn it, it's time!
I'd never heard of him before and didn't even know he had been on their site in the past. He was into Boldly Flee, but only for a few seconds, but I was shown his early videos, which, like anyone's...
I mean, like, I'm not watching this whole thing. I should stop the fucking stream. It's 2 hours. I'm definitely not watching this whole thing. But shit, dog, it's fucking fascinating. And there's no timestamps on here, either. So we don't even know, like, when important stuff starts fucking happening in this video. God.
Very good. I decided to do a response defending Batman Forever and insulting his video. It was a poor review in my mind, and I kept it at that. Nothing personal was said, but I received a lot of backlash from his fans sending me endless hate. I was amazed, and despite feeling like I had done nothing wrong, I still felt guilty and dropped him an email. Hey, I'm not sure if Erod will actually read this, and it may be null and void, but hey, man's gotta try. I doubt you've heard of me, but on YouTube I'm Cinematic Venom. Late last year, I did an In Defense of Batman Forever video responding to your review. I thought nothing.
What?
It was a poor review in my mind, and I...
What?
Pass. He was into Boldly Flee, but only for a few seconds, but I was shown his early videos, which, like anyone's, weren't very good. I decided to do a response defending Batman Forever and insulting his video. It was a poor review in my mind, and I...
It was a poor review.
I kept it at that. Nothing.
I kept it at that. You said that you were being bullied by EFAP because they made fun of your fucking Lord of the Rings video, dude. Come on. Come on, man. Well, even he's gonna make fun of fucking Erod. This is what I'm saying. He's so upset that Erod got into fucking Channel Awesome and he didn't. And why wouldn't he be, frankly? Even I think this guy's videos are probably fucking better than Erod. You know? This guy's just upset that he's fucking banging on the door outside and Erod's in there partying in the warmth with the cool people.
Nothing personal.
Well, the cool losers. You know, the coolest losers.
Was said, but I received a lot of backlash from his fans sending me endless hate. I was amazed, and despite feeling like I had done nothing wrong, I still felt guilty and dropped him an email. Hey, I'm not sure if Erod will actually read this, and it may be null and void.
You're really fucking sending a whole email to fucking Erod. Like, come on.
But hey, man's gotta try. I doubt you've heard of me, but on YouTube I'm Cinematic Venom. Late last year, I did an In Defense of Batman Forever video responding to you.
Who fucking gives a shit? Whatever.
And I'll make my decision.
6 years of my life were dedicated to Channel Awesome.
Oh my god. 6 years of my life. Oh, this is Erod talking. Right, okay. So he talked to Erod, and Erod says that... Yeah, I learned everything in this documentary during a 2-hour conversation with Linkara. Okay, so here's the thing, right? You need to keep some stuff in mind. In a situation like this, you've got the people who are making shit up, sometimes. Not always. Not always. Allegedly. Maybe there's some shit up makers. You got the people who might be making shit up. And then you got the people who believe them. You know, and are part of the thing, and they're, like, connected, like Erod here. You know, I don't think he was one of the fucking conspirators or whatever. But Erod here apparently had a long, lengthy sit-down with Linkara, who defended the fucking swatting of Brad Jones. And yeah, it's easy to go, oh, okay, that's why Erod is now, okay. There you go. This is it. Not, you know, 2-hour conversation with Linkara. That must have been really fun. Every word was like cold bullets to my sternum. 6 years of my life were dedicated to CA. 6 years of defending them, promoting them, sacrificing for them. I think he's actually reading this.
6 years of defending them, promoting them, sacrificing for them, and then in the span of 2 hours, I found out that it was all for nothing. That I was feeding
a wellness chat.
Never going to show me affection. These were people I dedicated the last 6 years of my life to. Abusers, opportunists, and cowards. I felt sick for days, like I wanted to throw up but there was nothing in my stomach. I wanted to lash out and put together a video very similar to yours, but I was advised repeatedly not to, as it would come across as biased, and I could potentially expose victims that would like to remain anonymous. I've done my best to step back and let Doug and Mike destroy themselves, but I can't help but entertain the desire to lash out and expedite the process. All those thoughts have been eating away at my soul for a year, and then came your video. Thank you for this, Rob. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. We needed this. The fans needed this. The world needed this.
The world needed this. Oh, is this why you have this ego? The fucking Erod fucking Blockbuster Buster told you that you were like a saint amongst men and the world needed your work. Oh. In this day and age of easily accessible media, the current generation doesn't have the time to read, let alone understand a Google document. Videos are the language of today. So thank you for articulating this in a way the viewers could understand. You know, with loud, fucking weepy music to really drive home the important emotional parts. Thank you, because we wouldn't want them to actually read it, would we?
In this day of age of easily accessible media, the current generation doesn't have the time to read, let alone understand a Google document. Videos are the language of today. So why didn't you all make a video in the first place then? So again, thank you for articulating all this information in a way that all the viewers could understand, because they need to know just who they've been supporting, who they've been feeding, and that the beast will never return their affection. Erod. The next day, Erod posted a video endorsing the documentary and begging people to go and watch it immediately.
Yesterday, Rob Bohr of Cinematic Venom released a comprehensive and detailed documentary.
Comprehensive and detailed. Wow, we're really still on Blockbuster Buster. Why is KSI here? What the fuck? Ben Shapiro?
I was then shown a debate with Ben Shapiro and a woman where this happened.
No, gender is not disconnected from sex, so...
Why is this here? Why is this in this 2-hour video?
It's not completely disconnected, but it's still a cultural thing, it's still from society.
No, it is not in the mind, okay? You're not a man if you think you're a man.
Why is this in this 2-hour video that's already basically not relevant to anything? Why is this thing that's not relevant to anything in this video? Why? Why?
Sex,
Why?
gender, our
Why?
male is
Why?
not true.
Why?
Not denying
Why?
man is
Why?
or trans
Why?
person. I am saying that girl. No.
Big...
Yes, that's right. Men and women are a completely different thing. This is true.
I knew nothing about trans people, and I'm a big science guy.
Oh, is he going into fucking how he was transphobic once 7 years ago, and I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'll cancel myself, I'm sorry, please pay attention to me, I'm sorry. I'm a special kind of white guy. I'm self-reflected and I'm sorry for saying those things about trans people. I didn't know much, but I saw Ben Shapiro speech one day.
God or the paranormal and supernatural. But seeing this guy say these things about a topic I knew nothing about made sense to me. I didn't tweet about this, nor did I make a video. I was asked on Curious Cat, do you believe transgender is a mental illness? And I said yes. That was it. Because I was ignorant and knew nothing about it. My partner knows transgender people, and I now know a lot more about them. Of course it's not a mental illness.
I'm not transphobic. My partner is friends with I've never heard that one before. I can't be racist. My wife knows a black guy, probably. I don't know. Not me, certainly, but...
And I can't even begin to comprehend the pain they have to go through. Not only from the mockery from others, but the frustration.
Why is this all about you? Who is this now? Who? Are we back to the subject of the video again?
I've treated a lot of women in the past, whether I toyed with emotions or just sexualized them. Again, you probably not even thought about it since, but I just wanted to offer my deepest apologies and assure you that I've changed since then.
Who is this?
Me and I lashed out, treating them poorly in return. I even reached out to a bunch of them to apologize.
Is he just canceling himself again? Is that what this is again? He's just literally just like, hey, I was mean to women at one point, hey... Why are you doing this?
Fucked things out remaining friends. And look at that date. This was before the documentary. This message might just come across weird or not mean much, but I felt obligated.
Yeah, this might come across as kind of weird, man. You know, this is a little weird.
To send it. I just want to apologize. I've been going through a lot of self-reflection and I'm ashamed of a lot of my actions in the past, especially how I've made others feel. I've dramatized a lot of things.
I shall flog myself, my lady.
To man because now, which doesn't automatically...
Oh, wait. Is any of this related to... I was just about to say, is this related to the trans thing? Because for a second I forgot that the trans thing isn't related to this video! And I was like, oh, is this at least on topic with that? Even though that's not on topic at all.
Past, whether I toyed with emotions or just sexualized them. Again, you probably not even thought about it since, but I just wanted to offer my deepest apologies and assure you that I've changed since then, and I'm a better man because of it. I hope you're doing well. Again, they're over it. Why aren't you? I've had a girlfriend for 3 years now, which doesn't automatically rule me out as being a misogynist, but what, do you think I just tie her to the stove and force her to make me sandwiches all day?
Well, that would be based. My soulmate...
In fact, I actually prepare the meals before she gets home from...
Oh my god, who the fuck cares? Okay, I have to go back now. Why is he talking about his fucking exes or whatever? What is this?
Word, and is a pro-life.
I do feel bad about the news for but I'm frustrated that they're getting from CV and not once found out that he condones the N-word and is a pro-lifer. So, like, this is all because some rando on Twitter said a thing about you and you, like, name-searched CV? Is that what you did? This is a great tweet, by the way. CA producers and a BJ, but they heard it from the CV and he's the pro N-word. It's a whole fucking new language we're making. Jesus Christ.
Lifer. Didn't condone the N-word, but you know, don't worry, we'll pay for your reading lessons. We'll come back to this later. The pro-lifer thing was also twisted out of context. This is something I was simply asked on Curious Cat, and again, my opinion seems to be the holy grail to these people. Can't have me feeling differently to them now, can we? I think there's a misconception. I'm personally against abortion, yes, but I do not judge those who do it. I also don't think...
So, like, if there's even one person on the internet who's calling you names, you can't make any... Because, like, yeah... Almighty Loli's like, yeah, you know, he can't say anything about these people shielding a rapist if he doesn't defend himself for saying spicy things on Twitter. I mean, I guess. Like, if even one person in the world says something bad about me, I have to set the record straight. Just so everybody knows that that's not true.
It should be illegal. I've not judged or attacked anyone for aborting a child, but I get judged or attacked for my...
Why are we...
Brilliant.
I think the point of this is that he's claiming that the Change the Channel people are, like, trying to cancel him. Which, I mean, hey, you know, you jump on board with a bunch of people who randomly buy a bunch of shit and get outraged for no reason over basically nothing. Yeah, you might have some problems there.
Why are people so angry that I'm anti-abortion? If a woman chooses to abort, I don't snap at her and flip because she's pro-abortion. That's her choice, so why doesn't it work the other way around? Grow up.
Wait, did he just... Never mind. I don't think he dropped the N-word and I just missed it, no. Charge your phone, Tesco man!
Why does my opinion affect your life? Why does my political opinion on such a graphic topic make me less of a person than you? I personally wouldn't want my partner to have an abortion unless it was hazardous to her or the baby's health and or survival. But ultimately, it's her body and it's her decision. I do believe...
That's great, dude. I love Channel Awesome also. That's great. This reminds me this is reminding me of the Lost situation. We were just reading this stream started at 8 in the morning and we were reading Control-Alt-Delete. And now here we are back to randomly there's pregnancy that doesn't fit in the scenario that we're supposed to be paying attention to one thing, but all of a sudden we're talking about fucking abortions and I don't know why Lila's in the bed.
I do believe the father should have a say in it, but it's hard to
This is loss.
But I don't attack or judge anyone else who has one or considers one. I even publicly said Alabama were more...
This video is a miscarriage of justice.
...from making them illegal. Rich was then instantly blocked when this person was proven wrong. They really...
Tweet, but I think... We said the N-word wasn't a big deal if it's just jokes. He said Alabama was wrong to ban abortions. Let it go. Dude, do not use... Okay, so this is just a Twitter argument now. Great. Here's another giant fucking block of text. What the fuck is this now? Who the fuck are you? You fuck Mike Jevons over here? Mike Jevons over here.
I make sexist jokes, but that doesn't automatically make me a sexist. So a lot of people think I did the doc for the money. This isn't true. It was actually claimed for the music, so I've not made a penny. However, I'm appealing it. Just wanted you to know, if it gets cleared, I want...
You got your video claimed for the fucking horrible, overbearing music? That's cool.
Give the ad revenue I make from it to the former Channel Awesome producers and split it between you all. I wouldn't feel right making money off of the pain you all went through, and you all deserve it more. You really don't need to. You made the doc. We all went through various things, some much worse than others.
Mike, somebody's asking who this is. This is Mike Jevons, who is a fucking one of the people who apparently was at Channel Awesome. Not that you'd ever fucking know it. Blink and you miss it. Here he's talking to Holly Samurai Sword Brown.
We'll probably give it to charity, to be honest, but thank you. People are always going to make claims like that. Don't worry about it. Please don't do that. Don't listen to those people. You put time and labor into that video, so you should be compensated. Reporters and documentarians get paid for their work. Why not you? Anyone who takes issues with you being compensated for working hard is a fucking idiot, not working.
Okay, I don't know about Mike Jevons. I just know that he was another one of these people. Not all of the people that nobody watched on that guy with the glasses were bad. But there were sure just a lot of them that... You know, I watched one that nobody watched. Nash. I really liked Nash. I liked the series he did with him and Tara, I think her name was. And they watched... They read about, like, shitty, weird news. Just like some guy got caught stealing iPhones, smuggling up his asshole or something. And they would, like, make fun of that. That was a good series. Basically, nobody watched that, you know? Like, they're not all bad just because nobody fucking watched them, but you know,
attention. Following Mike's advice, I
it
did
still is it still is like a, oh, who are you again kind of deal.
Discussing my past and how to avoid a repeat of Channel Awesome and how we can learn from their mistakes. People seem to like it. I then began doing reactions to Channel Awesome fans defending their heroes, and the former contributors responded and found them really funny, as you can see, and it made for entertaining content.
See, I was validated. I see you. I'll do 1.5. We're okay. We're okay.
Things where my subscribers send me questions via curious.
No, that's too fast. 1.25.
Anonymously. And of course, a lot were about Change the Channel and Channel Awesome, and the show was a big hit. People enjoyed them and a lot making them, so I continued doing so. Around this time, I was contacted by Ryan Mitchell. Hi Rob, it's possible you might know who I am, but...
Brad Jones' friend. Oh, motherfucker, I don't... Oh, fuck me, dude. Holy shit. Uh-huh. Great. Good. That's so interesting. I'm just gonna listen.
To listen and hopes you will do the same. If you are willing, I'd love to talk over Skype or another method if you prefer. If nothing else, thank you for reading this. I was a bit weary, so I recorded this conversation, but was pleasantly surprised. We had a nice civilized chat and spoke about possibly getting the Channel Awesome team together with the Change the Channel crew to talk out their issues in a big conference call, which was the entire point of Change the Channel to begin with. The entire point was to get Channel Awesome to listen. I relayed this message. Full Fantastic agreed to the call, Mars Girl agreed, Holly wanted a public apology first, which is understandable, but according to Kaylin later warmed up to the idea, Mike seemed down, and this is when the situation with Erod escalated. Erod was avoiding social media to avoid spoilers for Endgame. During that time, I still checked that he was okay.
Oh my god. I wasn't able to get in touch with him because he was very worried about getting spoiled about the Spaceman movie.
And informed him of the Ryan Mitchell situation. He was the only one to have a single problem with it. I woke up one morning to this message. Rob, stop talking to me like we're friends. I appreciate what you've done and I've tried to be professional. Messaging someone who made a video explaining how much it meant to you isn't professional. You were up all night crying over this video and then called in sick from work the next day. Your wife's own words, wow, oh my god, told you your doc had an impact. He had to call out of work due to no sleep. He has to be...
Wow, it's just so embarrassing. He has never accomplished anything in his life, and the slightest bit of praise is all it takes for him to just go running fucking roughshod. Just... But your wife said that you liked it though! You liked it though!
At 2 AM, but woke up at midnight telling me he couldn't sleep because he was thinking about the video. I advised he call out and he did. Calling in sick from work because you were crying over a YouTube video isn't professional. Taking constant jabs at your former employees all over social...
Avoiding social media entirely because Endgame spoilers is also probably not professional, but what he look, it's the fucking blockbuster buster, dude. Come on.
Media and YouTube isn't professional.
By the way, feeding the actors and making sure that they have water while they're working is an industry standard. I figured you should know that if you want to make films or videos in your future.
Admitting you can't help but lash out at them isn't professional. But these messages to me and my affiliates have to stop. You weren't there. You didn't experience what we experienced.
No more private messages.
We'll ignore the fact that Erod didn't experience anything and he admitted this.
I don't have any traumatic stories or incidents to reveal.
I mean, neither do you, fucking cinematic Venom, but you sure made the whole thing about you.
Here. While my experience with Channel Awesome hasn't always been perfect, I never experienced any kind of abuse or any kind of trauma.
And the fact that he still acted sad and dramatic in his endorsement video like he personally was kidnapped and tortured in a basement by Doug Walker. Regardless, upon this, I contacted the only affiliates of Erod that I had interacted with. He basically said we're not friends. I should stop messaging his affiliates and pretending I was there for the Channel Awesome stuff, which I don't think I did. No, you made it very clear you were just a fan.
You don't know. You weren't there, I wasn't there, Channel Awesome and these 40 people were.
Feel free to tell me if I overstepped the mark with any of my Channel Awesome videos. I'm just baffled. I mean, no, I wouldn't say so. I don't know how much or to what extent you two spoke, but he possibly got overwhelmed with it all and it was the easy way out. If this was the case...
Ah, man. PewDiePie shows up at some point? What the fuck? Why are you here? Why are you here?
About all kinds of shit. I'm racist now. That I'm sexist. I think that there's been like I've been a pedophile. Oh, that I was hitting my girlfriend.
Okay, so cancel culture.
It's alone. Just because he didn't use the words I promised before saying I'll leave you alone. Okay, so I didn't promise.
Wait, what? Never promised he'd leave us alone just because he didn't leave you. I told him that we'd still be friends. Rob Bohr put me in the hospital. I never! What is happening? What the fuck is happening? Linkara's here now.
A friend, ignoring all the constant messaging for advice, which he initiated, discussing movies, emotional support, and accepting a friend invite. Just ignore that. But please bear in mind that I have spoken to the likes of Tom Stockdale, Mac Lethal, Daz Games, Dwayne TV, Dan Ball, James Rolfe, Noah...
Oh my god. Wow, he's so... This is unbelievable. This is actually unbelievable how fucking petty this is. Wow. It's just him like, but I have many famous friends, actually. Wow. Shut up! Shut up! This gets more ridiculous when you remember these people are all over 30. I talked to all these people! I'm important! James Rolfe!
Ava Mendes. Custom Star Wars figurines.
Weiler, Rob Gavagan, all of whom have way more subscribers than Erod, and I have never once considered any of them a friend. But hey, it's funny that you all keep claiming that I was crying and whining.
University's on the site tomorrow, so in their store I saw pictures posted up of their new studio spaces. Pointed out and left over the heart.
Because Erod didn't want to be my friend, but it's completely fine for Linkara to post this entire thread bitching about Doug not being his friend. He's literally
friends.
I still admired his amazing work ethic and wanted to keep professional ties.
Oh wait, this is replying to Linkara. Oh. Uh-huh.
Crying because Doug didn't respond to him on Skype. So when I complain that I was mistreated, it's wrong, but when Lewis does it on Twitter, it's fine. You're responsible.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody fucking cares. You guy. Nobody cares that this man, this fucking Blockbuster guy, doesn't want to be your fucking friend. But we need to go back to the thing about... We need to go back to the thing about the Blockbuster Buster's wife saying that he put her in the hospital. Marsha talks to CV about past behavior. I approached CV about this and he apologizes. God, this is so fucking petty, dude.
About Erod, and then he did! But you're completely missing out why I did. You completely skip over the part of Erod talking to fans like shit. That seems to be okay as long as I don't talk about it. I told him I'd still be friends, but then he posted lies about my husband, never caring how it would affect me. 1, where are the lies? We'll go over this in a second, but where are they? You've never said. 2, this wasn't
I actually don't remember the Medicare stuff that well, talking about Channel Awesome. I would really like to rewatch that at some point. Maybe tonight I'll watch those again. Cause yeah, I would be... This is an interesting time capsule, but I do wonder... Cause like, I watched those back in the day, and I don't remember them particularly raising that many questions about, like, the validity of a lot of this stuff, like, any more than anybody else was, really. It's maybe the occasional, this is all alleged kind of thing, but I don't remember it being, like, a super eye-opening, like, oh yeah, this is probably all bullshit, or a lot of it is bullshit, which... you know, is kind of how I feel now. I think maybe he was as taken in by it as a lot of us were.
Oh, you. Am I supposed to ignore how someone treats me because they have a spouse? None of you cared about how your actions would affect Doug's wife or Brad's wife or anyone else at Channel Awesome's family. I'm not saying what they did was okay. Again, reiterating, what they did was horrible. But why was it okay when you slandered them for doing awful things regardless of their families, but not for me? So yeah, Ron Bohr put me in the hospital. Well, I don't know who Ron Bohr is. And yeah, she specifically blames me for putting her in the hospital. Even though they all hated when Brad blamed Allison for other people's actions. But everyone at Change the Channel completely denies blame for my mental health. Allow me to explain. Erod was...
Oh god, holy fuck. This is all just him inserting himself awkwardly into this fucking situation and then just like being upset that they don't take kindly to it. Jesus Christ. God, how much longer is this?
But I think my argumentative nature doesn't help, so it spirals out of control and I make the matter worse, which I'm working on.
Like Almighty Loli said that he directly points out stuff that was not true. That people said in the document that was false. And I don't know where that is in this fucking video, because the majority of it is him just talking about how fucking Erod wouldn't be his buddy. This is just, I want you all to know that this is just a very high effort user rant.
Regardless, the tweets are gone, and I'm sorry for any backlash you received because of it. Holly never replied. She would later claim that I specifically said that she didn't have to.
What was the phone at?
Sorry for any...
Oh my god, what are you people doing? It's never plugged in. It's never even plugged in, and it's always like half or less battery. What are you people doing? Are you literally so busy? I know you're not. You're at home. Plug it in. Plug it in.
Backlash you received because of it. Holly never replied. She would later claim that I specifically said that she didn't have to, but for someone who claims to be a big advocate for mental health, I'll reiterate it to her because she clearly doesn't know as much about it as she thinks she does. Anxiety cuts you off. You are distant. You want to be alone. Has made up these lies out of nowhere with no evidence. Holly instantly believes it and spreads it all over Reddit without proof and is now tweeting shit about how you should never believe everything you read online. You guys really do follow your own advice, don't you?
So in other words, he basically just got changed the channeled himself. Is that what the fucking point of this is? Is that... Because he started out the video and he said, oh, I don't change... my perspective on them is still the same. I still stand by everything I said. And now we're like an hour and 23 minutes into this fucking thing. And it sounds like what he's discovering is that sometimes people that, you know, cast aspersions without fucking... They just like, and just believe shit without proof and without just like any fucking common sense. Yeah, maybe that's bad. Maybe that's bad. Maybe that didn't work out so good for you.
I only ever made that one video on Erod. I did use some clips as a running gag, but that was it.
I hope you realize how you hurt my feelings.
Erod? I never made more than one video on him. I know, because that's how I met him. Really, that's how we met. We met through the constant hate videos I made on Erod. Let's look at my comments. Here's my video, Let's Talk, uploaded on April the 22nd to that.
Oh god, oh god, oh god.
It's after saying you did nothing to me. You're blaming me for your harassment.
It's all about you. Alright. That's it. That's it. That's it. Let me see here. We got some super chats here. I'm gonna it's gonna happen. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. That's right. 20 pounds from Frigate Bird, 8 hours. That's right. Thank you. I mean, it was at a certain point, it was just, how can I stop? This is insane. I have to keep watching this. This is insane. Like, I didn't
want to make this video.
I didn't want to make this stream 8 hours, but it sure wound up being that way, didn't it? Catman Drinks Coffee. Welcome to Certified Sicko. Thank you very much. AIDS! Thank you. $2 from Reverent Cudgel. Tamara is the Sins woman. She is going to die. Yeah, that guy is still freaking out. We're gonna have to look at him again. Maybe soon. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I'll probably do a stream tomorrow of some sort, but I'm doing Halo in the evening, so we'll probably try to keep it pretty short. Maybe we'll look at some more Tamir Kitan. $5 from Autistic Wolf. I know it's been a long... I request, I know it's a long shot, but could you maybe cover 100 Kings video from 8 days ago titled I Was Projecting? Title. Had to ask. Thank you for stream, Bear. Well, it depends how long it is. Hang on. Hang on. Because I remember that was the guy. That was the guy with the bird picture. Yeah. I was projecting when I called her a whore and a cunt. Alright. Well, no. Not today. Maybe tomorrow, not today. It's 3.5 minutes. I would probably want to stop and pause and actually watch it and say things about it. So maybe tomorrow. I'll save the channel here, and we'll take a look at it. This guy was apparently... This is the guy who was going after Lydia, if anybody remembers Lydia, with the girl with the spade tattoo. This is him. Apparently he was on a meth binge of some sort, and I guess this is the come down of some sort. So yeah, we'll look at that at some point. Thank you for the suggestion. Hopefully it's still up by the time I get to it. It's probably tomorrow or something. Yeah, $5 from Almighty Lolly. It was at the end of To Boldly Flee. Buster's complaint in that doc was that Doug wouldn't use his lore and restricted him to a 5-second cameo. Jesus Christ. The Super Saiyan? Jesus Christ. I forgot all about the Super Saiyan. I'm sorry I missed that until now. Yeah, that was his big complaint, huh? Well, no, you know, he did say he wasn't actually wronged. So I guess he at least realized that that wasn't something that a grown-up should be complaining about in this document of actual people supposedly actually going through real things. You know, maybe he realized that at a later date. That's pretty funny, though. £2 from Niall Scott. Dork, when does your diss track drop? Well, I mean, I could probably do that at the very least. I've made songs, you know. $5 from HG Mick Cartoons. Hey, we still going. I was here this morning for CAD and was going to save to watch Unlisted later. Good to know I have hours of content to ingest later. Yeah, it's a problem because, like, I have streams I want to list as public now, but I'm like, well, if I do that, well, I mean, I just streamed and I want them to watch that one. Or I'm about to stream and I don't want them to be watching that and then not watch the current stream kind of thing. Like, yeah. I was not at all expecting to go this long today. The fucking sun is basically down now, or at least it's dark out because it's all fucking rainy. $5 from Victor Hugo Martinez. Just came here to drop by and can't believe you're still doing these lengthy streams. Currently busy with schoolwork and I have a lot to catch up. Well, you know, take your time, man. Take your time. Yeah, we're still doing it. It's because I've been going earlier. I have energy. I have vim and vigor and gusto. Today's stream started with Control-Alt-Delete, and I was expecting to maybe do some other things. I have fucking the Sega Sonic Gamer, whose mind you will never break, has a new user rant, everybody. There's a new villains, so that's cool. Yeah, so it's because I've been doing these early, and, you know, hopefully I can keep up the pace somewhat. I might not stream every fucking day this month, but I've been enjoying being kind of consistent with it, and I've been video editing, and I've been reading, and I've been playing video games. It's actually been a good balance, really. $5 from Michael Morbius Claw. You should one day do a stream called And the Rest, where you just look at other CA members. Oh, absolutely. No, the rap that he did with all the... Because you list Phaelus, Film Brain, Obscurus Loop, but I don't think so. I don't think them. They're too... Like, their content's fine. I don't have too much to say about it. You just watch it on your own time. I don't have much to say about them. Phaelus annoys me a little bit because he's kind of... He rolls his eyes a bunch, and he's always so sarcastic in a way that's, like, really obnoxious. But, you know, I did watch him. He was somebody that I actually watched quite a lot of back then. I have the informed opinion that I find him annoying now. It's a very informed opinion at this point. I did watch him, though. But yeah, no, their content is good enough. But the fucking rap that he did with all of those, the Pokemon rap that had all of those fucking other people, we need to find Fedora. We need to figure out who Fedora is, and if there's any way of finding them. That's too, like, what do I look up? Fedora reviews? I don't know what that would just be a review of a Fedora. So the one guy with the Fedora, we need to find him. I'm going to be treating that as like a cringe list of who's who of other internet reviewers to check out. Blaze the Movie Fan is on there. Alex D. Lion and all of that. I understand that's him. So that's going to be exciting. Yeah, there's definitely some other people. I think some of them are from Channel Awesome, but some of them might not have been. I'm not entirely sure. No, so there are definitely more people associated with that. Dr. Gonzo, for one. I'm sure that's going to be good stuff. Let's see, $5 from Ghost of Myrna. Just wanted to say thank you for this extra long stream. It's immensely improved my workday. And we got some little metal horn fingers there. Well, thank you very much. I'm happy to hear that it's improved a thing for you. I gotta eat some food, man. I gotta eat some big food. And, you know, maybe go out and frolic in the fucking rain a little bit or something. I don't know. On that note, $5 from Kate, something for the dinner after a long stream fund. And with a little onigiri rice ball emoji next to it. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. No onigiri. I would have to fucking go to like a different... I'd have to go around town and find a place that has onigiri. But, you know, I might make a... Maybe I'll just get a sub or something. I'll grab a sub. Yeah, I'll get like a... I'll get like a Mr. Sub. That'll be the idea. Something like that. Something big with carbohydrates. 20 pounds from Frigate Bird. 8 hours once again. Thank you. Apparently that's your first super chat. Thank you very much. Let me see. $10 from an actual pirate. Thanks for spending the day with us. Ever considered making merch? I'd love a fair use bear hoodie to bum around the house in. Well, I have. Yeah, I was thinking of doing that this year. I might still, well, not this year probably, but, you know, next year I could probably get into that. I'll do a little bear plushie. He's different enough from Banjo. He's not Banjo. He's not Banjo at all. So he's different enough. He's got a hook and everything, and he's gonna have booze and a joint. That's the idea that I have for a plushie. It's the little bear, but he's got like a Jack Daniels, like copyright free Jack Daniels bottle. Oh, yo, Splat in the Hat 1. Thank you. Yeah, I was thinking maybe like a Not a Bully stream pin or something, you know? Or not, I don't know. Something like that. There's some options. this user as a t-shirt. I don't know. I'd like to... There's memes that would work as just a t-shirt kind of thing, but then there's also stuff where I'm like there's memes that would work, and then there's stuff where I'm like, because I know that there's artists involved, like, on the server, and there's people that have suggested and offered doing merch suggestions as a chat that we have on the Discord. Because I was thinking about doing stuff a little while ago, and yeah, there were a lot of good ones. There was like a fucking Godzilla-themed one, where I was like wreaking havoc. So yeah, something sort of artistic, I think, would be nice. You know, there would be... if I'm doing clothing or something, that would be the thing, is like there's some memes that would work, but then I'm like, I would like to maybe do, you know, some stuff that you could actually wear that would look nice. You know, Loud Equals Funny podcast has merch, and there's t-shirts available that say Loud Equals Funny in a very Seinfeld adjacent logo style. Not Seinfeld legally, but it's similar. It's similar. And I think that the Loud Equals Funny name works really well for merch, for one thing. Like, I think that, like, you just wear a shirt that says Loud Equals Funny. That's just a statement in and of itself. You know, there you go. Yeah, so the merch is an option. I thought about it. I'd like to maybe do a plushie thing or something. Michael Morbius with $5 as a good recommendation for a change. Check out The Crow comic book. I just finished it, and it's probably the best comic book I've ever read. I'm familiar with the series somewhat, because I know there's like a really bad video game on like the Saturn, I think based on the second movie, and of course the Brandon Lee situation, you know. So there was that. But yeah, they also made multiple sequels to that fucking movie, so I mostly knew about it as a movie thing, but yeah, I vaguely knew that it was originally a comic. I'd probably like it. Yeah, I'll probably check it out. I've got a lot of stuff that I probably should check out, though. At this point in time, I've been doing fucking The Dark Elf. I've been doing comedy specials. Probably gonna watch Bo Burnham ones tonight. I got that suggestion earlier. And fucking, you know what's a good game? You know what's a good game? Fucking... There's a fucking... There is a D&D rule set Buck Rogers game on the Sega Genesis. And it's like kind of boring, but it's also really impressive and cool, and I like it. You know, I've been playing that. That's my new Baldur's Gate 3, is Sega Genesis Buck Rogers game. God damn it. I really need to play some of the gold box D&D ones, like, apparently there's one based around Menzo Berenzan, the fucking Drow city. So, you know, enjoying the book such as I am, that one seems interesting to me. I gotta get DOSBox up and running. So I got a certain set of things I'm interested in now. In terms of comic books and stuff, reading stuff like that. You know, the thing I'll say this is that I have too many fucking comic books right now. So whenever it's like, oh, I would like to read The Crow, but I'm probably more realistically gonna read one of my hundreds of fucking Superman comics that I got at some point, and I'm just like sat on, and like, because I'm a fucking idiot, and I'm like, yeah, you know, I like comics, I'll buy these, I'm sure I'll read them. Well, I better, you know, I probably should at some point. I got stuff like that. I've got fucking... I picked up, oh god, what is it? I forget the name of it. Oh god, I'm gonna grab it. Hang on. It was a book I was meaning to read. It's a manga, actually. I got chapter 1. Or part 1. It's fucking... Blade of the Immortal, Omnibus 1. I got that a while ago. Blade of the Immortal. I was gonna read that. And that's just been sitting on my fucking shelf for like 3 months or something. So, you know, lots of things on the list, but The Crow's definitely, I'll take your recommendation to heart and consider it next time I'm at a comic store or something, you know. And then Snellek with $5 says Fedora is Splat in the Hat 1. I'm gonna have to look up that name right now, and we're gonna have to find this user. Splat in the Hat 1. And what do you got? What's your deal? Oh, 5 years ago he made videos. I don't think he still does. No, he hasn't made a video in 5 years. Here he is, everybody. It's Fedora. Fedora Reviews. I am Fedora, and horror movies are my bread and butter. Well, you know, as funny as Fedora sounds, that might not necessarily be, you know, that might not be, I mean, just horror movie reviews, it might be okay. It's probably fine. It's probably fine. We can watch it, though, just for the Fedora alone, at least. Maybe he has other types of videos, too. You know, I was gonna count out Iron Wrath until we found his cooking videos, so anything could happen, you know? But that'll do it for us for today. Thank you. It's been a long stream, over 8 hours. And I wasn't intending to go this long. We actually just fucking found... Like, I was a lark a little bit. I'm like, we'll do some cinematic Venom for a little bit, and then I'll call it quits. And then it just kept being funny and interesting, so... You know, fuck me, I guess. Well, you know, hopefully if I go live tomorrow, it'll probably be a shorter one. It'll probably be a shorter one, I would say. If I do at all. Not gonna be in the evening because we got Halo night tomorrow. Yeah, I will, oh god, I gotta stand up. Jesus Christ, that's gonna be a whole thing. Well, take it easy, folks. Yeah, thanks again for, no problem. I hope you had fun. I hope you had fun. This one, you know, if I, you know, maybe I won't stream tomorrow and there will be potentially a stream from recently that goes like public or something instead. Oh, something like that maybe. But anyways, I'll see you guys. Take it easy, and penis. Yeah. Penis.